Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Ketagalan Forum 2023 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. The opening ceremony will begin in 3 minutes. May I invite all of you to be seated. Out of respect for the speakers and policy of the forum, please adjust your mobile devices to vibration or silent mode. Today, it is a great privilege to have Her Excellency Madam President Tsai Ing-wen as an inaugural speaker to attend and open the 2023 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. I would like to invite all of you to welcome Her Excellency with a big round of applause when Her Excellency arrives. Once again, welcome all of you for joining us. The opening ceremony will begin shortly. Thank you. Distinguished guest, Her Excellency Madam President Tsai Ing-wen has arrived. Please welcome Her Excellency with a big round of applause. Welcome. Her Excellency is accompanied by Chairman of the Prospect Foundation, Dr. Tongsan Chen, and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Dr. Zhao Xie Joseph Wu. Welcome. Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you very much. Please take a seat. Welcome. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome all of you home and abroad to the Ketagalan Forum 2023 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue hosted by the Prospect Foundation and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China, Taiwan. To begin, I'd like to invite the chairman of the Prospect Foundation, Dr. Tongsan Chen, to deliver his opening statement. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman Chen. Welcome. Welcome.
Honorable President, Tsai Ing-wen, Honorable former Japanese Prime Minister Aso Taro, Honorable former Prime Minister of Estonia, Andrews Ansip, Honorable Direct Member of Japan, Suzuki Kensuke, and Nakanishi Kenji, sorry. Honorable Secretary General to President Lin Chia-long, Honorable Foreign Minister Joseph Wu, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to the 2023 Ketagalan Forum. We understand less than 6 months from now, Taiwan will be holding its presidential election. The result, I think, will be of great consequence to the region and to the international community, I suppose. Yeah. More than ever, Taiwan is at the very center of the greatest battle of our time that includes the regional instability, cognitive warfare, and a threatened global supply chain. In all three areas just mentioned, the role of Taiwan as a democratic partner, as a guarantor of security, an important player in the global manufacturing has never been so salient. Now, across the Taiwan Strait, we are facing a regime that has become more assertive and more insecure amid the mounting economic challenges. So I suppose this is a real dangerous formula, a dangerous situation. One, I suppose, that can compel Beijing to engage in a risk-taking. President Xi Jinping and CCP's insecurities also mean that Beijing will be tempted to add to the pressure on Taiwan to ensure or to secure an outcome that would suit Beijing's geopolitical aspirations. So to do so, the CCP relies upon a multi-faceted, sharp power toolkit with which try to confuse, try to divide, to capture, and to coerce. So more than ever, the CCP seeks to undermine the firewall of Taiwan's democracy and to discredit it in the eyes of the international community. So we understand Taiwan is a frontline state in this new clash of the ideologies. The future of globalization or the world itself is being shaped along those fault lines from the Taiwan Strait to Ukraine. Taiwan, of course, is cognizant of its important role as a democracy, as a democratic ally, and remains committed to fulfilling the role. So we here in Taiwan can teach lessons to like-minded partners. But it also, I suppose, more than ever, needs assistance from the international community. So, because we think for the Taiwan Strait, we understand it isn't a so-called domestic issue, as Beijing always claims. In fact, it is well known, Taiwan issue, excuse me, is a global one, a global issue, where the fate of 23.5 people, 23.5 million people in Taiwan, certainly will affect billions and billions of people around the whole world. So let us today, therefore, use this occasion to learn more from each other and to develop some kind of strategies for the very survival of our democracy. So once again, I want to thank you sincerely. Thank you very, very much to each one of you coming to participate in this very meaningful and important meeting this morning. Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opening remarks, Chairman Chen. Thank you. Thank you. Please return to your seat. At this time, it is our great privilege and distinct honor to have Her Excellency, Madam President Tsai Ing-wen, to address the opening ceremony of Ketagalan Forum 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Her Excellency, Madam President Tsai Ing-wen, for her speech. Welcome.
Prospect Foundation Chairman Dr. Mark Chang, the Honorable Aso Taro, former Prime Minister of Japan, and today also with us the Honorable Andrew Ansip, the former Prime Minister of Estonia, and Foreign Minister Joseph Wu, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
I would like to begin by extending a very warm welcome to those who have come to Taiwan to participate in Ketagalan Forum this year. And I also want to offer special thanks to former Prime Minister of Japan, Mr. Aso Taro, and former Prime Minister of Estonia, Andrew Ansip, for joining us today and sharing your invaluable insights with us. Your presence here is also a demonstration of the staunch support from our democratic friends around the world. In recent months, I received quite a few delegations from Japan, as well as delegations from Central and Eastern Europe. I was very moved by the overwhelming support they extended to Taiwan. From Taiwan's meaningful participation in international organizations, such as the WHO, to the peace and stability and security of Taiwan Strait and Taiwan's application to the CPTPP. Our international friends have continued to speak out on behalf of Taiwan. It feels like a long time since we last saw each other. The last time we held this forum, there were still pandemic restrictions, and many participants could only join virtually. Now, the pandemic has abated, but world and regional politics are changing at a pace that presents us with new challenges quite frequently. Challenges such as how the situation across the Taiwan Strait influences the global security order, how information, cognitive warfare, and gray zone tactics influence democracies, and what role Taiwan can play in international supply chain restructuring. This year's Ketagalan Forum will serve as a platform to facilitate discussions on these essential issues as we forge ahead towards a world that will be greatly affected by developments in the Indo-Pacific region. The Indo-Pacific is still the world's fastest growing region, even after the pandemic. It presents the world with countless opportunities in trade, manufacturing, and education, and to achieve economic prosperity. The stability of this region gives a reassurance about the development of the global economy and security. And it has a pivotal role to play in deciding the course of the 21st century. The emergence of an influential Indo-Pacific has also been accompanied by newly developed tensions and contradictions of political systems. Authoritarian regimes have become more aggressive and assertive. They are also more convinced that their alternative model is better and more adaptive than democracy. This is the main driver of friction between countries, especially in the region. As we are gathered here today, democracies, our security, and the rules-based international order are now faced with their greatest challenges. The late Prime Minister of Japan, Abe Shinzo, anticipated challenges we will face over the coming decades. When he was Prime Minister, he outlined a vision of a free and open Indo-Pacific that has become a central goal of the global democratic community. His legacy laid the foundation for a new composition of regional partnerships. Now we are in a stronger position to carry on and maintain the rules-based order that is imperative to our region's stability and prosperity. My administration has dedicated itself to being part of the democratic alliance that works to prevent authoritarian expansionism, while tackling hurdles such as climate change, emerging diseases, terrorism, and ensuring a secure supply chain. And as the alliance advocates for sustainable, comprehensive, and rules-based approach to connectivity, Taiwan can serve as an indispensable partner in building democratic resilience and facilitating development in sectors such as biotechnology, renewable energy, and semiconductors. In addition, Taiwan is committed to working with regional actors to ensure regional stability. As Japan, Estonia, and democracies from around the world lend their precious support to Taiwan, Taiwan is willing to shoulder our share of burden. Taiwan has been taking the necessary measure to upgrade our security capabilities. We have set up new facilities to advance our domestic development of naval vessels. We have taken steps to bolster and train our reserve forces. We have also made substantial investments to enhance our asymmetric defense capability. All these efforts are contributing to our move towards self-sufficiency in our national defense. This also demonstrates that Taiwan does not take our security partners' backing for granted. While we don't seek military confrontation and hope for a peaceful, stable, and beneficial coexistence with our neighbors, Taiwan is always ready to defend our democracy and way of life. The Taiwanese government and NGOs have also worked hard to combat disinformation campaigns from authoritarian regimes while still safeguarding the right to free speech. Members of Taiwan's civil society are also actively sharing their experience with partners from around the world. One of the important topics at this forum is the role of Taiwan in restructuring of the international supply chain. Taiwan's high-tech sector, especially its leading edge in the semiconductor sector, will be a crucial component in creating a secure global supply chain that protects critical technologies from exploitation. Taiwan has also an innovative role to play in high-precision manufacturing, artificial intelligence, renewable energy, biotech, and many other sectors. This can help create more diverse and resilient global supply chain that can withstand interruptions. Furthermore, Taiwan's capability also lies in its experience and ability in education, human resource development, public health, medicine, humanitarian aid, and natural disaster prevention. Our medical facilities have been sharing their experience in medical technology and management to improve public health and medical care in the region. A critical juncture for our region is in front of us. There are new opportunities for Taiwan to play a constructive role. Taiwan is a crucial force in nurturing an alliance for the peaceful development and prosperity of our region. The past 3 years have been marked by the pandemic, war, and economic downturn. But despite the trials and tribulations, we have also borne witness to resilience, strength, friendship, and partnership. Last August, Taiwan experienced 4 consecutive days of live-fire military exercise from the PRC. As the military exercise went on, administrations and legislatures of more than 50 countries, as well as more than 500 parliamentarians, spoke up for the security of Taiwan. And as European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said in the Philippines recently, the EU will not tolerate aggression in the Indo-Pacific region. These strongly worded statements are demonstrations that peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait and the maintenance of a free and open Indo-Pacific region are imperative as the world moves towards the future. I want to take this opportunity to reiterate my deep appreciation to our like-minded friends and partners for coming to our support and aid at every critical time. While extraordinary challenges remain, I see democracies working to safeguard shared values and institutions and serve the interests of the international community. And our belief in democracy and freedom have never been stronger. To conclude, I want to wish you all a very successful forum and a pleasant stay in Taiwan. And thank you, Chairman Chan, for the invitation to speak. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President, for addressing the opening ceremony. Thank you. Due to her tight schedule, Madam President has to leave us for the next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again with a round of applause in extending our gratitude to Her Excellency Madam President Tsai Ing-wen for making an appearance this morning. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, many thanks to Madam President Tsai Ing-wen and all our distinguished guests for gracing the opening ceremony of the Ketagalan Forum 2023 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue with your presence. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the forum will begin shortly. Before we proceed with the speeches, I would like to first give an introduction of today's forum agenda. In the morning, we have a keynote speech brought to us by the Honorable Taro Aso, who is the former Prime Minister of Japan, member of the House of Representatives of Japan, and Vice President of the Liberal Democratic Party of Japan. And then we will move on to the first panel discussion, reflecting on the situation across the Taiwan Strait and the global security order, followed by a luncheon speech. During the luncheon speech, we are very honored to have the Honorable Andrus Ansip, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia and member of the European Parliament, as the luncheon speaker. In the afternoon, we will begin panel discussion 2, titled The Challenges and Impact of Information Warfare, Cognitive Warfare, and Other Gray Zone Tactics on Democracy. And panel 3, titled International Supply Chain Restructuring and Taiwan's Role Concerning Economic Security, with a coffee break in between. And if time permits, during the end of each panel discussion, there will be a Q&A session. The Q&A session will be conducted in English, so please raise your hand and the staff will hand you a microphone. Please state your name and organization before delivering your question and keep the question within 2 minutes. We will ring a bell 30 seconds before time is up. Thank you for your cooperation. And at the end of the forum, Dr. Yi Chong Lai, President of the Prospect Foundation of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and Mr. Chong Kwang Tian, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China, Taiwan, will each deliver closing remarks. We believe the wonderful speeches and discussion will give you a new insight regarding the various topics we will tackle today. Please kindly remain on your seats as the forum will begin momentarily. Thank you all for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, our speech of the day will begin shortly, so may I invite all of you to please be seated and remember to turn your mobile devices to vibration or silence mode. Our first speech will begin shortly. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now officially begin the forum today. It is our great honor to have the Honorable Taro Aso, who is the former Prime Minister of Japan, member of the House of Representatives of Japan, and Vice President of Liberal Democratic Party of Japan as the keynote speaker today. But before we bring him to you, I would like to first invite the host, Dr. Zhao Xie Joseph Wu, the Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China, Taiwan, to introduce our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Minister Wu. Welcome.
There you go. Dr. Mark Cheng, Chairman of the Prospect Foundation, His Excellency Andrus Ansip, Member of European Parliament, and former Prime Minister of Estonia, distinguished participants from around the world, members of the diplomatic community, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm pleased to introduce the opening keynote speaker for this year's Ketagalan Forum, His Excellency Aso Taro, Vice President of the Liberal Democratic Party and former Prime Minister of Japan. His Excellency Aso graduated from Gakushuin University, one of Japan's most prestigious institutions. And if, in case you are curious how prestigious it is, I Googled it for you. It is very prestigious. And then later, he studied at Stanford University and University of London. And he has served in the National Diet of Japan for 14 terms, since first being elected in 1979. His Excellency Aso has held a number of prominent government positions, including Minister of Foreign Affairs, Deputy Prime Minister, and Minister of Finance. In 2008, he was elected president of LDP and soon became prime minister. In that position, he built on former Prime Minister Abe's legacy to further Japan's role as a global leader and especially deepened its relationship with Taiwan. During the height of the SARS outbreak, His Excellency Aso led a bipartisan delegation to Taiwan as the chairman of the LDP Policy Research Council. His visit not only demonstrated support for Taiwan as it fought SARS with practical measures, but also warmed the hearts of the Taiwanese people. In his capacity as Deputy Prime Minister, he expressed steadfast support for Taiwan during the COVID-19 pandemic and advocated for Taiwan's inclusion in the World Health Organization. Throughout his career, His Excellency Aso has also recognized the strategic importance of Taiwan-Japan ties and has actively worked to strengthen this relationship based on mutual respect, shared values, and deep historical and cultural connections. At numerous international events, he has emphasized the importance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait and opposed unilateral changes to the status quo. In addition to deepening relations with Taiwan, he has demonstrated a steadfast commitment to strengthening Japan's global presence and promoting regional stability. As Japan is a key player in the Indo-Pacific region, I believe that all of you, or all of us here today, are eager to hear His Excellency Aso's perspective and insights. And with all sincerity, I find His Excellency Aso the best person from this part of the world to address the issues and challenges the world confronts today. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the forum's opening keynote speaker, His Excellency Aso Taro Sensei.
Thank you very much, Minister Wu. Please welcome the Honorable Taro Aso for his speech. Welcome. Welcome.
Hello everyone, I am Taro Aso.
Aso Taro です。日本から
Hello, I am Aso Taro. I am a vice president of the Liberal Democratic Party of Japan. President Tsai Ing-wen, Chairman Chen Tangshan, Minister Wu Zhaoxie Joseph, and former President of Estonia are all here today. Today, I am very honored to be invited to attend the Ketagalan Forum, Taiwan's prestigious grand event in the field of diplomacy and national security. This is my second visit to Taiwan since 2011 after 12 years, although 12 years have passed. The warm hospitality and the smiles of friends meeting after a long time have never changed. I feel like I am coming home, and it makes me feel at ease. Yesterday, I also visited the tomb of the beloved former President Lee Teng-hui, laid flowers and paid my tribute. Seeing Taiwan from the Five-Finger Mountain, I see a view and in the direct opposition, you can see Japan. The last time I visited Taiwan was in 2011. That was the year of the Great East Japan earthquake. After that earthquake, Japan was deeply traumatized, and Taiwan immediately extended a warm hand to us. In fact, I had just visited Taiwan the year before in 2010. So back then, people kept saying, why did ASO visit Taiwan for 2 years in a row? It was said that this was an argument that was popular in the society. However, to friends who have helped us during troubled times, I think it is necessary to express our gratitude directly. After that, another 12 years have passed, and a lot of things have happened during this time. Not long after my last visit to Taiwan, I was appointed by the Prime Minister Abe, and I was appointed as the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. And Abe's I served 8 years in his cabinet, and during this time, including the pandemic, I was fortunate enough to participate in the Japanese government's donation of vaccines to Taiwan. Every time I see a JAL plane carrying vaccines landing in Taiwan, which is right next to the Grand Hyatt Hotel, we can see the Taiwan 101. I would see the exterior wall of Taipei 101 covered with slogans and news reports thanking Japan. And I would say to myself, perhaps this will be able to repay the aid given by Taiwan 12 years ago. Something else was also very impressive. While I was the Minister of Foreign Affairs in 2007, was what I founded and was sponsored by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was the International Manga Anime Award. I remember in 2020, a total of 61 countries and regions participated, and out of the 383 entries, works from Taiwan won both the first and second prizes. You can see that's a fantastic result. Taiwan teams win every year, and there are many entries, such as the most recent and popular Yongjiu grocery store. You probably don't know what I'm talking about if you don't read comics, but the Yongjiu grocery store is a very popular anime work in Japan. Unfortunately, I don't have time during this visit, but I hope the next time I visit, I will have the opportunity to go to bookstores in Taiwan to look at the comics and animes in Taiwan. Let's get back to business. Compared with 12 years ago, the environment in Japan and Taiwan has changed a lot. I think that although we are now in a period of peace compared to 12 years ago, but we are gradually tilting towards a time of emergency. But these changes were definitely not out of the blue, but risks that have been hidden in the basic structure for a long time. They have been there for a long time, and now they are more evident. In today's forum, we will mainly discuss the situation in the Taiwan Strait and the global security order, the challenges and impact of information warfare, cognitive warfare, and other challenges on the democratic society. And in terms of economic security, international supply chain restructuring, and Taiwan's role concerning economic security, and we will mainly be discussing these three topics. I think any one of these three topics is very important, and the fact that these issues can be discussed in Taipei already shows the importance of the role that Taiwan plays. And next, I will be sharing with you my thoughts and hope that they would be of value or reference to the discussion today, and that would make me happy. When Prime Minister Abe first formed his cabinet in 2006, I was his foreign minister, and I proposed the concept of the Arc of Freedom and Prosperity as the new core for promoting Japan's foreign policy. Expanding the Arc of Freedom across the Eurasian continent, forming a region that is both stable and prosperous, while promoting economic prosperity and democracy to achieve peace and happiness in the international community. And with this in mind, we attach great importance to our relations with Taiwan. In addition, in 2016, the Prime Minister Shinzo Abe proposed the Free and Open Indo-Pacific Vision Initiative as Japan's new foreign policy. It is hoped that in the Indo-Pacific region, we will build an international order that abides by laws and regulations so we can promote free trade, regional stability, and prosperity, so that the indispensable theories and principles can be implemented. I think the importance of that initiative is now widely recognized by the international community. In order to achieve this vision, because we can't just preach, but we must act and implement with the popularization of the implementation of the rule of law, freedom of navigation and free trade, and secondly, the pursuit of economic prosperity, which is critical, and thirdly, the assurance of peace and stability. With these three pillars, and based on this foundation, Japan is willing to work alone or in cooperation with other countries. Also, when Prime Minister Kishida visited India in March this year, he also announced a new plan for a free and open Indo-Pacific. At a historic turning point in the international society, the FOIP, and the roots of the FOIP vision include, once again, clearly expressing its support for freedom, rule of law, and respect for diversity, inclusiveness, and openness. And these are placed as the pillars in the new cooperation plan of a free and open Indo-Pacific FOIP. First of all, it's the compliance with the principles of peace and law of prosperity. And secondly, addressing issues related to the Indo-Pacific. 3, building a multi-level connectivity system. And 4, adopting from maritime to air the appropriate security countermeasures. Going forward, Japan will adopt various approaches under these 4 pillars and implement FOIP in the most appropriate form of cooperation.
日本にとりまして自由
For Japan, Taiwan is an extremely important partner and friend who shares universal values such as freedom, democracy, basic human rights, and the rule of law, as well as close ties in the economic domain and people-to-people visits. Taiwan is an indispensable friend to the region and to the nations that share the same value in this world. Also, Taiwan is a very strong friend. Taiwan is aimed to achieve a free and open Indo-Pacific, and I deeply respect Taiwan's efforts.
20
On April 16th of 2021, the joint statement issued by Japan and the United States at the Japan-US Summit meeting stressed the importance of peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. And this joint statement also urged that cross-strait issues should be resolved by peaceful means. The text was also included in the joint statement of G7 leaders at the G7 summit in June of the same year. In August last year, after the then Speaker Pelosi of the House of Representatives visited Taiwan, China conducted large-scale military exercises around Taiwan, including live-fire exercises, which also covered Japan's EEZ exclusive economic area, where several ballistic missiles were launched into Japan's coastal waters. In addition, there have been many sorties of Chinese military planes across the median line of the strait for several days to deter Taiwan. During this period, the official websites of Taiwan government agencies were also hacked and attacked, which was later confirmed to be attacks from Chinese and Russian IP sites. I can still recall at that time the G7 also issued an urgent foreign minister's statement demanding that China should not unilaterally change the status quo by force. And Japan even demanded that China should immediately stop military exercises. At that time, I can still recall President Tsai Ing-wen said that Taiwan promised the international community that Taiwan would maintain peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. And the peace in the Taiwan Strait is a shared responsibility of the region. And Taiwan has always adopted an open attitude towards constructive dialogue. She also stressed that peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait are of great importance not only to Taiwan, but also to the stability of the international community. Japan will make use of all opportunities to continue to make these arguments against other countries, including China, to stress the importance of peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. And this can now be said to become the consensus of all countries in the world and in the international community. The most important thing for us is now that there should be no war in our region, including the Taiwan Strait. Therefore, it is necessary to have a corresponding ability of deterrence. The so-called ability of deterrence refers to three parts. First is the ability to deter, and second, there should be the will to carry out. Just in time of the need, there should be the will to carry out the ability and also the ability to convey the information so that the opponent can fully understand the action. And also the people should share that will so that the opponent can get the message fully. And that are the three factors of the capability of deterrence. Take the Fukushima Islands conflict, even with the carriers. The Falkland, the event when it occurred, the Prime Minister of the UK back then was Madame Thatcher, and the message was fully conveyed to the Argentina government, and the result was the Falkland conflict because the message failed to be conveyed because that capability of deterrence was not fully played out. If the message was fully conveyed, the war could have been stopped. Because you need to have show the will of deterrence and also convey that message fully. You need to have the three factors. And it's the same for the Iran and Iraq wars. And also the internal conflicts which took place in Hungary was the same. We need to have the three factors all in place to fully have that power of deterrence. So we need to have all the like-minded countries like Japan, Taiwan, and the United States. We need to wake up now. It's time to play to the full of our power of deterrence. We need to have that in understanding because that is the time. For me, that we need to get ready to prepare ourselves to the possibility of war. Is not just about the capability of defense, and in time of emergency, that in order to maintain the peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, there is the possibility of exercising military power, and also we need to show the strong will of the civil society so the opponent can be fully aware of that. That is the so-called power of deterrence. And of course, we are doing this on the basis of our shared values, and we are the countries, like-minded countries, that have the commitment to maintain stability, peace, and international order. And Japan, as a very close neighbor to Taiwan, I think we should be the very first one to show to express our attitude and also to make that message clear in the international community, including China. That is very important. And that commitment will continue to be the policy of our government. So I would like to share with you that attitude would not change because at the end of last year, the Japanese government announced a basic policy to guarantee security named the so-called the three security documents, such as the National Security Strategy, the National Defense Strategy, and the Defense Force Development Plan. These are the three security documents issued by the government of Japan. And in the past, Japan has also enacted the Peripheral Situation Law and revised the peace and security legal system in response to changes in the security environment in which it is located. And it is indeed necessary to promote the revision of the relevant laws with regard to the security policy. And during this period, as stated in the National Security Strategy released last December, the security situation in the region has indeed become very serious. The international community has faced epoch change, peace and development through the mode of operation of globalization and interdependence alone is not enough to make us understand that there are no adequate guarantees of peace, and actions speak louder than words. We can also see from the war in Ukraine that we do not know when the one-sided change of the status quo by force and attempt of doing something similar will happen. And we cannot deny that equally serious developments may take place in the Asia-Pacific region, especially in East Asia region. Japan's neighbors are also rapidly building up their armaments. And Japan is now in the most, I can say, the most severe and complex security environment since the end of the World War II. As I mentioned earlier, under the principles of the strategic approach and policies of the national security strategy within the scope of the previous norms of the Japanese Constitution, international laws, and domestic laws, there have been major changes in our post-war security policy, at least at the implementation level after World War II. So we have made dramatic and critical changes. Specifically, it organically integrates the response capabilities of land, sea, and air from the fields of space, cyber, and electromagnetic waves to improve the overall response capabilities of the self-defense forces with their multiplier effects, and complements them with horizontal combat capabilities regarding incoming troops outside their threat circles, be equipped with long-range missiles to enhance their self-defense capabilities. That is the way we strengthen our national self-defense forces. And we strengthen our own defense forces in multiple level way. This is Japan's response to the current security environment and problems. In the 5 years to 2027, in order to urgently and thoroughly strengthen Japan's defense forces, the budget for the implementation of the Defense Development Plan is expected to increase from the current level to 43 trillion yen. In the fiscal year of 2027, we will thoroughly strengthen our defense forces and including related reinforcement measures. We will ensure that defense budget will reach the level of 2% of our GDP. Now it's about the level of 1% of our GDP. We are expecting it to reach to 2%, equivalent to that level of NATO. And that means that we are going to double our efforts to increase and strengthen our security capabilities. And that is our defense and counter responses to the current security environment in this region. We have already increased our budget and also made relevant revisions to our laws. That is our response to the status quo. And Japan will continue to take various countermeasures based on the national security strategy, which for the first time clearly states that peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait are indispensable elements for the security and prosperity of the international community. And Japan hopes that the cross-strait issues can be resolved by peaceful means. Of course, responsibility for safeguarding Japan's security falls on Japan itself. In addition, maintaining that is our responsibility. In addition, maintaining the international order based on universal values and international laws and regulations, especially in the Indo-Pacific region, building a free and open international order, and ensuring regional peace and stability under the premise of abiding by the rule of law is a major issue of life and death for Japan's security. As a country championing peace, Japan will maintain its basic principles of exclusive defense and non-nuclear principles, safeguard Japan's sovereignty and independence, as well as the safety of people's lives and property, and strengthen Japan's defense forces. We believe that through practical actions, we can contribute not only to the security of our country, but also to peace and stability in the region. And from the above point of view, I believe that this can also prevent war before it occurs and create an unshakable force of deterrence. And in terms of actual action, we need to have that capability of executing our strategy, because if we want to, international cooperation is indispensable if deterrence is to be turned into something more effective.
At the G7 Hiroshima summit held in May this year, Prime Minister Kishida of Japan led the discussion of the topic, which succeeded in getting Japan, Italy, Canada, France, and the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, and the EU to unanimously agree to include a statement on the importance of peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. Urging the cross-strait issue to be resolved by peaceful means. This position of all countries will not change. I believe that the basic stance of various countries on Taiwan has not changed either. In addition, all G7 members also unanimously expressed the importance of peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait to the international community as a whole. This position is unanimous and it was publicly expressed. I believe that the impact of this message on the world can be understood without explaining it to you all, and I believe you can all understand how important it is. Similarly, all G7 members agree that China should be approached frankly. They all agree that the concerns and worries should be clearly expressed directly to China and hopes to establish a constructive and stable relationship with China. This is something that all G7 members have agreed on. Our dialogue with China has always been open and transparent, and I know Taiwan is taking the same attitude. At the Hiroshima summit, the issues of economic resilience and economic security were also discussed. In this regard, in order to strengthen the strategic coordination function of the G7 and to strengthen the resilience of the global economy, we should strengthen cooperation and respond to issues of common concern, such as harmful and vicious acts that violate international laws and norms and threats to the peace and security of the international community. This is something all G7 countries should work together to enhance. This is an additional step in the strategic coordination of efforts to strengthen economic resilience and economic security by countering malicious business practices, in addition to reducing the risk of vulnerability. In particular, in the face of economic stress, we will jointly assess, prepare, deter, and strengthen relevant countermeasures and establish a new adjustment platform in the face of economic stress. And all members agreed to strengthen cooperation under the framework of the platform. And most importantly would be the CPTPP. I think it's a good time to introduce to you what CPTPP is, because it's an important mechanism. It was first proposed by the United States, but United States backed out halfway, and now 11 countries, including Australia and Canada and Japan and Singapore, has established the CPTPP. All Pan-Pacific countries, 11 in total, are constituting the CPTPP. And the UK since Brexit, has also joined the CPTPP. This year, we have officially been adopted by our Diet, and we are now a formal member of CPTPP. And we hope that with all these efforts can be understood by everyone here. This is a high standard framework, and in the 21st century, it is a balanced economic agreement that is sufficient to be rolled out with new common regulations and great significance. And Taiwan has applied to join CPTPP, and I know that during the application, Taiwan is open and transparent in all applying information, and Japan has always supported the joining of Taiwan. We can see that in the 1990s, during Taiwan's rapid economic growth, Taiwan was known as one of the 4 Asian tigers, especially the manufacturing industry in particular shines. And it's because of this, Taiwan is also known as one of the 4 Asian tigers, especially the semiconductor industry in Taiwan and manufacturing attracted the attention of the world and emerged in the 1980s, is now the locomotive driving Taiwan's economic development. We hope that this, with Taiwan having semiconductor as the locomotive, semiconductor is indispensable in the modern society. Over 70% of the world's semiconductors are manufactured in Taiwan. So with the manufacturing capability of Taiwan, with cutting-edge technology and materials from Japan, it goes without saying that they can cooperate together in the long run, promoting a stable and secure economy. This is most importantly. And finally, in terms of, we see that the Taiwan society was able to come together to fight against the pandemic. The disease controls in Taiwan are done very well. As I've said in the Japan Diet, Taiwan was very successful in countering the COVID-19 virus, and I believe that we should support Taiwan in participating in the WHO. This Taiwan being left out of the WHO forms a window, an open window. In the past, we know there were countries that objected against Taiwan joining WHO, but I do believe that the international society should come together to support Taiwan joining international organizations such as WHO. I believe Taiwan can play a very important role and share their experiences with the world. Due to the interest of time, I have more to share with you, but I believe that the situation we're all in right now, we should know that Taiwan is facing critical conditions. Taiwan should be able to defend its regime and sovereignty and also maintain the prosperity in Taiwan. The people of Taiwan should have this determined will to safeguard Taiwan, and led by President Tsai Ing-wen. Of course, we know next year there is the presidential election. We hope that the new president will also share the common general values that we all believe in and fight together with Japan against these external pressures. This is my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Better bit worse English than Japanese. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you. Many thanks to the Honorable Taro Aso for the excellent keynote speech. Thank you very much. You may return to your seats. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now take a break. The next session, panel discussion 1, will begin at 10:30. Please be advised to return before 10:30 so we can promptly begin the next session. We have prepared some refreshments and beverages out of the hall for you while you're social networking or exchanging ideas. Please be advised to bring your valuables with you at all times. Thank you and see you later. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin in 3 minutes. May I invite all of you to please return to your seats. Thank you for your cooperation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin shortly. May I invite all of you to please be seated. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome all of you back to the Ketagalan Forum. Now we will proceed to panel discussion 1 titled The Situation Across the Taiwan Strait and the Global Security Order. There are 5 panelists in this session respectively from USA, Japan, Australia, India, and the Republic of China, Taiwan. Now please welcome the moderator of panel discussion 1, Dr. Yicheng Lai, the president of the Prospect Foundation, the Republic of China, Taiwan. And now I turn the floor over to Dr. Lai. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Yicheng. I'm president of Prospect Foundation, and we're going to begin our first sessions. These sessions, the title is about situation across the Taiwan Straits and the global security order. We have 5 distinguished panelists. The first on my right is Mr. Daniel Russell. He is the Vice President, International Security and Diplomacy of Asia's Society Policy Institute. And he is also the former Assistant Secretary of State for the East Asian Affairs for the United States. And then after Mr. Daniel will be the Honorable, also Dai member of Japan, Mr. Suzuki Keisuke. He's a member, House of Representatives of Japan, and also has been served several terms in Japan in a Diet, so he's a very senior member. And then followed what the Suzuki is Dr. Lavina Lee, coming from the Australia. She's a senior lecturer, Department of Security Study and Criminology at the Macquarie University. And then we also have the honor to have the former Chief of the Navy of India, the Admiral Karambir Singh. He will be speaking, and right now he is the chairman of the National Maritime Foundation of India. And then last and not least is our very own Dr. Chen Mingqi. He is the CEO and the president of the Institute of National Defense and Security Research in Taiwan, and also a good friend of mine. So thank you very much. And these sessions is about the situation across the Taiwan Strait and the global security order. I would first say that the issues about the Taiwan Straits has evolved. In the past, when people talk about the Taiwan Strait security, it's basically they view in a lens through the unification versus independence, as if it is just between Taiwan and China. But as we know from the speech earlier this morning from the President Tsai Ing-wen and also the former Prime Minister of Japan, Aso Taro, both of them pointed out that the security across the Taiwan Strait is no longer the bilateral issue between Taiwan and China. It's now the global concern. As evidence that more and more countries started to stake out that the security across the Taiwan Strait, and especially the war on Taiwan, will affect many of those countries, their own security as well. So that we know that there's a paradigm shift. And we are going to witness what our distinguished speaker will talk to us. And also, before the beginning of this session, I also would like to acknowledge another distinguished member in the audience, Mr. Nakanishi Kenji. He is also a Dai member in Japan. And so we are really glad to have him with us. And I believe he also will give his comment in the process of these discussions. So without further ado, let me invite Mr. Daniel Russell from the United States to stake out your view. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you very much, President Lai. And it's an honor to be back in Taiwan and be back with the Prospect Foundation. So as we've heard, and as President Lai just underscored, Taiwan's relevance to the international security order has grown significantly over the recent years, and that the issues of the Taiwan Strait are not just one among several regional hotspots today, hotspots that, of course, carry the risk of conflict. But in fact, the Taiwan Strait has emerged as a kind of litmus test in the 21st century's contest over the principles for global governance. In other words, the developments around the Taiwan Strait will show whether we are going to live in a world where nations around the globe each help to ensure the dynamic and the productive democratic society on Taiwan can continue to thrive even while the ultimate status of the island is unresolved. Or whether the world is going to slide into an era of spheres of influence in which dominant regional powers can act with impunity in their own neighborhood, subjugating others through coercion, through co-option, intimidation, or even the use of force. And speaking of the use of force, the current example of Ukraine shows us several things that I think are very relevant to this question. First, that the resolve and the preparedness of the threatened population is a major factor in determining whether or not the international community will rally and will act to deter or to resist an aggressive power that is trying to subjugate the smaller neighbor. Second is that while industrialized democracies around the world have generally mobilized to meet the challenge in Ukraine, many countries, maybe for reasons of geography or reasons of ideology or maybe because of economic interests, many countries have chosen to remain neutral or even shown themselves to be sympathetic to the aggressor. Third, even when powerful nations rally to support the target of aggression, like NATO members and other partners are doing for Ukraine, it turns out to be extraordinarily difficult to deter the aggressor, and even harder to resolve the crisis after an attack and to restore the situation to something like the status quo ante. So in the case of Taiwan, a huge amount of attention is given appropriately to military deterrence and to the preparations and policies needed to make the island more secure and make it a much harder target. The buzzword for that concept is asymmetric defense. In other words, measures and capabilities that deter Beijing by boosting the cost to the PRC of an attempt to use force, and also by significantly lowering the chances of success. But I believe that Taiwan has in fact built up a different kind of asymmetric defense that has significant value as well, and that should also be further strengthened. And I call it asymmetric diplomatic defense. Now, the idea of Taiwan having a diplomatic defense might sound counterintuitive, given that the United States and the vast majority of nations don't maintain diplomatic relations with the Republic of China. And Beijing is actively chipping away at those countries that do. But what I mean by the concept is that there's been a significant expansion in the number of governments with important ties to Beijing who have clearly signaled that they feel very strongly about the maintenance of peace across the Taiwan Strait. Countries who call for restraint by the PRC. Countries who insist that any effort to resolve the issue must be peaceful and must be consensual. What they are messaging to the PRC is that how Beijing behaves towards Taiwan is a legitimate and important issue for the international community. We heard that from Prime Minister Aso. Even countries that accept the so-called one China principle, which the United States does not, even those countries are privately and openly signaling to Beijing that coercive action against Taiwan would not be treated as an internal affair, especially in the aftermath of Russia's attack against Ukraine. More and more governments are pushing back against the idea that what Beijing does in Taiwan or does to Taiwan is somehow none of their business. And especially in the aftermath of the pandemic, which pulled back the curtain on global supply chains, more and more governments recognize the importance of Taiwan's technological strength, particularly in the form of its unparalleled semiconductor industry. So the true measure of Taiwan's asymmetric strength in diplomacy isn't the number of foreign embassies in Taipei. It's the magnitude of Taiwan's contributions to the international community. That was the logic behind the creation of the GCTF, the Global Cooperation and Training Framework that was launched in 2015, and that I'm proud to have had at least a small role in helping to create. It's a platform that shows that Taiwan doesn't have to be a UN member state in order to build international partnerships, in order to make huge, meaningful global contributions in areas ranging from law enforcement to women's empowerment to disaster relief. And we heard this morning from former Prime Minister Aso the importance of Taiwan's help in the 2011 tsunami and earthquake in northeast Japan as an illustration of that. Similarly, the world-class success of Taiwan's response to the outbreak of COVID-19, including the very effective use of contact tracing, of quarantines, of social distancing, of face masks, that experience demonstrated graphically that democratic governments can be highly, highly efficient. So my point is this. Formal diplomatic relations aside, the more that Taiwan contributes to the world, the more that Taiwan sets a high standard of performance, whether in governance or in technology, the more that the international community prizes Taiwan's open, innovative, generous, and democratic culture. And while the Biden administration has been a great friend and supportive partner to Taiwan, Taiwan's asymmetric diplomacy and the so-called internationalization of the Taiwan issue, that's not Washington's doing. It's a reflection of the very impressive achievements of the people on Taiwan. So both asymmetric defense and asymmetric diplomacy contribute to deterrence by raising the cost to Beijing of deviating from a peaceful approach, a patient approach to the cross-strait situation. And I very much hope that both the current and the future leadership on Taiwan will be able to make rapid progress on both of those two tracks. And I look forward to hearing what my fellow panelists have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, for your remarks. And then next, I would like to invite the member, the Honorable Suzuki Keisuke, for your statement.
Oh, thank you, Chair, and good morning for all the distinguished guests. My name is Keisuke Suzuki. I'm the Japanese Member of Parliament of fifth term elected, and now I'm leading the project team on Taiwan issue in my party. So I'm very happy to be here, and I'll give you some of my thoughts. Well, so in last month, I visited Washington, D.C., Hanoi, and in this May, I visited Canberra also. Actually, what I felt was that, as President Tsai or the former Prime Minister Aso mentioned, in all the important key players, I think the perception of faith has changed. That was my impression. In all the town, including Tokyo and Taipei, I think that our feeling is that something could happen in Taiwan Strait or in Taiwan in foreseeable future. And it's very likely, becoming very likely vis-a-vis 2-3 years ago. That is our frank feeling. And so I'd like to make kind of the short presentation or touching upon how the global circumstances has changed. And then how the change of the character of Chinese regime is, and also of the invasion of Taiwan by Xi Jinping, and also like to touch upon how can you prevent the war situation here. So let me start by the change of the global circumstances. So I think that the key point should be the Russian invasion for Crimea in 2014, and also what happens in Hong Kong in 2020, and also what happens in Ukraine last year had been the whole turning point, I think. Before that, there had been a big perception gap between many key players, I thought. So in East Asia, like in Japan or other allies, I think that at the time, we usually treat China as a kind of the main potential threat and treat Russia as a kind of the counterbalance for that. And when I talk with European colleagues, their feeling is that their main threat had been Russia. And they sometimes, and many times, thought China as a kind of the counterbalance to main threat Russia. But I think that those three events had become a trigger to change that kind of the perception. And it really works positive to fill that kind of the perception gap between European allies and Asian allies. So we both are now thinking that both Russia, China can be the big threat for both of the country groups. And I do think that US had been thought that these two, both Russia and China, had been the main threat for our common values. But I think that European allies and Asian allies now get reached to the point that we share all the recognition of that context. And I think that works very positive now. And then let me start to talk about the change of what would be a change of the regime in PLC, the mainland China. I think that the key point would be the last year's Communist Party conference, the 20th Communist Party conference in China. This third term Xi Jinping regime is quite different from his first and second term or the previous regimes. So now the character of the Chinese regime become much more closer to a strong dictatorship situation. So it means that who would decide whether China would make an invasion of Taiwan or not? Well, who make a responsibility of that? It's now really concentrating on President Xi himself. That is a very big difference vis-a-vis several years ago, I think. So now he is the one who make a decision. So we need to make him convinced that the conquering Taiwan is very risky and costly for him. So I think that that kind of the change of the situation is very important to think about, I think. And in that context, maybe let me mention about what would be the driver for President Xi to make a kind of the invasion of Taiwan or the situation like that. Most of the people in this room understand that the Taiwan crisis could be clarified for the four stations mainly. One would be the full-scale invasion for Taiwan mainland and Taiwan territory, and the second would be the partial invasion for small islands in Taiwan Strait. And third would be the partial invasion for small islands in South China Sea. And fourth would be the economic blockade for Taiwan. Whichever case it would be, what would be the driver of President Xi to do that would be the matter, I think. And as I mentioned, now President Xi's regime is very closing to a kind of very strong dictatorship situation. So the point would be, he himself needs the legitimacy to govern the country. So the situation is very different from the democratic societies because he is not be elected, so that he could not be kicked off by the election, even if he makes some kind of failure. He would lose his, maybe his personal life, physical life, by the coup or the assassination in a case of kind of a failure or something. So he needs the strong legitimacy to govern the country. And we do analyze that Chinese leadership get its legitimacy to govern the country by, the first would be the delivering the will for the people. And that had been the main channel to keep its legitimacy. But that situation is now get weakened. The Chinese economic situation is now getting weaker and weaker. And maybe most of you recognize the demographic trend in China is now shifting for the declinement. And that's really the critical situation. My colleague, Mr. Nakanishi, is an economic specialist, so that I want him to add some comment in the last period of my presentation. But I do think that the loss of legitimacy channel of the economic channel would be the very important key driver for President Xi to proceed to the invasion of Taiwan. So it means that, as I said, Chinese leadership have the channel of the legitimacy, to get the legitimacy to govern the people by delivering the will for the people. But the second channel had been how to give the people a kind of image of the great China or the great Chinese Communist Party leader. And in many cases, the hawkish external policy helps this kind of the channel. So I mean that it could be said a kind of a trade-off. So once the economic situation getting worse and worse, and it became difficult for him to make people wealthier, he inevitably have to seek for the second legitimacy channel. That would be the big topic in thinking of the possibility or likelihood of the invasion of Taiwan by PLC. And the point would be, how can we prevent the war situation, and how likely the war situation would be the point, I think. So let me say that the deterrence would be the very important keyword in this context, as our former Prime Minister also mentioned. The deterrence means how to prevent the miscalculation by President Xi. In that context, how to make him understand how costly the challenge is very important factor, I do think. So maybe we need to make an effort in that context. One is, how can we prepare for the global economics without China? That would be a very painful option, but we need to make a kind of a preparation. So how to make supply chain more diversified would be very important, and how to lower the ratio of the reliance on China in the context of supply chain would be also very important. We faced kind of the painful situation by approaching for the global economy without Russia, but without China it's much painful, but we need to make a preparation for it. And that would be one of the factors that could make strengthen of the deterrence our power. And the second could be how the like-minded country like US or the Australia or India or other like-minded country, including Japan, can show the strong commitment for the protecting Taiwan's prosperity and freedom of the people in many contexts, including military context. That could be the very strong, the strong message for President Xi to understand that the challenge for conquering Taiwan would be very costly. And the third point would be, this is very important aspect, I think, as our Prime Minister, former Prime Minister also mentioned, how can Taiwanese people, yourself, can unite and show the power to protect the society and value in many contexts, including physical, military context. And the kind of our showing and sending a message to Xi Jinping in those factors could be the most important deterrence power to stop the war situation. And I'd like to conclude my presentation on this moment, but I would let Nakanishi-san to add some comment on current Chinese economic imbalance or the weakness. So, please.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Kenji Nakanishi. Since I used to work for JP Morgan for more than 20 years, I would like to make some comments on China's economy. My view is that the sentiment among consumers, institutions, and the market participants is pretty bad in China. You know, consumer and producer prices have fallen for the past 4 months. Consumer spending is very weak. In particular, housing market stands at the heart of the troubles, as construction has accounted for as much as a quarter of China's economy. Housing construction has particularly weak, and it has fallen nearly 23% in the first 6 months. Beijing has been taking some steps to revitalize economic growth, but many economists inside and outside China are quite skeptical of the effectiveness of the new measures. Consumer demand is weak. Total size of the borrowings, both public and consumer, is enormous. Total population declines and unemployment is high. So many people started to talk about deflationary risk in China. Once being caught in deflation, it takes very many years to get out, as we, Japan, has experienced. Looking forward, I believe that you should take into account the risk of China's economy being very weak and its potential impact to the rest of the world, and the geopolitical implication, because China may be inclined to take some extreme actions that they otherwise would not do. Thank you.
Well, so I'd like to conclude my presentation here. So I'd like to hand my mic to my colleagues. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, both DAI member Suzuki and Nakanishi. So next, I'd like to invite Lavina Lee for your comments.
Thank you very much. This is on, right? Yeah. Good morning. I wanted to start first by thanking the Prospect Foundation and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for inviting me to this very important forum. As the only Australian panellist here, I'd like to give you an Australian perspective on the situation across the Taiwan Strait. In the first half of 2023, Australia's new Labor government announced both the results of a 6-month review of defence capability, posture and preparedness, the Defence Strategic Review, as well as revealing the optimal pathway by which Australia would acquire and jointly build 8 nuclear-powered submarines under the AUKUS partnership from around 2033 onwards. Both of these policy developments represent the outcomes of a significant reassessment of the risk of major conflict in our region, going from a remote risk in 2016 to an unlikely but less remote risk in 2020, to the current view that the strategic risks Australia now faces are radically different to those of the previous 80 years, and that timely warning of a major attack cannot be relied upon, and that it must now prepare itself for the possibility of being involved in conflict in our region with urgency, including through accelerated capability development. The 2023 Defence Strategic Review reaffirms that Australia should protect our territory using a defensive strategy of deterrence by denial. It also recommends cost-efficient, long-range and lethal strike capabilities be acquired, not only to deter attacks against the Australian continent, but also to contribute to collective actions against an advanced military enemy should a war break out. In addition, Australia is working with the United States to enhance US force projection by serving as a logistics hub and making important contributions to the sharing of signals intelligence. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese explained Australia's focus on deterring conflict very clearly in his address to the Shangri-La Dialogue this year. And he said, "In boosting our nation's defence capability, Australia's goal is not to prepare for war, but to prevent it through deterrence and reassurance and building resilience in the region, doing our part to fulfil the shared responsibility all of us have to preserve peace and security, and making it crystal clear that when it comes to any unilateral attempt to change the status quo by force, be it in Taiwan, the South China Sea, the East China Sea or elsewhere, the risk of conflict will always far outweigh any potential reward." So the risk of major conflict in the Taiwan Strait has clearly now been elevated in Australian strategic thinking and also in our defence planning. In my view, the possibility of China using force to seize Taiwan will be at its highest in the approximately 5 years leading up to 2030. That Taiwan is increasingly identified as the most likely theatre of conflict leading up to 2030 is due to, one, domestic political dynamics, especially the personal political interests and ambitions of President Xi Jinping. 2, the likely advances in Chinese amphibious capabilities. 3, the existence of a significant military capability and preparedness gap in the PLA's favour, which will only narrow and be reversed from around 2030 onwards. The above documents and policies speak to Australia's desire to contribute to collective deterrence efforts. In particular, they raise the importance and urgency of strategies and capabilities to deter China in a narrow window of time. The individual and collective ability to inflict military costs on China is a key element of deterrence. However, exclusive focus on the military dimension is inadequate when it comes to the issue of deterrence. This is a shortcoming in both policy and commentary. As with every regime, the Chinese Communist Party's decision to use force will be a political decision based not only on military calculations, but also on non-military ones. And these include the impact on regime security and the personal interests and related calculations of Xi Jinping. Now, the point is that denial and cost imposition strategies must also include non-military means. These non-military strategies ought to be better integrated or better aligned with military approaches. Failure to do so will lower the prospects for successful Australian and collective deterrence efforts leading up to 2030. There is existing work on non-military cost imposition strategies focused on the Taiwan issue, even if these are less developed than the military discussions. Much of the existing work is on identifying some non-military costs, example, economic, diplomatic, institutional, and reputational, that can be imposed on China should it choose the path to war. One of the great lessons of Ukraine is the failure to signal a firm resolve to impose broad-based economic, financial, and diplomatic sanctions on Russia in the lead-up to its invasion. Putin may well have thought more carefully had he known what an international pariah his country would become, or how it would relegate his country to being China's junior partner. In the case of deterring an attack on Taiwan, it must be made clear to Beijing that it must make a choice between national rejuvenation and taking Taiwan by intimidation or force, but it cannot have both. More could be done now to increase and support Taiwan's international relevance to counter China's efforts to restrict Taiwan's interaction with the world. For example, the greater a Taiwanese economic role and presence in the world, the more prosperous Taiwan becomes and the more resources it will have then to defend itself. Ever more comprehensive engagement with Taiwan by more countries will mean that the risk and costs for China to contemplate military action increases. This must include support for Taiwan's membership of international organizations where statehood is not a requirement for accession, renewed efforts to form bilateral trade agreements, and Taiwan's accession to the CPTPP, which directly counters China's ability to use economic levers of coercion. Now, in making these suggestions, we need to give much more thought to assessing which non-military costs would have the greatest deterrent effects and on the CCP and why. Answering this question requires greater understanding and analysis of the CCP's domestic interests, its political economy, its external non-military vulnerabilities, and linking military and non-military cost imposition strategies to the former elements. Finally, there is very little existing work done on how one might think of a strategy of denial vis-à-vis China. For example, and in a military and non-military context, how would one deny China from achieving its objectives even if Beijing is confident that it can forcefully seize Taiwan at acceptable cost? What is China's vision of victory after a successful seizure of Taiwan? And how do we deny that vision to China even in the event of a successful PLA military campaign? We must persuade Beijing that the seizure of Taiwan will not result in the US retreating from Asia, and that key Asian states will not meekly accept a hierarchical Chinese political and economic order in Asia. Indeed, we must persuade China that any military action against Taiwan will be a disaster for China, regardless of whether its military objectives in the Taiwan Strait are achieved or not. Now, this might include regional rearmament, which will make China less secure, and a more extreme form of economic and technological decoupling, which will devastate the Chinese economy. Far from contemplating the sacrifice of Taiwan, my argument is that persuading China that any attempted seizure of Taiwan, regardless of the outcome, heralds the beginning of immense and growing troubles for the CCP, which might even precipitate an existential political crisis for the Communist Party. In my country, and I suspect in yours and others around the region, there are persistent voices arguing the futility of resisting China's inevitable dominance and urging accommodation now to gain more favourable terms. Such thinking necessarily involves the sacrifice of a thriving exemplar of democracy in Asia. This is morally unjust, poor strategy, and contrary to one's own national interests. Conflict in the Taiwan Strait, much less Chinese success, all of this is not preordained. If China and Xi Jinping want to realise the China dream of becoming a fully developed and accepted global leader, then we must make sure to signal to him that using force to seize Taiwan will destroy that China dream, be a disaster for China, and catastrophic for him and his leadership of the Communist Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Lamina Lee, for your remarks. And then next, I'd like to invite Admiral Karambir Singh for your statement. Thank you.
Ni hao, ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly honored to be part of this very prestigious Ketagalan Forum. And in the time allotted, I thought I'll share my views on three things. One, what is the present global security situation or scenario? Second, and why the tense situation in Taiwan Straits is so critical to the globe, the region, and India. And finally, just recommend a way ahead how we could navigate this rather complex situation across the straits. So I'll begin by saying that what we witnessed today is a world caught in a situation which seems self-defeating and reminiscent of the Cold War era, perhaps even more worrisome. COVID and its aftermath, the Ukraine conflict, the ensuing financial crisis, several flashpoints, especially in the Indo-Pacific, and all these exacerbated by a fierce geopolitical confrontation have left, I think, no region or country untouched. And here, I think Taiwan Straits, the South China Sea, East China Sea, are turning into one of the epicenters in this geopolitical confrontation, with Taiwan as the most probable flashpoint. Also, if you look at the spectrum of interstate relations, we have cooperation at one end, which is the benign end, and as we move to the right, we have degrees of coexistence, competition, contestation, confrontation, and culminating in conflict. Unfortunately, today we seem to be at the confrontation end of the scale, very close to the conflict end. And we can see a fracturing world, jostling and for influence, and leveraging for influence and geostrategic space. This is being witnessed globally. And events, to my mind, what has happened in the last 2 years threaten to split the globe into two. Just like Abraham's Accord was largely founded on the antipathy to Iran and its policies, a coalition of China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea seems to be forming on the antipathy to the policies of the West and the US. And in addition to not only the power blocks, there are also moves to form to trade blocks, to financial systems, to currency blocks, to payment systems. So I think developing countries, and there are several in the Indo-Pacific, struggling to move up the income ladder, should not be forced to choose between two systems. And of course, great power competition, as is natural, has spilled over to the waters of the Indo-Pacific, and these affect security, especially maritime security. For India, like all other countries, most countries, heavily depend on the seas. 95% of our trade by volume is through the seas. And if India aspires to grow to a 5 trillion economy by 2025 or developed nation status by 2047, it has to reach out to the world through the seas. And geopolitical strife, as reflected in the Ukraine conflict, which has spilled over to the seas with adverse effect on food, fertilizer, and fuel, and the potential for conflict in the Taiwan Straits, hurts this aspiration in India. So that much for the global situation. Coming to the situation in the Taiwan Straits, I think here the prestige and interest of two large powers, US and China, are directly at stake. China considers this merger an unfinished agenda and the true beginning of the Chinese century. The US regard, and rightly so, regard Taiwan as an example of democratic resilience against authoritarianism and a symbol of the free world. And geopolitically, what happens in Taiwan Straits will have a major effect on the balance of power, not only in the West Pacific, but through the globe. It will shatter the first island chain and encirclement, be a big blow to US primacy in the Indo-Pacific if it goes the wrong way. And US will face a loss of global credibility. Also, in the event the conflict breaks out in the Taiwan Straits, it will certainly not be contained within the Straits, as has been mentioned by all the speakers, and will have serious geopolitical and economic consequences globally. And to my mind, much more serious than the effects of the Ukraine conflict. When I look at from India's point of view, a conflict in the Straits would have serious direct and second-order effects related to geopolitical and economic security. Because half of India's trade flows to its east in this direction. And disruption of global shipping will have an adverse effect. This shipping disruption will have consequential impact on supply chains on which key segments of Indian industry are heavily dependent. Disruption of semiconductor supplies, we all know, would potentially paralyze industry and lead to significant unemployment in our country. And of course, when we talk of undersea cables, the critical infrastructure sabotage, like disruption of submarine cables, where Taiwan is an important hub, will have an adverse impact on the flow of critical data. And geopolitically too, as I mentioned, there's serious fallouts for India depending on how the conflict pans out. So given what I've just said, what do we do in this fracturing, uncertain world? And how do we navigate this grave and complex situation that we are confronted with? Our nations need to exist and compete in this reality without getting sucked into this ongoing negative spiral of great power contestation, the Cold War mentality that sometimes drowns out rationality. As far as India is concerned, it has chosen not to get embroiled in this great power confrontation by focusing on its core interests and through building strategic autonomy, not through non-alignment as in the past, but through multi-alignment, engagements, issue-based convergences, and cooperation. Yet, having said that, I'd hasten to add that a world dominated by certain countries is definitely not good for us. And the standoff at the Sino-Indian line of actual control, which is now in the third year running, it has been an inflection point that has sharpened India's competitive instincts vis-a-vis China. Also, we see Chinese belligerence and intimidatory use of hard power. That leaves India disconcerted. Look at the way their playbook in South China Sea. And we in India definitely do not want this replicated elsewhere. So therefore, my proposition today is that we all need to work together to prevent the situation from the Taiwan Straits from turning into a crisis, from a crisis into a conflict. And how do we do this? And to my mind, I've got three propositions. One, we need to prevent destabilization of the region. Second, build power ballast amongst the middle powers and the global south to make sure that, I'll elucidate on that. And thirdly, and very importantly, preserve the balance of the power on the side of the free liberal world. So as far as preventing destabilization of the region goes, I think India's stand post the Chinese aggression, post Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan is illustrated, and I'll quote, India urged all parties towards exercise of restraint, avoidance of unilateral actions to change the status quo, de-escalation of tensions, and efforts to maintain peace and stability in the region, unquote. And this perhaps, to my mind, is the way to go. With jostling between great powers, as we've been witnessing in the Straits in the recent past, runs this danger of escalation that may lead to avoidable conflict. And adding to that, previously was the breakdown of communication channels between the US and China. Fortunately, they've been partially restored. So to my mind, any action by anybody could, which could potentially destabilize the Straits needs to be discouraged. On my second point, to be taken seriously in a world that respects power, we like-minded nations need to build collective power ballast to be able to call out any action by any nation that disregards rule-based order, as well as call out any infringement to the rule-based system. And here I think we need to bring the global south on board by driving home to them the adverse impacts and consequences of a Taiwan crisis to their economy and security. This is extremely important because it's the poorer developing countries that bear the brunt of the hardships consequent to a conflict. So as a collective of nations that includes the global south, then we could apply pressure as necessary to ensure that the Taiwan situation does not escalate into a conflict. And my last point may be slightly different from Suzuki-san's point, is that regarding preserving the balance of power on the side of the liberal world. If one studies the official pronouncements, media articulations and white papers from China, they have progressively ratcheted up the issue of national reunification in tandem with their increasing comprehensive national power heft. The Chinese white paper of 1993 on the Taiwan question and reunification of China, sought to emotionally link, emotional was the underlying word, link the origin of Taiwan question to China being subjected to aggression, dismemberment and humiliation by foreign powers during the last century. The tone, tenor and language of the white paper was almost entreating, seeking the understanding of the world towards Beijing's interpretation of the vexed issue and its justification for reunification. China was then headed by President Jiang Zemin and had a GDP of less than $500 billion US dollars. Immediately after Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, China released another white paper, the Taiwan question and China's reunification in the new era in August 2022. And this white paper stated that China had undergone historic transformation in the intervening 2 decades, and the rejuvenated China of the new era considered this time as a new starting point for reunification. And their hard line was quite evident from the blunt statement, which is, and I'll quote, "We will always be ready to respond with the use of force or other necessary means to interference by external powers." So when you compare these two white papers, it provides an insight on the evolving aggressiveness of China's intent vis-a-vis Taiwan. And it's quite apparent that a contemporary China under Xi Jinping, with a GDP exceeding $17.5 trillion and having diplomatic relations with 181 countries based on one China policy principle, it believes now that it is moving towards the right moment for attempting reunification. So in the past, the differential between the US and the China was large and may have held China back from using force. But today the CNP gap between US and China has narrowed. And it is my belief that China will act against Taiwan when it believes that the balance of power is in China's favor. And it's therefore important that we work to ensure that this balance of power does not shift. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Amaro, for your remarks. And the last but not the least, I would like to invite my friends, Dr. Chen Mingqi, also the CEO of the important think tank INDSR of Taiwan, for your statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lai. So nice to be your friend, and so honored to be invited to this very important forum. In the following discussion, I would like to answer 3 questions. First, the source and the nature of the current tension in the Taiwan Strait. Second, why a Taiwan contingency is a global contingency. And third, what's the implication of the war in Ukraine for Taiwan and like-minded countries? First, a few would now contend that the tensions are rising in the Taiwan Strait and in China is responsible for them. China, along with Russia, North Korea, and Iran, are the threat to the rule-based global order. Under Xi Jinping, China is not only becoming more repressive at home, but aggressive abroad as well. A revisionist power, a regime that believes the East is rising and the West is declining, and vow to exploit the great changes unseen for a century. China would no longer hide its ambition to project influence and control beyond its border. It refused to condemn Russia for its so-called special military operation in Ukraine. It unilaterally changed the status quo in the Taiwan Strait when it held large-scale military drills, one in last August and one in April this year. Its coast guards tailed and harassed Japanese and Filipino counterparts in Diaoyutai and the second Thomas Shore. Last but not least, its long-standing aggression in the South China Sea disturbs regional stability. A Taiwan Strait is a global, a Taiwan contingency is a global contingency for the following 3 reasons. First, geopolitical. Taiwan is at the forefront of China's plan for global expansion. Taking over Taiwan will give China access to the first and second island chains, so that China can tilt the global balance of power. Second is about global supply chain security. China's rising aggressions pose great harm to global economy, which is important to the worldwide prosperity. If a military conflict occurs in the Taiwan Strait, which handle the traffic of more than 80% of the largest containers annually, the global supply chain will be interrupted, affected not only Taiwan, but also the entire world. Third is about democratic values. China poses challenge to democratic governance as a political system, and the freedom as a fundamental value for human beings. Taiwan, at the front line of the fight for democracy and freedom, is exposed to China's persistent hybrid threats. China sends war planes, frigates, and the drone to harass the sea and the airspace around Taiwan, to intimidate Taiwanese public. It weaponized Taiwan's freedom and democracy to conduct political influence operations and the disinformation campaigns. China's goal is to create division within Taiwan, to make Taiwanese public lose confidence in its government and the political system. To paraphrase Sun Tzu, China's goal is to subdue Taiwan without fighting. According to many studies, China and Russia are actively employing similar tactics in the world to destroy democracies from within. The Taiwan Strait security dynamics resonate with the one in Ukraine. The Ukrainians have told us Taiwanese that the key is a fierce will to fight. We need to build up our own strength to deter our enemy. Recently, Taiwan has bolstered its military through various means, including extending conscription from 4 months to 1 year, increasing military budget, strengthening our military training, and upgrading our military hardware. This is the strategy of deterrence. At the same time, we have a strategy of reassurance. Taiwan has tried very hard to maintain the status quo in the Taiwan Strait. Taiwan has not been provocative, nor has it acted rashly to escalate confrontation. Taiwan seeks to resolve cross-strait difference through dialogue and promotes healthy and orderly exchange across Taiwan Strait. Besides, the war in Ukraine also showed the importance of coalition. Ukraine would not have sustained without the help from the international community. Facing a revisionist power with intention to subvert the global order, it is imperative for the like-minded countries to come together and to send a clear and unified voice to China that Taiwan is not alone. So, China would think twice before any military adventure. Taiwan's security matters. We saw how a revisionist state like Russia unsettled the regional stability and the global peace by invading its democratic neighbor. China, a great learned state, a digital learned state, yet with a strong opportunistic tendency, also learned from the war in Ukraine and how to avoid the mistake Russia made. But at the same time, China will take whatever chance it has whenever Taiwan is weak, whenever our coalition is fragile. Weakness is provocative, and if we democracies are divided, we will all be conquered, one after another. And Xi Jinping will achieve his goal of the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Let me reiterate, a Taiwan contingency is a global contingency. By standing with Taiwan, the world is actually safeguarding its own supply chain, its own national interest, and our shared value. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chen Ji, for your remarks. I know that we have less than 30 minutes, so before I begin to open to the floor for your questions, I probably will just abuse myself as the moderator, so I just begin with my question first. But I just give you time to contemplate, and because I'll collect several of them so that you could answer all of them together. Thank you. I think both Daniel and Lavina, both of you pointed out the importance of the diplomacy, especially in terms of how to deter China and make China understand the cause is not just about the military, but also the diplomacy is important. And I also like to share with you that diplomacy also has an effect about that even at this time, that it could embolden, well, basically sustain the morale of the Taiwan democratic society and to deter the Chinese narrative that Taiwan is abandoned by the whole world and no one is going to come to Taiwan's help, so that the demoralizing factor will come in. So that's why I said the diplomacy, as you pointed out, is very important. Then the issue is that how exactly that we could do about it, especially Lavina, you particularly talk about, I think that's a U.S. positions, and then gradually become the G7 position. That is in terms of the Taiwan's international organization participation. I believe this came from Obama first, that you will support Taiwan to enter the international organization where the membership, the statehood is not a requirement for the membership, but will support Taiwan meaningful participation where the statehood is a requirement for the membership. And then how exactly we're going to do with those, are we able to even create some global institutions in which Taiwan can actually have a meaningful participation and active contribution to those forums? So that's the issue, the number one. And also I'd like to ask our other member, Suzuki, that I think you rightly, and also with the Nakanishi, both of you pointed out the issue about the Chinese decline. And I think probably the wider issue is not just about how the decline of China that will cause a problem and external behavior toward Taiwan. It's basically how we're going to collectively manage the decline of China. Especially when the Admiral Kamabir talks about the Taiwan White Paper last year issued by China. I believe it is China at that time still believed that it is in the rise, that the decline of the West, the rise of the East is still in the offing in that calculation. But this year it's been completely different. So the issue about how to manage the decline of China, and I think that's a question I'd like to pose to you. Although we know that probably a weakening China will tend to take more aggressive actions to the external environment, and not just about Taiwan, but also to other countries. But the fundamental issues about the managing the decline in China, that is probably will also be very important. So I'd like to ask you. And then the Admiral, Ranbir, that probably you noticed that this morning's panel, we actually organized as a Quad Plus Taiwan. And I hope that you notice. And then the next question is that we know all the internationalization and the concern about the Taiwan security coming from whether US, Japan, US, Korea, the G7, EU. But we did not hear anything from Quad. So that the issue about the missing the role of a Quad, that already drives some concern within Taiwan about how this is developing. And we do understand that why India has these particular positions. So we are not asking India you to do something. But outside of the supporting within the Quad for the issue of Taiwan, what exactly you could think of what Taiwan, India, bilaterally or also multilaterally, we could work on for both the security of Taiwan and also for India? And also, what Taiwan can do for India's security? That is another question I'd like to ask you. So those are questions. And also, I just open to the floor. Anyone would like to ask question, please raise your hand and identify yourself. Okay, we have a gentleman there.
Hi, so my name is Ben Sando. I am a research fellow with Doublethink Lab, which is an NGO in Taiwan. I just want to ask a question related to the strategic question of deterrence, which was raised by our speakers here, especially the deterrence which can be applied by threatening economic sanctions at the level that have been applied on Russia. There seems to be a particular challenge in the case of Taiwan based on the US's long-term strategy of strategic ambiguity related to military engagement in Taiwan. So how can, and it also seems to be a problem that the more explicit the US makes its policy on economic sanctions to China, while also maintaining ambiguity on the military question, the more the potential to undermine the sort of argument that it could intervene in a military situation. So my question is, how can the US, as well as its partners, Japan, and others, how can they actually confidently convey a potential set of economic sanctions, discussing that in enough detail, while also maintaining the military strategic ambiguity? That's my question.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to collect probably some more. And then please, this gentleman here. And then yeah.
Thank you. I'm Major Bhadoria from USI India. My question is that Russia, very early in the war, had played their nuclear threat, and probably that was done with the view that Americans don't directly get involved. That's what the writings are. My question is, what in case China does the same thing? Because America would be participating in this war, they cannot avoid it. So what in case China does it right at the beginning, and how will the US then find itself in participating in the conflict in Taiwan Strait? Thank you.
Thank you. So I believe your question is addressed to Mr. Daniel Russell. Yeah, and then Dr. Ye Yaoyuan and our G-man and the lady back there. Yeah, after those three.
Hi, my name is Yaoyuan Ye. I'm a professor of international relations at the University of St. Thomas in Houston, Texas. So I enjoy all the thoughts and comments made by all the panelists. And I have a quite simple questions for all of you. You know, it is not deniable that the situations of the Taiwan Straits has become more intimidating, dangerous, or perhaps, if you say so, more war-prone. So, in response to this challenge, what would be your suggestion, policy suggestion, to the government of Taiwan right now right here, and perhaps something to be done before President Tsai Ing-wen finishes her terms by next year. So thank you.
Thank you. And then the next, yeah.
I'm Guermont Lillery. I'm a visiting scholar at NCCU. My question is pretty basic. Do you see the possibility of an expanded Quad, i.e. Adding South Korea, Canada, and other countries to create more challenges for China in dealing with a Taiwan Strait crisis? In other words, Japan has a great submarine capability, and so does South Korea. They both also have great shipbuilding capabilities. So this, could, for example, could help the U.S. And in the arena of submarines, the U.S. and Britain have 35 nuclear-powered submarines that are going to be retired in the next 10 years. And if these nuclear-powered, not nuclear-armed, nuclear-powered submarines were to be, let's say, loaned to South Korea and Japan, and perhaps other countries, this would also create a hell of a problem for China. So that's my question. Expanded AUKUS. Thank you.
Thank you for the extended Quad issue, although I also wish Taiwan to be part of it. Okay, next. Then after this lady, then I'll ask the floor.
My name is Jessica Wu. I am with Radio Taiwan International. My question is, should the U.S. declare strategic clarity or should it stick with strategic ambiguity? And what are the consequences of this action? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So I like to ask our panel to answer some of the questions. I think, Daniel, you said that probably our gentleman's question, you are not that clear in understanding. Would you like to rephrase it? Would you like to rephrase your question again? Yeah, because apparently you're asking Daniel, yeah.
Can I have the mic?
Yeah, yes. They are going to send it to you.
All right. What I said was that right in the beginning of the Ukraine war, I think President Putin had threatened that he'll use the nuclear weapons, right? Now what happens in case China does the same thing right in the beginning of the conflict? How will USA find itself? Because they have to intervene, their forces have to come in. So how will that threat work out for you?
Okay. Mr. Russell, would you like to answer those questions and others?
Sure. A lot of questions. In the Obama administration, where I worked, we made a concerted effort to try to create international space that allowed Taiwan to participate in ways that are appropriate, institutions and formats that don't have statehood as a requirement, for example. But with Beijing's increased footprint and influence in international organizations and the deadlock between the West and China-Russia, as we've seen, not only in the UN Security Council, not only in the World Health Organization, but elsewhere. I think now the strategy has to be to avoid putting Taiwan in a position where it has to, on bended knee, ask Beijing's permission to participate. And that's why things like the GCTF or other kind of informal, non-institutional formats for cooperation are so valuable. And we think that there is plenty of room now in this decade for ad hoc mini-laterals. And so the issue of the Quad or Quad expansion came up, the issue of AUKUS expansion came up. The Quad itself and AUKUS itself were kind of purpose-fit creations, mini-laterals that were designed for a purpose and for a specific set of membership. It's always possible to have +1 type arrangements, partnerships. And I'm certainly in favor of creating more options and opportunities for Taiwan in that respect. But not everything has to fit into the format of the Quad. It wouldn't be the Quad if it had 5 or 6 or 7 members. We can invent arrangements that suit the membership and the obligation, the need. Strategic ambiguity is a misnomer. It isn't strategic and it's not ambiguous. What it means, very simply put, is that in the US system, the commander-in-chief, the President of the United States, gets to make the decision about how, whether, when, in what format the US military will be deployed. That's true everywhere. In the case of NATO, there is a clear-cut Article 5 commitment. An attack on one is an attack on all and requires a response. But what that response is, and by the way, similarly, the US-Japan Defense Treaty, the US-ROK Defense Treaty, leaves to the President of the United States, to the US national procedures, the final decisions about how, when, and so on. No PLA general operates under the delusion that they can launch a military action against Taiwan without US intervention. I guarantee you that every PLA plan stipulates that the US will intervene. Military planners have to assume that. So I don't think there's anything lost. In this day and age, for the president to make an exception and to forego his right to make a decision in the event and announce today, apropos of nothing, no matter what, if there was any military action by the PRC against Taiwan, the United States would take active defensive actions. What does that really gain us when that is already China's starting point? I think it's in the category of a double dare that would create a dynamic in which China seeks to prove that the US won't or can't fulfill that promise. I also don't see any handicap or problem from strategic ambiguity in terms of the use of US military force, and on the other hand, being able to signal convincingly to Beijing that there would be huge economic consequences to the Chinese side were they to take military action. What's needed is what we are collectively doing, which is to create alternatives, to give ourselves economic options, to diversify manufacturing and supply chains such that China knows that we could opt out of the dependency on China for critical minerals or other inputs. And that does serve as an important deterrent. The bluster of Putin in Ukraine about the possibility of using battlefield tactical nuclear weapons doesn't strike me as the Chinese style. A threat by the Chinese government to use nuclear weapons would have immense reverberations around the world. It would be devastating to China's efforts to build itself as a fundamentally peace-loving nation that doesn't have war in its DNA, as Chinese officials like to say. And it wouldn't make a difference in the real world, given the unimaginable consequences of nuclear exchange between China and the United States. So I don't think that presents a unique problem.
Thank you. And Suzuki, please.
Oh, well, about the US strategic ambiguity question, I'm very happy to hear Daniel's comment. Actually, it's really important to show that kind of commitment, and how to send that kind of message for President Xi is quite important in the context of the deterrence. And also about Japan's position in the context is that in a military drill just after the visit of the Speaker Pelosi last year, the 5 missiles out of 9 missiles launched by PLA has landed to the EEZ of Japanese EEZ. It means that the situation that happens something on Taiwan is immediately and directly the Japanese, our own national security issue. So that Japan is seriously communicate with US, Taiwan about how we can make a practical commitment in each occasions. And well, about the economic sanctions, our story, I think that what is important is that how to make economic sanction workable is very important, I think. So suppose each corporate don't prepare for it. In case government decide to make an economic sanction, those corporate side, if they are not preparing for it, there could be the very strong objection for that. And that is not a good idea to make the deterrence much workable. So what we need to do is that to not ask directly, but to make corporate understand how to minimize its vulnerability for the expected Chinese, military, commitment situation. So how to minimize the risk or the vulnerability in their own supply chain, that kind of the effort is quite important in the context, I think. And about the how to manage declining China, that's basically the Beijing issue. So President Xi have to work hard on it. But what we need to do is that, of course, the kind of confusion of the collapsion or the too-weak China certainly make a negative effect on outside world. So that we need to avoid that kind of situation. At the same time, what is important is that, as I told, don't make that kind of the economic declinement as a kind of leverage to use the force on Taiwan. That is a very important story, I think. So maybe that's my part, I think. Yeah.
Thank you. And Lavina?
Thank you. So I didn't have a pen, so I hope I remember all of the questions that were directed to me. I think the first question that you raised was the importance of diplomacy and deterrence. I think the major point that I wanted to make was more that currently I think there seems to be a bit too much of a separation between the non-military and the military, and that there's not enough integration or alignment between those two strategies, that they should be better aligned. So things like Taiwan's accession or membership of the WHO shouldn't be seen as a peripheral issue, that it is actually part of a broader deterrence strategy aligning non-military and military deterrence, because it is shrinking Taiwan's ability to have an international platform, to contribute, but also to have a say. Now, I think on the first basis, that problem of non-alignment is quite consistent along a lot of countries that even profess to be supporting Taiwan and seek to support Taiwan. And I'm not saying that my own country is not deficient in a lot of ways, that there should be more of an alignment between what our foreign ministries do and what our defence ministries do. It should be a whole of government type appeal. Now, I think your suggestion of utilising newer institutions or creating new institutions is a good one. The Quad has already been mentioned a couple of times. I'm of the view that the Quad is still quite new. It's got 10 working groups. All of those working groups are working hard, but in many respects they haven't really come up with a lot of big bang initiatives that would really grab people yet. And I'm saying yet. I'm sure it's going to happen soon, but I think there might be some working groups within the Quad that could encompass Taiwan's participation based on the strengths of the Taiwanese economy, your voice in digital transformation, in cybersecurity, standard setting. The Quad is all about standard setting. So there's many avenues in which Taiwan could be part of a Quad setting. But I think governments would want to not just include Taiwan in some of those conversations, but to add other countries along with it, for it to be a message, but not too obvious a message in some ways. Now, I might address a question that wasn't addressed to me. And one of those was the question about nuclear. Now, we know that China has always said that they have a purely defensive nuclear capability. It's purely for defensive purposes. They adhere to a minimum deterrent. They adhere to a no first use. Now, we might all start to be a little bit skeptical of some of those things given the advances in China's nuclear modernization in the last few years, and we have the Pentagon's reports that come out every year talking about the prospect of China having 1,000 nuclear weapons by 2035. Now, I think in this first time frame, the 2025 to 2030 time frame, I think we should be cognizant of that possibility that you mentioned, that the use of a coercive threat might be, they might think it's effective to stop other countries from coming to Taiwan's aid. But I think at this point in time, the United States would be firmly of the view that it is still on the ascendancy and that it would be foolish for China to escalate. So those kinds of signals are being sent now, I think, through America's response to Ukraine, and the similar signal will be sent, I think, in a Taiwan Straits conflict. I'm confident of that in this time frame, but if we're talking about 2035 and beyond, then we might have to think differently.
Thank you. And then Merle?
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Lai, you had asked me about Quad making statements or putting out a statement. Each individual country has done that. And India, after a long time, also, post Nancy Pelosi's visit, Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit, did come up with the statement condemning this and asking for restraint in the Taiwan Straits. So, there's a lot of expectations from Quad. But I think an important thing that we must remember is that there's a subtle, or not even subtle, there's a major difference between confrontation and containment. So we have to figure out what strategy we want to adopt, and that's what I was at pains to explain. And if you see the Quad's direction, it's mainly on providing public goods, but providing an alternative to the GDI, to the GSI, to various other, which have also got security implications. Like you said, that military and non-military are not really, but actually if you look at Quad, it is in effect addressing the major security challenges, whether it is maritime domain awareness for us, or the IPEF, which is on as an alternative to GDI, GSI, and the PRI, whether it is climate change, vaccine, critical technology, cyber security. These are the areas that we are addressing. The whole aim is that you are able to create an alternative which finally contains any inimical power. So I think we must look at it from that point of view, rather than going headlong into confrontation. So that is something that I would like to leave you with this idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Merle. And then Dr. Chen Mingqi, I'm sorry that you only have probably 90 seconds. Would you like to add some thought? Thank you.
Okay, just one thought. Coalition building is important, but we are running against time. If the window, the frame of window of opportunity is so limited, so we need to take some action right now. The action I suggest is that let the PLA feel the pressure. They are now running a war of attrition against Taiwan. They have a frequent incursion into our airspace, and as well as the water. I think it's take not only Taiwan to meet that challenge. It also, I think, by increasing the military presence in this area is the best guarantee for a deterrence that a Taiwan contingency will not happen. So now it's almost like 1 month. Every month we'll see some American Navy vessel sail through transit the Taiwan Strait. I think more countries should be encouraged to do that. After all, this is should be Taiwan Strait should be international water. Should keep it open and free of navigation. That's very important. So more countries doing that, I think we will be all better off. That's it.
Thank you. Just right on time. Okay, Suzuki, please.
Just one brief comment. So the question of what we expect for the Taiwan government, right? So our position is that whoever take the presidential position from next year, so we expect the new president to make the Taiwanese people unite and fight to protect, in many contexts, fight to protect this country's freedom and values. And what like-minded countries should do is to show the commitment and preparing for the many cases. And the former Prime Minister Aso's visit to Taiwan is one of that message. So thank you.
Thank you, Suzuki. Okay, yeah.
Before I sound too placatory, we've got the Malabar series of exercises, where we're building in great interoperability and going step by step into higher end of operation and warfare. So if there is a contingency or there's a challenge, definitely exercises like Malabar will help the 4 navies or the 4 nations to respond to that.
Yeah, thank you, especially the offering the Malabar exercise as the good coordination body, especially in the issue of the tank contingency. And also, Suzuki, for your suggestion and recommendations. Without further ado, I have to conclude this morning session. Please join with me in thanking our great panelists for giving us great food for thought, and then we are going to enjoy the food actually for our stomach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please thank Dr. Lai and all our panelists for a wonderful session. Thank you very much. You may return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for lunch and keynote speech. Please note the next session, panel 2, will begin at 2:10 in the afternoon. And may I also remind you to return the simultaneous interpretation device outside of this hall. 各位来宾，在此提醒您，如果有借用同步翻译口译设备的来宾，请至我们的场外归还口译设备，并领取您的证件。May I remind you that all the participants with a round sticker on your badge, please follow our staff in the back to the luncheon ballroom. And also remember to take your personal belongings and valuables with you at all times. Thank you and see you later. 测试。1、2、3。测试1，有了，谢谢，谢谢。
test 有了。
Ladies and gentlemen, our luncheon will begin shortly. May I invite all of you to please be seated. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our luncheon will begin shortly. May I invite all of you to be seated. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our luncheon will begin shortly. May I invite all of you to please be seated. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our luncheon speaker, the Honorable Andrus Ansip, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia and member of the European Parliament, and the host of this session, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Dr. Royal Chong Lee. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our speaker. Welcome. Please take a seat. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, warmest welcome to our luncheon today. Please enjoy the delicacies we've prepared for you. Our luncheon speech will begin at 12:50. Welcome, please take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now begin to enjoy the luncheon. Please enjoy the lunch. Our speech will begin at 12:50. So before the speech, please enjoy the meal. Thank you very much. Welcome. You may enjoy the delicacies we prepared for you. Enjoy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our luncheon speech will begin shortly. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our luncheon speech will begin. Today we have our luncheon speech presented by the Honorable Andrus Ansip, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia and member of the European Parliament. To begin, please first welcome Deputy Minister of the Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China, Taiwan, Dr. Roy Chong-Lee, to introduce our speaker. Welcome.
Oh, thank you very much. I hope you have enjoyed the morning session, the food that we have prepared for you, and also I want to get you ready to enjoy the keynote speech by the Honorable Andrus Ansip. It's been my privilege to introduce Honorable Ansip to you as our, let me just hold this, as our keynote speaker for this luncheon. Honorable Mr. Ansip is currently a member of the European Parliament, and he was the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia between the year 2005 and year 2014. And that makes him one of the longest serving elected political leader in European Union. In his 9 years of prime ministership, he has transformed Estonia to become a thriving digital society that until today are recognized and considered as one of the best examples of how a small country can harness the power of technology to continue not only economic growth, but also to promote social and regional inclusiveness. Prime Minister Ansip, during his tenure as the Prime Minister of Estonia, under his leadership, he continued the efforts on transforming Estonia's public service into what we understand today as the e-Estonia. Many of the digital services, public services offered by the government. Now, last night I was thinking, well, all this looks quite normal nowadays, right? Everybody got digital signatures. Everybody have a digital ministry, including Taiwan, to promote digital government. But let's recall this. All these efforts under Prime Minister Ansip's leadership took place before even iPhone is available. The first iPhone went into market in the second half of the year 2008. And all the efforts that Estonia, under Prime Minister Ansip's leadership, took place several years before that. We can't imagine our life before iPhone. I was trying last night very hard, but I can't remember anything about that. I can't now live without iPhone. But that is the time when Estonia take this leadership in transforming the government into an e-government, e-based government. That is the time when people are still preferring to read everything on a paper-based document. You need to see the real stamp on your documents. You need to vote in person, and everything is paper-based. And Estonia is already taking the leadership to transform its public sector into a digital base. And many of the practices until today are still considered as one of the best practices, especially for developing countries to follow suit. And for that, I really want to underscore Prime Minister Ansip's contribution. The benefits of his efforts went beyond just Estonia. It created benefits not only for European Union, but also for Taiwan and other countries in the world. I think one of the inspirations for Taiwan to create the digital ministry came from the achievements that Estonia has been able to share with us in the last 20 years. during which Prime Minister Ansip spent 9 years to continue all these great efforts. Now, move from serving as the statesman of Estonia, Prime Minister Ansip was appointed as the Vice President of the EU Commission, and unsurprisingly, as the Commission of the Digital Single Market. In those new EU-level capacities, he continued to promote the awareness and development of digital transformation, harmonizing regulations and also remove other obstacles, but at the same time creating new rules and regulations that underpins a secured and a digital marketplace that consumer and business can do business with confidence. And now, as a member of the European Parliament, he is the vice chair of the Committee on Internal Market and also Consumer Protection. He also participates in the Committee on Innovation, Research and Energy. And also many of the intergroup delegations working on important issues such as artificial intelligence, not intellectual property. Probably he will be elaborating on that. Artificial intelligence, digital transformations, and also promoting the EU partnership with the Pan-African Parliamentary Group. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, please join me to welcome the Honorable Andrus Ansip to take the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Lee, for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, please once again welcome former Prime Minister Ansip to come up stage and deliver his speech. Welcome.
Ni hao. Honorable Deputy Minister Dr. Roy Chun Lee, Honorable Chairman Tan Sun Chen, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to this honorable dialogue and for your kind words introducing me. I'm indeed former this and that, but now I'm just a citizen of Europe who has been elected to the European Parliament, just one among 705 members. And of course, I'm not here as a Prime Minister or Vice President of the European Commission because I'm neither this nor that. Today, I want to share with you how my understanding of what is happening in the world has changed over time. Nowadays, whatever the official title of the conversation, people in Europe always talk about Ukraine. They talk about their security, but they also talk about the People's Republic of China and Taiwan. War has changed everything, and war has also changed the understanding of Taiwan for many people like myself. Small Estonia decided to follow one China policy in 1994. It was a pragmatic and self-centered decision. We could not afford a confrontation with two UN Security Council permanent members. Russia was unpredictable and dangerous for us even then, whereas Beijing declared that they respect the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and inviolability of borders of all countries, regardless of whether they are large or small. We believed their statements. The war in Ukraine has brought to the consciousness of many Estonians, but also other Europeans, how Beijing actually interprets its statements. China is claiming neutrality in this conflict, but is actually pro-Russian in its neutrality. China has not condemned Russia and has not withdrawn from their joint statement on no limits cooperation signed just before the start of the full-scale war. It has also accused NATO and countries that have provided support to Ukraine as warmongers. All this has made Europeans think deeply about Taiwan. European Union is the largest foreign investor in Taiwan, with more than a quarter of all foreign investment, with an investment stock of over $50.1 billion US. Taiwan and the EU are also important trading partners. Our bilateral trade is flourishing, reaching over 73 billion years in combined goods and services. The EU is Taiwan's fourth trading partner. In the European Union, all investments and all traders were treated equally. One could even say unpolitically. Everyone was welcome to the European Union market. Over time, Europeans began to understand that on our side, we allow anyone who wants to come to our liberal market without restrictions. But our entrepreneurs do not have such easy access when it comes to the market of the People's Republic of China. The People's Republic of China claimed that since they are a developing country, it is essential for them to protect their market. Thus, European companies were required to either establish a joint venture with a Chinese company, which also meant opening up their technological secrets, or simply to open up their technological secrets as a prerequisite for operating. The formal and informal restrictions to European companies, despite repeated promises to level the playing field, and the use of theft of intellectual property as a business model, only added to the fact that finally, even in Europe, reciprocity and investment screening began to be topical for us as an issue. In December 2018, at an ordinary press conference of the European Commission, a journalist asked me if Europeans should be concerned about Huawei. I replied, of course, we should be concerned. I referred to the 2017 intelligence law in China, which states clearly that all companies, regardless of whether they deal with hardware or software, must cooperate with Chinese security agencies and, what's more, not keep this cooperation secret. My statement was followed by a sharp reaction from both the Chinese embassy and Huawei, to be noted exactly in this order. The ambassador who visited my office claimed firmly that Huawei would not spy on Europeans. I said, not without some sarcasm, that I would still prefer to work with those who respect their domestic laws and are not ready to give them up as soon as it's no longer economically beneficial. Several European telecom operators were initially quick to confirm that they trust Huawei completely. But this was not the case for their customers and shareholders, and it led to the operators beginning to change their positions. National security issues in the European Union are the responsibility of member states and have not been given to the European Union's joint competence. But if a member state asks the European Commission to develop a common position, the Commission will certainly deliver. And member states asked for a joint position on Huawei and ZTE issues. This was natural because several capitals had come under strong pressure from Beijing. We agreed on a three-step approach. First, a risk assessment on the level of member states, then a risk assessment on the level of entire European Union, and finally, necessary mitigation measures, restrictions, and bans. And it worked. We were able to provide a European solution to problems that all member states were facing individually. This has now brought us to a situation where, at least in Northern Europe, all countries have firmly excluded Huawei or other Chinese vendors from building their 5G networks. The tensions around Huawei, in addition to the lack of reciprocity in relations with China, caused frustrations among Europeans. With the addition of pro-democracy protests in Hong Kong, human rights violations in Xinjiang, and the pandemic, Europeans became also more aware and seriously disturbed by disinformation and cyber attacks coming from China. Many people started to realize that China is a multifaceted information manipulation actor with a rich arsenal. Several takedowns of disinformation networks on global social media platforms were soon attributed to Chinese states. It also became very clear that Chinese information manipulation goes beyond just promoting a message. They also suppress voices and sources that would undermine China's official narrative, including by intimidating and harassing individuals inside the European Union. And these activities don't happen in isolation. They can be connected to other forms of interference, including cyber attacks or economic coercion. Microsoft announced on 11th of July this year that it had mitigated an attack by a China-based threat actor, Storm 0558, which targeted primarily government agencies in Western Europe and focuses on espionage, data theft, and credential access. This news was at the same time reassuring, but also seriously disturbing for Europeans. It is unfortunate that cyber attackers can improve their methods with every attack. But unfortunately, those who are under attacks do not share information with each other and therefore have to deal with the attack alone. I very much hope that Europe and Taiwan, together with other like-minded partners, will further intensify cooperation in the field of cybersecurity to make us all stronger. The full-scale war in Ukraine has forced European countries to pay more attention to cybersecurity and disinformation. War and the COVID-19 crisis have also made us think more about technological sovereignty. After the Second World War, it was decided to merge the economies of Germany and France. It was believed that if countries were heavily dependent on each other, there would be no tensions leading to war between them. There is a single internal market in Europe, economies are united, and there are no tensions that could lead to war between the member states. It was therefore natural to assume that if the merger of economy had a tension-relieving effect between the EU member states, then one could expect similar success from mutual dependence between Russia and the European Union. Unfortunately, the belief that Russia needs money from Europe as much as Europe needed Russian gas proved naive. Europe became dependent on Russian gas, but the money received from Europe did not change Russia's behavior. Neither did most of the money reach ordinary citizens in Russia. Instead, the bulk of it went to corrupt officials and businesses. We also know that the accumulated gas and oil revenues are now used by Russian war machine to kill innocent people in Ukraine. Instead of the hoped-for mutual dependence, Europe had fallen into one-sided dependence on Russian gas. We used last year to get rid of this dependency at considerable costs, but successfully. Of course, we should have done it faster. Unfortunately, there were no conclusions drawn from that in 2008 when Russia attacked Georgia, or in 2014 when Russia annexed Crimea. After the annexation of Crimea, the European Union's gas dependence on Russia actually doubled. The seriousness of the situation only reached Europeans with a full-blown war unleashed against Ukraine. The understanding that any deep one-sided dependence on someone is very dangerous also reached every citizen. The realization that Europe has become too dependent on strategic raw materials from the People's Republic of China led to the Critical Raw Materials Act in the European Union, put forward by the European Commission this May. I still remember when there were rare earth metal production plants in the West. The People's Republic of China was very determined over the years to buy them up and transfer the production to China. Where factories were closed, people applauded because this industry was heavily polluting. By now, the production of rare earth metals has been concentrated in the People's Republic of China. There are only a few factories producing rare earth metals outside of China, and one of them is located in Estonia. Critical raw materials cover much more than just rare earth metals. Critical raw materials are crucial inputs for our industries. Without secure access to them, we cannot deliver on the green and digital transition and cannot ensure our security. Global shift towards renewable energy and digitalization of our economies and societies rapidly increases demand for critical raw materials in the coming decades. Demand for the lithium used to manufacture batteries, for example, is expected to increase of up to 57-fold by 2050. The need for niobium used in the production of electric cars and wind turbines is also growing sharply. Niobium is mainly produced in Brazil, with the most of the production going to China. However, 20% of the global niobium production is done in Estonia, and this niobium goes primarily to America. Our proposal for the Critical Raw Materials Act includes several actions to reduce our massive dependencies and increase the production along the critical raw materials value chain. First, we set our benchmarks. By 2030, EU's extraction capacity should cover 10% of EU's consumption. Processing capacity should cover 40%, and recycling capacity covers 15% of the EU's consumption. No more than 65% of EU consumption of each strategic raw material should come from a single third country. China's recent statements about setting significant restrictions on the sale of gallium and germanium only reinforces the European Union's desire to achieve strategic autonomy in the production of critical raw materials. This will, of course, be done together with our like-minded democratic partners from across the world. We aim to do the same with the European Chips Act. While in cooperation with Taiwan, the EU's goal is to double and upgrade its chips production. Taiwanese investments into European chip industry are warmly welcomed. The war and the crisis have made Europeans think not only about strategic economy, but also about solidarity. I believe that many of us only now began to understand Taiwan's situation. The Russian attack on Ukraine has brought Taiwan into the hearts of many people. I regret that in my previous position, I have not made enough effort to strengthen my country's economic relations with Taiwan. I regret that we have not made enough effort to develop cultural ties and cooperation in the medical field, that we have not tried to strengthen our people-to-people relations and develop tourism. As digital pioneers, Estonia and Taiwan would be natural partners in digital cooperation. Estonia's economy has grown very rapidly. We have a functioning democracy with an efficient e-government. Estonia is sharing the same fate as Taiwan, being a beacon of democracy and freedom that borders a dangerous big neighbor. Estonia is facing cyber attacks and disinformation from Russia. We deal with them by focusing on a very strong public-private cooperation in building a secure cyber ecosystem. And we are grateful that the Estonian media is one of the world's most freest medias, as that helps us to deal with the disinformation campaigns. Something that also Taiwan, with vibrant media and civil society, has a lot of experience with. I'm grateful that we received the first reliable information about COVID-19 from Taiwan. I strongly support granting observer status to Taiwan in the World Health Organization. Taiwan's economy is flourishing. Taiwan refutes the claims of authoritarian regimes that democracy and free market economy are not suitable for Asian or Russian people. I admire Taiwan and your free people. Although war and crisis have made Europeans think about strategic autonomy in several areas, about reducing dependencies on authoritarian actors who might use these dependencies for political purposes. This does not have to mean isolationism, protectionism, or the end of liberal trade. To the contrary, we must balance these trends with even closer cooperation between democracies wherever they might be located on the globe. When Estonia regained independence after 50 years of occupation, our goal was never to be alone again. We are not alone. No democracy should be left alone. We must stick together to stand up to aggression or to those threatening with aggression. We must all be with Taiwan. Thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to take your questions if we have time for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Do you want to take questions?
Q&A?
Do you want to Q&A? Okay. Yes, maybe. A short Q&A session? Yes, we have one question in the front.
Weronika Jakubczak, Fire Academy, Poland. I would like to thank you so much for spending so much time addressing the concept of strategic autonomy and the importance of Taiwan. And I hope that that will be further explored, not only by the European Union, but also other democracies. We really should stand up together and use our economic power and potential to really influence the policy to the benefit of democracy. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your kind words. As I said, we learned a lesson. So Russia initiated an energy crisis in Europe. We had to pay quite high price to get out from this situation, and now we don't repeat this quite costly lesson. We don't like those one-sided dependencies from authoritarian regimes, and this is also somehow like prevention, and we have to act together with like-minded countries. Our plans in the European Union, when talking about Critical Raw Materials Act or CHIPS Act, they are not talking just about European companies, but those documents are targeting all the like-minded countries around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions in the audience? Please raise your hand. Okay, we have one.
Those were wonderful remarks. Thank you very much. Could you elaborate a little more on the effective techniques for dealing with and defending against misinformation and disinformation? You alluded to the value of the open press and public-private cooperation. We'd love to hear a little more.
Well, thank you very much for this question. As maybe some people know, Estonia was under quite heavy cyber attacks, DDoS attacks in the year 2007, when we replaced a war monument from the city center to the cemetery. And at that time, maybe it was first time in the world when the whole government, the whole country was under cyber attacks. And at that time, we were able to deal with those cyber attacks just because of a really good informal cooperation between different national CERTs, computer emergency response teams. Many of those attacks were not able to cross even our borders. They were caught before they crossed our borders. But during that crisis, which was also initiated by Kremlin, so people working in IT sector in Estonia, but IT sector, it was said many times today, is quite developed in Estonia. People from private sector wanted to act as patriots of Estonia. They provided their assistance to deal with those cyber attacks and disinformation. So governments are not able to hire those people who are working in IT sector, in the private sector, but they acted as patriots. And so we can say there was also really good informal cooperation between private sector and public sector in Estonia at that time. Then about the disinformation. I think free media is the most powerful weapon against disinformation. I don't think we have to create some kind of ministers of truth in our countries. It's free media who is able to deal with disinformation. And I'm happy to say that according to all those media freedom ranking lists, Estonia ranks on the top of this list. And thanks to free media, we were able to deal also with the disinformation in our country. So it sounds pretty simple, and it is simple, just to keep media free.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes left for a final question. Do we have any? Okay, please.
Hello, my name is Jessica Wu. I am with Radio Taiwan International. My question is, do you think as a member of the European Parliament that you should pursue a bilateral investment agreement with Taiwan? Thank you very much.
As I said, I would like to work to deepen the relations between my country and Taiwan, between the European Union and Taiwan. So the European Union is already quite a big investor in Taiwan. So every method which will help to deepen those relations, to improve bilateral relations will be good. So I'm in favor for that kind of measures.
Okay, due to the time limits, ladies and gentlemen, please once again give a big round of applause to our speaker, former Prime Minister Ansip. 谢谢. Thank you very much. And also thank our host, Deputy Minister Lee, for the introduction. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to invite all of you to please enjoy the desserts and beverages we prepared for you. The luncheon will continue until 1:50. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please enjoy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our luncheon. I'd like to once again thank former Prime Minister Ansip for that brilliant speech and thank Deputy Minister Lee for his hosting. Thank you very much. Our next session will begin at 2:10. At 2:10. Please return to the forum venue promptly to join the panel discussion. Thank you for your cooperation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our afternoon session will begin shortly. May I invite you to come over and sit in some of those empty seats in the middle, in the center, or in the front. We have some more spare seats in the front or in the middle. You're welcome to sit in those seats. Welcome. And may I remind you to adjust your cell phone to vibrational silence mode. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our afternoon session will begin shortly. May I invite you to be seated. We have some more seats open to our guests here, so you're welcome to sit in the middle and front session. So there are some more empty seats in the front. You're welcome to change your seat into the middle part section. And may I remind you to please adjust your cell phone to vibration or silence mode. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the afternoon session of the Ketagalan Forum. Now we will proceed to the panel discussion 2, titled The Challenges and Impact of Information Warfare, Cognitive Warfare, and Other Gray Zone Tactics on Democracy. There are 5 panelists in this session, respectively from Israel, Poland, Lithuania, USA, and the Republic of China, Taiwan. It is my pleasure to introduce our moderator of this session, Mr. Jason Zhixing Liu, the former advisor of Asia-Pacific Information Integrity Program of National Democratic Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
Hi, dear colleagues. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I hope you all enjoy your lunch and your insightful conversation with the colleagues. And most importantly, I hope you all had your coffee with you. Welcome to this session of the forum, where today we will delve into the challenges and impact of information warfare, cognitive warfare, and other gray zone tactics. I think we all know in this era of rapid technological evolution and then globalization of information, conflicts no longer remain confined to battlefield. They permeate our screens, influence our perception, and sow doubt in the minds of people. This new kind of warfare is subtle, persistent, and often unattributable. Today, we will hear perspective from our 5 distinguished panelists from 5 countries. They are very important experts in the field, senior officials, and policymakers. In these sessions, we will firstly invite each speaker to share their knowledge, insights, and their ongoing projects tackling the issue. But following that, if time allows, we are more glad to take questions from the audience. Without further ado, let's firstly welcome our panelists on the stage. Please join me with rounds of applause to say hi to our panelists. Firstly, we have Director Isaac Ben Israel from the Center of ICRC, Tel Aviv University. The director is also the chairman of the Israel Space Agency, the chairman of Israel National Council for R&D, and also we have Professor Jakub Buchak. She's professor of Mann School of Fire Service and advisor at Governance Center of Security. Third, we have Mr. Williams Samaska. He's the member of the Parliament of Lithuania. He's also the member of Parliamentary Group of Relations with Taiwan in the Parliament. And we'll welcome Elizabeth Bao Yi Li. She's Senior Fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. And last but not least, we have Professor Puma Shen, Shen Boyang 老师. He's the Associate Professor of National Taipei University. He's also the Chairperson of Daffodil Lab and the Dean of Kuma Academy in Taiwan. Now let's invite our first speaker to speak. Let's welcome Director Isaac Ben Israel. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me here. I don't have to tell this educated audience that misinformation, disinformation, so-called nowadays information warfare is a very old thing done. I mean, it's as old as history, more or less, history of warfare. The only thing that changed is the method. I mean, in previous times, you had to use rumors, lies spread from one man to another man, almost manually, etc. But with modern technology, you can do it on a much larger scale and also much faster. This is the exponential growth of technology, which makes it more dangerous in a way. And this is what I'm going to talk about. Now, if we speak about threats against democracies, by the way, it's not only against democracies. I mean, you can use the same tools, the same methods also against non-democratic states. But we, of course, we are much more worried about democracies. If you think about using it against the democracies, it is usually attacking trust. Trust, not only trust between people, between organizations, between people and government, and etc., but also trust almost in everything. I mean, you don't believe anymore, you don't distinguish what is really a fact, what is not a fact, what is what we call today fake news or deep fake if it comes to video clips, etc. And it's attacking directly trust, and in this way it is touching the basics of democracies. I mean, we all go once in 4 years and vote, and then we trust the government to do nice things. I mean, not using the force that we give them for changing the system or something like this. But if you think about it, it really attack more fundamentally democracies because certain tools of democracies become questionable. You take, for example, a very simple example. In democracies, we use parties, okay? We vote for this party or that party. And why do we need a party? It's very simple, because one person that would like to be the prime minister or president or cannot really deliver the message to hundreds of millions of people if it's a big state, or to millions if it's a small state. So there is a party, he speaks with a group of few hundreds, usually few hundred people. Each one of them is speaking with other few hundred people. At the end of the day, the message is delivered to the masses. It started not being so with mass media, let's say 100 years ago or so. But mass media could then, at that time, be used only by those who rule, and not those who would like to be elected. But today, with one tweet, or now we have to change the name, one X, you can reach 80 million people or something like this with one push of a button, and you don't need any more the party. Instead of the leaders going down to the masses, tell them who to vote for, it comes the other way around. I mean, you reach directly the people, and they would ask the leaders to vote for this guy or that guy, okay? And the whole system of democracy becomes questionable, okay? And if you think that I'm speaking about some theory or, I don't know, imagined situation, it already happened, may happen again recently in the US, and it's not fiction. This is a real issue. And this is something, I mean, I can give you a lot of examples like this. The question, of course, and I'll talk about it in a minute, question is what we can do in order to fight against it, to prevent it. Now, if the whole idea here is that once we develop this, I mean, computer technology is, of course, the dominant technology of our, let's say, last 50 years or so. It expands it runs very fast, changes very fast. And we do develop it in order to make our life better, faster, more efficient, etc. We tend to forget that by doing it, we become more and more dependent on computers. And by being more dependent on computers, we become more vulnerable to bad guys. And there are always bad guys. And when I say bad guys, I mean not only, of course, hostile governments or something like this, but also sometimes organizations, sometimes ideological groups, sometimes criminals only for their own sake, etc. coming to Taiwan, I don't have to tell you about the concept of yin and yang, but this is the case here too. I mean, the bright side of technology is what we call computer technology, and the dark side of the same technology is, for example, this information warfare that can damage the stability of the whole democratic system, as I just said. This is a lesson we have to remember. And if I'm coming from Israel, I mean, in Israel, I don't know how much you know about Israel, but because of this, we decided in 2011, this was 10 years ago, to take the whole issue of cyber technology from the hands of intelligence and defense. I mean, I guess you know that intelligence and defense organizations are dealing with cyber technology for 40 years now, more than 40 years, okay? This is not a new thing. But it was done secretly. It was considered to be very sensitive. And until 2010, 11, more or less, in Israel, people don't believe it when I say it, but in 2011, you couldn't find even one university over the globe, neither in Taiwan or in Israel, nor in anywhere else, in which you could go and study cybersecurity. It sounds like Middle Ages, but this was the case only almost 10 years ago, okay? We decided to take it from the hands of military intelligence organizations and make it legitimate for every field in our life. This is, I always say we have not invented cyber technology, but we were the first to come out of the closet, to make it legitimate, to admit it, to write papers. Publishing papers is, you know, the enemy is also bidding, etc. And especially because we started having this feeling that as a democracy and technological democracy, as Israel is, also Taiwan, by the way, we are more vulnerable than our rivals. Okay? If you live in the third world and you still run infrastructure manually, you are not controlled by computers, you are much less vulnerable, less efficient as well, less productive, but much less vulnerable. This is the message here. And then we decided we should come out of the closet, make it legitimate, including having every university in Israel has a research center doing two things that universities are doing, teaching and researching, publishing papers, no secrecy anymore, no sensitivity, nothing, okay? We started doing it. I mean, I had the honor of submitting a plan to the government of Israel how to make Israel one of the top countries in the world in cybersecurity in 2010. We started doing it with all the fields. And then we realized it's not, I mean, you cannot really start with universities. The whole issue is about human beings, human values. What is democracy? I mean, it's not human living in democracies and human living in totalitarian regimes are the same people, okay, same creature. Still, sometimes the values are different, sometimes the priorities are different, the power of the government is different, things like this. In order to strengthen this, you have to deal with educating people. I mean, I've already said that information warfare and fake news, etc., is a very old activity of human beings, okay? The solutions are also very old. I mean, human beings learned how to deal with it before it became so massive by education, not by technology, but by educating people certain values, certain encouraging critical thinking, checking facts, and things like this. The good news here is that by using technology, we can find certain partial solutions. I mean, not ignoring education. We should still do make our main effort in education, but we can use also the technology itself, artificial intelligence and things like this, to help us fix those problems, okay? We human beings have a lot of biases. It's very, I mean, you can identify it, but it's very difficult to fix it because it goes, you know, culture can be changed, but culture is very slow to be changed. I mean, it's a slow process. The whole idea of a successful campaign against democracies, etc., is using the biases of the audience. I mean, talking the right language to those you would like to influence, and even if you know it, it's difficult to change it. But those misinformation, disinformation, fake news, God knows what, were designed to deceive human psychology, human beings. Not so easy, they can do the same to machines that were designated to find those. I mean, I look at, I got a fake, what we call deep fake. I got a New Year blessing from the president of the US, speaking Hebrew better than me. Of course, he doesn't know a word in Hebrew, but the machine, I mean, I looked at it and I tried to find what is the problem here. Maybe the lips are not moving, nothing. I mean, my brain was fully deceived. The only thing I knew is that he doesn't know Hebrew, okay? And he doesn't know me, so why should he send me this blessing? But it can easily be detected by technology. The same technology that the bad guys are using in order to influence us, then same technology can be used in order to detect fake or deep fake, in this case, video clips that looks like real. It looks like real for human brain, not for another machine using artificial intelligence that were trained to find fake clips, deep fake clips like this. Still, the main thing we have to do is the traditional things. It's critical thinking and freedom of. It's not freedom of opinion or speech. Freedom to check, to analyze and check. Words like transparency, etc., that we all use become more important than they were before. But this time it can be helped also by technology itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Yeah. I like it very much you use the concept of yin-yang, talking about the internet technology. We should definitely talk more about how we can include technology as part of the solution when we talk about this problem. And also we hear from you the thinking behind the strategy, national strategy on cybersecurity in the past 2 decades. We also hear about the role and importance of education in your experience. Thank you for your sharing. And now let's welcome our next speaker, Professor Jakub Buchak. She's not only a professor at the school, she also had advised European Parliament on security and defense, foreign policy, innovation and energy, as well as development in the year of 2007 to 2014. She's also the chair of Strengthening the Resilience of State and Society panel in the Defense 24 Days at National Stadium on Resilience this year. Let's welcome Professor Jakubuczak.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for allocating this time of yours to share it with us. I cannot express my excitement to be here and feel very free to share my opinions in such a nice and safe environment where we share so many common beliefs. It's very easy to really speak and share the effects of my work that I've been conducting for many, many years. And I would very much agree with every word that the professor said, that this is very important, and the heuristical aspect of being a human, it's connected to many biases, and this is a vulnerability that is being exploited, and we can not only be afraid of the artificial intelligence, machine learning, creating this kind of content, but we can also use it, as Professor said. So in my short expose, will be focusing more about the impact of the war in Ukraine and other very disturbing phenomena that are taking place in Eastern Europe. So first of all, I would like to say that gray zone tactics and hybrid activities, hybrid warfare, it's becoming more and more popular due to the fact that was addressed in many times in the first panel, the availability and attractiveness from the economical point of view. Because not only, as Professor said, it's much easier now to conduct hybrid activities with the respect to cognitive or psychological informational warfare, but it's less costly. Before, let's say in Middle Ages, you had to have an army of people that only very wealthy people can employ and send them, wait many months for the information to spread. Now, as Professor said, you can just push one button and employ the army of bots, and they will do the work. And there are farms of bots, spreading the misinformation or disinformation that are used by the state and non-state actors, and at very little cost, especially bearing in mind on how much money the non-democratic regimes make and how much of human resource they can involve. It's much easier for non-democratic regimes to influence us. And here, I would like to raise first question: where should we put the border between two very important human rights, the right to security and our very beloved right to freedom? Because we are at a very different page when it comes to the right to freedom as democracies in comparison to non-democratic regimes. So this would be my first question. And if somebody can answer, that I would be very thankful. And so due to the attractiveness related to economical aspect and also difficulties with verifying who is behind certain attack, cyber attack or informational warfare attack, I believe that the hybrid warfare, hybrid activities, maybe not hybrid warfare, but hybrid activities will become more and more popular. That's why we have to as Professor said, focus on education, raising awareness. And I believe it's not something that we can achieve in 1 year, 5 years, but this might need maybe even a generation, unless we really take advantage of the AI and engage it as a tool to help us with verifying what kind of information is beneficial for democracies, what kind of information is destructive. So this cognitive warfare is especially disturbing because it's not only about spreading a fear and spreading the disinformation, but the main aspect is to have a certain reaction. So to make society reactive, to control them, the people are being reactive, they are spending their energy on reactions instead of being active. And this way we can fully control them, even though we are on a different continent and we wouldn't have this opportunity before. And there is a famous musician, and I would like to buy a drink to somebody that would tell me the name, that is the author of the citation I'm going to use now. Whoever controls media controls the mind. So I believe this is very true. And as Professor said, mass media, very young in comparison to the informational warfare on a historic scale. And now imagine we're talking about social media. So as Professor again said, everybody with certain resources or either access to people or financial resources can influence on a very large scale. And so now, what is media? How we can make it something valuable for the people that are having relation through media, through social media. What is true, what is false, how to verify what is a deep fake, what is true. And for instance, I wanted to tell you what's going on in Poland right now, what has been going on within the last few years with the respect to our eastern border that we share as a European Union with Belarus, acting as a proxy of Russian Federation. There are people being invited as a tourist by the regime of Lukashenko, and it's been orchestrated that travel agencies bring in thousands of people from all over the world, like as the countries as exotic to Poland as Cuba. And those people are being promised that they can come to do sightseeing in Minsk, and as a result end up living in Berlin, in Germany. And it has been orchestrated last year, just this year, the Polish border guard reported over 16,000 cases where people were trying to cross the border illegally. And this is the case of weaponization of using migrants within the framework of hybrid activities. So why am I talking about it when it comes to informational cognitive warfare? There is a big discussion about it. Majority of media is presenting the situation this way. Those people are refugees. They are mothers with little children, starving and dying in the forest, and Polish border guards are not letting them in. Let them in. Everybody that comes at the border should cross. And then I'm asking, we just had this influx of migrants. We're talking about millions of people coming to Poland because of the war in Ukraine. And for some reason, they could line up and wait for days to legally cross borders, although they knew that the Russians were approaching. And there were really many women and children, elder people. I've seen them. I didn't go to the border, but I was at the train station. And that's correct. And here we have several thousands of people demanding to be allowed to illegally cross the border, and media spreading this information, Polish media, saying that yes, we should let them in. And maybe from the moral side, the first impression would be, yeah, everybody, every person is the same. We should accommodate every need, especially when they are refugees. But how we can address their needs if we don't know who they are, if they demand to cross the border illegally, and who really needs them to cross the border? Do they themselves really want to cross the border? Or maybe they're victims of human trafficking. Maybe there will be organ harvesting. Maybe we would allow, by letting them in illegally, to spend the rest of their lives as slaves. Is that what we wanted to do? Nobody talks about it when it comes to media. They only spread this disinformation that, yeah, Poland is not understanding the migration crisis, and Poland is not sensitive enough from the moral side to let those people leave. But I've been migrant in 12 countries legally, and I know how difficult it is to find your way with the respect to administration. Being granted the work permit, study permit, but I cannot imagine being alone in a country that has a foreign culture, foreign language, and I'm there illegally, you know. That would be very challenging. So I don't understand why media are calling us as Poles to allow this big influx of people to enter the European Union and end up, I don't know, as slaves, donors of the organs, or maybe mafia members. And so this is just some insight from the Polish aspect. And just shortly, I would like to address the issues related to resilience. This is the social media that is also spreading disinformation about the migrants. But the use of social media by children and teenagers, if you ever exposed yourself to the content that is on a social media, you would understand how low quality of a content is there, promoting only consumerism, a competition, and wasting time on some kind of activities I don't want to mention here. But also many people end up depressed because the content created there is false. Nobody looks in a real life like they do on Instagram. Nobody is always very happy and only have pleasures in their lives. And if somebody is spending the majority of the time scrolling the internet, then the more exposure you have to this false reality of social media, the more you believe that your life is somehow wrong. So people that are becoming more and more depressed, addicted to this content scrolling related to the release of the dopamine, how those people will be able to become part of civil society, how they can create a resilient society when it comes to real threats. And so I think those are the two things that I would like to mention. I also wanted to talk about the artificial intelligence, but I'm sure that can be raised during the question time. And Also, I would like to take this opportunity and really praise what has been done from the side of Taiwan, in meaning the Ministry of Digital Affairs, how Taiwan is addressing the aspects of resilience with that respect. And MODA provides the public with the necessary tools to fend off disinformation and grow awareness that the fight against fake news relies on everyone's effort. So this radical inclusion, it's very, very important, and I believe MODA can be used as an example in other countries that are under current threat when it comes to cognitive warfare or cognitive warfare activities. And especially the involvement of the new technologies like the blockchain should be taken under consideration. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for giving us more details on the case of the so-called migrant crisis in Poland and then the role of media or different influencers on reporting this. Next, we will have another speaker also from a country standing at the front line of the ongoing warfare in Ukraine. Let's welcome Member of Parliament of Lithuania, Mr. Zmeska.
Thank you very much, and Your Excellency, Chairman Tan Sun Chin, friends in Taiwan, Taiwanese friends, and distinguished guests. I prepared my speech today about gray zone tactics on democracy in our Baltic region, in Lithuania. So, but first of all, may I thank you for the opportunity to participate in this forum. The first time I'm here in Taiwan, and that this forum takes place in Democratic and Independent Republic of China on wonderful island of Taiwan. And geopolitically, my country, Lithuania, has always been a special place on the map. It was and still a bridge between authoritarian regimes in the East and democratic West. Having experienced communist occupation on brutal oppression of the past, today Lithuania shows rapid progress and is a growing democratic state whose voice increasingly listened to by Western European leaders, especially in the current context of the Russian war against Ukraine. The current Russian government sees Lithuania as a near abroad, definition they use near abroad, and as a territory that must be maintained under Russia's influence. Consequently, Russia's various institutions work hard in Lithuania to cultivate an audience that welcomes the historical and political narrative purposely shaped and supported by Russia. By spreading propaganda, terroristic state Russia seeks to portray itself as much better and more credible alternative to the democratic West, including both Europe and United States. The terroristic state Russia government attached great importance to its policy on history, namely the consolidation of historical memory that serves Russia's needs. For implementing this policy in Lithuania and other foreign countries, Russia resorts to increasingly aggressive methods. Most of the pro-Russian propaganda is generated in Russia and disseminated in the Russian language through Kremlin-controlled media and influencers, dependent on Russian authorities. Although the initiators and managers of propaganda channels targeted at Lithuania are on constant and managed on propaganda, constant lookout for opportunities to cooperate with Lithuanian journalists with Lithuania. Such working contacts are difficult to establish due to poor reputation of pro-Russian information products. Only marginal Lithuanian media outlets cooperate with pro-Russian channels systematically and repeat their propaganda. Another important tool that Russia employs to make informational impact are international events. initiated by Russian authorities and Kremlin-dependent non-governmental organizations, companies, or business associations. In some cases, attempts are made to conceal the Kremlin links with events by organizing events in European Union countries. For example, companies and associations operating in EU member states yet associated with oligarch Yevgeny Prigozhin, supporter of the regime in Kremlin, organized a remote discussion on the problems on the Baltic Sea region in early 2021 and invited Lithuanian politicians and diplomats to attend. Similar tactic for generating information impact is faking the significance of an event to making use of the international recognized organization. To create a strong image of the event, the Kremlin often uses the events of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, an organization that Russia is a member of, to ostensibly defend the rights of Lithuanian Russian speakers who are allegedly prosecuted. These events serve as a platform to disseminate false information and attract people who can support Russia's interests. Thus, soft power, definition soft power, you're familiar with that, is used during various scientific, cultural, and I would like to underline sports events as well. Lithuania has not been under such strong pressure from authoritarian states for a long time. In particular, the migration crisis, Veronica mentioned about it, in Poland and Lithuania and Latvia, orchestrated by Belarusian regime and supported by Russia, of course, was a huge challenge for our small country as well. The political stance of Minsk as Russia's satellite demonstrates its willingness to further increase the tensions with Lithuania and the West. Lithuania is one of the main immigration destinations for Russian opposition activists. There are several hundreds of asylum seekers residing in Lithuania who are fighting for the freedom of speech in Russia. As a result, the Russian intelligence services are interested in information about the members of the Russian opposition residing in Lithuania, as well as their representative organization. The Russian intelligence service may also seek to infiltrate agents into the Russian opposition organization operating in our country, in Lithuania. Since the beginning of a political crisis in Belarus 2020, Lithuania has become one of the hubs for Belarusian political opposition as well. I think you know the president of Belarus resides in Lithuania. The activities of Belarusian intelligence service in Lithuania have also been on the increases since then. The work of Belarusian intelligence services is not limited to intelligence gathering. They are increasingly aggressive against opponents of the Belarusian regime, both at home and abroad. As a cooperation between Russian and Belarusian propagandists has identified marginal pro-Kremlin political activists holding the citizenship of the Republic of Lithuania began voicing and submitting comments on matters associated with Lithuanian and Belarusian media. These individuals had been previously used for this purpose for a number of years in the Russian propaganda. It has to be noted that Lithuania has banned the rebroadcasts of Russian and Belarusian television and radio channel on its territory and has denied access to representatives of Russian and Belarusian culture, sports, and other spheres who may have an adverse influence on the country. That was very important decision to stop this rebroadcasting, because in Lithuania we have a lot of people who can understand and speak Russian, so this propaganda we can't spread anymore. So there are several dozen Lithuanian resistance who are actively spreading propaganda consistent with Russian ideology with various communication platforms. Some of them begin spreading their ideological attitudes in public places and in protest and create hostile community. Nevertheless, the propaganda spread by Russia and other countries has no significant impact on Lithuanian politics and society. First of all, propaganda is easily recognizable and referred to as such in Lithuania. Journalists and public organizations put every effort into exposing the real source of propaganda messages and rebutting the fake news disseminated in the country. As a result, Lithuanian society has developed a sense of natural resistance and a kind of immunity to propaganda, especially to its pro-Russian version. Despite the sources provided by Russia for the purpose, the number of visitors of Kremlin propaganda portals in Lithuania remains low compared to the number of visitors of the most popular Lithuanian online media. Lithuanian media categorically refused to cooperate with Russian and Belarusian propagandists. Fake news detectors have been installed in all media outlets. In brief, the most important factor in mitigating information threats to Lithuania are the resilient civil society, zero tolerance to propaganda in the public sphere, and the opportunity offered by the freedom of speech to choose between a range of information sources. In summary, Lithuania, like Taiwan, face very similar challenges. We fight for and protect the same democratic values. Therefore, our close cooperation and support for each other are especially important in the view of geopolitical situation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Zemeska. We heard various tactics from Russia attacking Lithuania in the, for example, in the media landscape, and also some intelligence activity or some soft power, including culture and sports. I'm really impressed by the local media's efforts in Lithuania, countering all this attack from Russia. And as a former journalist here, I want to repeat again from your experience what kind of concrete step we can learn from your speech. I would think many of us would be interesting to think or to know what kind of step we can take. Mr. Zemeska shared that we should expose the real source of propaganda messages and rebutting the fake news dissemination in our country. And also, we should, they did have fake news detector in different media organizations, and we should have zero tolerance to propaganda in our public sphere, and we should also keep the opportunity offered by the freedom of speech to choose between a range of information sources. I think those insights are really helpful for us, and we'll be looking forward to hear more from you. Thank you again. And next we will have Mrs. Bao-Yi Li. Before her time at the American Enterprise Institute, Ms. Brown was also the director of Modern Deterrence Project and then Senior Research Fellow at Royal United Service Institute of UK. So let's welcome Mrs. Brown.
Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here. I work on gray zone aggression, which my son summarizes as you think about everything that can go wrong, which is really what gray zone aggression is, because it can hit anywhere using any tool. And as liberal democracies, free and open societies, we really are extremely vulnerable. And no country knows that better than Taiwan. So I am humbled to be here because you have made so much experience with gray zone aggression. And I just reminded myself here of various ways in which Taiwan has been hit by gray zone aggression. Just a couple of highlights. The undersea cables that were cut recently, classic example of gray zone aggression where it caused massive disruption to the poor residents on the Matsu Islands and really an extreme inconvenience to their daily lives, but yet very hard to to ascertain who really did it and who was behind it. What was clear was that it caused massive disruption and inconvenience, and that is really the nature of grey zone aggression. The effect is clear, but it's very hard for the targeted country to ascertain without or with complete certainty who did it, and as a result it's also very difficult to retaliate against. Another example, the inspection flotilla, another really classic case of grey zone aggression, which unfortunately didn't get as much attention as the military exercises that the PRC staged at the same time, but the inspection flotilla was really a brilliant case of grey zone aggression because there they were, those vessels, not military vessels, so it wasn't clear how anybody should respond, but what they could do and may do again is of course to completely disrupt shipping by boarding ships in the Taiwan Strait, which will of course send a message to the global shipping community that it's a bad idea to sail through the Taiwan Strait because you may get stuck, and that's something that is extremely inconvenient and in fact loss-making to the international business or the international shipping community, and as a result to the international business community. But these are just a couple of examples, and you all from Taiwan know very well what some of the other examples are. But the thing about grey zone aggression is it can be, it's the only limitation there is the imagination of the perpetrator. So the perpetrator has free reins to think up whatever they like. It's obviously usually an autocratic regime, so they can think up weaponization of migrants, they can think up some sort of blockade, they can think up obviously disinformation, cyber and so forth, but it really is, in fact they can think up aviation piracy, which is what Belarus did before it thought up the weaponization of migrants. And so that may make liberal democracies depressed, because how can you possibly defend yourself against something that you can't predict? You don't know when it will hit, you don't know what will hit you, and you don't know in what manner it will hit you and who will be behind it. And that makes it so different from military aggression, where thanks to signals intelligence and so forth, you have a good understanding of what the likely perpetrator, what sort of capabilities they have, where they are, what they are planning. You can even see them move. You can't do that with grey zone aggression, because really it can be anything, anywhere. And that really raises the question of how to deter it, because you can't deter it by punishment. If you don't know what it is that you're trying to punish, you can't punish it. But the good news here, which is why I think we should not be depressed, is that we can focus instead of deterrence by denial, namely through societal resilience. The fantastic advantage that we have in our countries is that in free and liberal societies, free and open societies, liberal democracies, is that people like their countries. They like living in their countries, and they wouldn't want their country to suffer or to become impeded in any way. We like life in our societies. It's a good life. And that is a reason for us all to participate in keeping our societies safe. And that includes anything from disinformation, keeping it safe from anything from disinformation to whatever it is the other side thinks up next. And that could be, for example, what Russia did just before the invasion of Ukraine. And frankly, I thought that Russia would stay at that stage. And that stage was that it signaled to the whole world and to the Ukrainians that it was going to invade. And as a result of that, the global business community panicked, withdrew investments from Ukraine. The Ukrainian currency value plummeted. It became very expensive to insure against a Ukrainian sovereign default. The Ukrainian economy really went into the basement as a result of this threat alone. And that shows what another country can do. Now, Taiwan, of course, has a much more resilient and much stronger, much more mature economy than Ukraine does. But nevertheless, you can harm another country's economy simply by threatening to impose various kinds of harm. And that sort of harm is whatever you think up. But again, we have the advantage in free and open societies, liberal democracies, that we all like to live in our countries and we want them to prosper. And that means that actually all parts of society have an interest in being part of societal resilience against grey zone aggression. And a good example of that comes from Ireland. Now, who remembers the Irish fishermen, was it 18 months ago? That was a classic case. If you haven't heard about them, you should read up about them, but I will give you the summary now. So Russia decided about 18 months ago, or actually it was 2 years ago, because it was before the war, that it was going to hold a naval exercise off the coast of Ireland. And the Irish government pleaded with the Russian government not to hold this naval exercise there. And the Russians said, well, who are you? We're going to hold this exercise anyway. So what do you do then as the Irish government? You just sit down and say, oh, tough luck. We can't do anything. The Irish fishermen then stepped in. Irish fishermen fish off the coast of Ireland, and if the Russians were to hold a naval exercise off the coast of Ireland, Irish fishermen wouldn't be able to fish off the coast of Ireland, meaning they would lose their livelihood for that period of time and longer, because the exercise would harm marine wildlife. So Irish fishermen went to work and sailed out off the coast of Ireland and parked their ships there, and they took turns so that when the first relay team had done a certain number of hours, the second team stepped in, and then the third team, which meant that those waters were always full of Irish fishermen, and international rules, maritime rules are such that you are not allowed to engage in any sort of military activity if there are civilian ships that can be hurt while you are doing it. And the Irish fishermen just stayed in those waters off the coast of Ireland, which meant that the Russian Navy had to go home without having conducted its exercise. How brilliant is that? And I can tell you the Irish government hadn't thought of consulting Irish fishermen. It should have, because they had a solution that none of these well-educated people in the Irish Ministry of Defense, the Irish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and in the Irish Interior Ministry, none of them had thought of it. And this is a perfect illustration of the innovation, the mental capacity, the good ideas that are out there in society. If we just harness it, it's not just governments that should be in charge of creating societal resilience. Who knows what kind of ideas are available in the rest of society? It's just so happened that Irish fishermen presented a good idea and executed it. But who knows where else there are good ideas? Among teenagers, I bet you anything teenagers have good ideas of how to counter grey zone aggression. We just have to invite them to some sort of regular forum where they can present ideas, ideally if presented with a hypothetical scenario. Retired people who have lots of ideas of how to operate machinery that's not digital, which is what we need in case of cyber attacks. All of that, and we can do that not just because they have the innovation, they have the ideas, they have the expertise, but because it's in their interest. And so I think this is what we should take away from grey zone aggression. It's not just a depressing subject. It's an opportunity for our governments to invite the rest of society, including the business community, by the way, to come up with ideas and be part of the solution. And on that note, regarding the business community, the strong business community in Taiwan is one of your country's strengths. And of course, that's why the PRC wants to harm it. I think you could demonstrate strength by bringing business leaders together, conducting grey zone exercises, and indeed inviting foreign business leaders to be part of grey zone exercises where you demonstrate that you will be able to keep the economy going, even if China, PRC, comes up with some trick like the Russians did with Ukraine that scared international investors and money markets away. So with that, my 10 minutes are up. Thank you. And if you have any questions, I'll be available afterwards.
Thank you so much. It's a very intense 10 minutes. Thank you so much for sharing all this. We heard from you that the difficulty when we're facing this kind of creative gray zone tactic as well. You share some examples, but also you're very kind to provide us some good news and some good case studies that we can work on together. I think it's perfect that following your sharing, we will hear from Dr. Puma Shen. I think from the sharing from Mrs. Brown, we heard the importance of how a society could be strong if they are holding together and if they want to fight for their own countries. And from Puma's various project, we can hear more details about that in Taiwan and your observation in our society. Let's welcome Puma Shen.
Thanks. So thanks for having me today. So we're here to talk about, to unravel the complex web of the cognitive warfare, information warfare, gray zone tactics. And my focus will be on the democratic fabric, especially within Taiwan, since we're here in Taiwan, I want to talk about China. So the ramifications of this cognitive warfare on democracy are significant, to say at least. And in Taiwan, where social divisions already exist, the infusion of conspiracy theories and false information can have profound effects. But is this influence overstated or underrated? Understanding this question is a complex task and it requires a multifaceted approach. So given Taiwan's unique position, it becomes a natural target for such tactics. The societal divisions are sometimes rooted in historical, cultural, and political factors. So exploiting these divides becomes a central strategy in cognitive warfare. But to understand the extent of it, to measuring the extent of cognitive warfare is the first step. To gauge the effect, we must first measure the extent of cognitive warfare right now here in Taiwan. And let me share a vivid example. So during the pandemic, when Taiwan escalated to level 3 alert, China created 8 YouTube channels, amassing 30 million view counts over 3 months before being removed. And in a 3-month analysis of 300,000 Facebook articles on vaccines, I found that like more than 30% were about Chinese products. So this volume isn't something easily fabricated. And from this perspective, China's influence is enormous. And these numbers are not just like statistics. They represent real people, real views, and real influence. We must ponder the ripple effects these channels create in shaping public opinion. And China is known to employ strategy that includes sharing short articles, videos, and promoting propaganda through machine-like sharing tactics. And these methods are actually considered by some to be more dangerous than the activities of trolls and patriots. While the latter, the trolls and patriots, may be seen as falling within the scope of free speech, often creating only small echo chambers. The former, the machine-like, the bots, particularly the use of bots, can be more insidious. The automated and widespread dissemination of specific messages and ideologies has the potential to influence and even brainwash individuals over the long term. And this orchestrated approach, devoid of human reasoning and debate, can have enormous impacts on public opinion and social dynamics, surpassing traditional forms of influence and potentially undermining democratic principles. So this cognitive warfare is more than just creating content. The strategic spread of disinformation, targeting of specific demographics, and manipulation of narratives are all part of a large, well-orchestrated campaign. A large volume doesn't necessarily lead to substantial impact. So all this Chinese content might go unnoticed or to be dismissed, rendering it meaningless. So we must understand that the cognitive warfare comprises 2 elements: the conspiracy theories, which may be biased interpretations, and false information, which can be scientifically debunked. So differentiating the false information and conspiracy theories could be very crucial here. The false information and conspiracy theories operated on different principles. Understanding these differences is critical for developing an effective response. The differentiation between something being widely believed but false and the narrow but more dangerous conspiracy is vital. So what I mean is that while false information becomes more dangerous as it spreads wider, conspiracy theories are more dangerous when spread narrower. So to gauge the number of people affected, we must distinguish whether we are discussing false information or conspiracy theories. Often cognitive warfare, especially the one from China, focuses on less than 10% of the population. Underestimating the effectiveness of this kind of conspiracy theories reflects a lack of understanding of cognitive warfare tactics. So here in Taiwan, about 20 to 25% would surrender if the war broke out, but while 50 to 60% would resist. China often targets the uncertain 20%. So by shifting different topics on targeting smaller percentage, reaching the 20%, the threshold isn't challenging. So this approach resembles the boiling frog strategy. So in some of the experiments I conducted, I found that those without a political stance, or those who despise the partisan politics in Taiwan, were more easily influenced by Chinese conspiracy theories, and particularly those that are anti-US. And by switching all these topics and targeting smaller percentage, this piecemeal approach can slowly alter public opinion without raising any alarm. And this micro-targeting tactics employed by China towards Taiwan could be seen as more serious than in other countries, as China actively seeks to gather personal data in Taiwan through various means. First, they may utilize the VPN services to access and collect information. As you may know, they tried to acquire lots of VPN companies recently. A method that is further accentuated by the Chinese ownership of more and more mobile games known to harvest the data. And additionally, popular platforms such as TikTok and WeChat, widely used by Taiwanese citizens, provide another venue for data collection. And these concerted efforts highlight the extent of Chinese interest in and reach into Taiwan's digital landscape. And the situation becomes even more concerning with the involvement of the United Front Work Department, a Chinese Communist Party agency known for its influence and information gathering operations. This organization adds another layer of complexity and urgency to the issue of micro-targeting here in Taiwan, as it actively seeks to promote Chinese political agenda and exert control over various spheres of influence. And like I say, less than 10% of the citizens in different areas here in Taiwan. So using all this data collection and manipulation as the key tools in its strategy. So United Front Work similarly targets the small groups. Understanding this tactic through often overlooked is vital for national security. In Taiwan, many local communities leaders, we call it Li-Zhang, right, are involved in United Front Work groups and influenced by China. When organizing events in Taiwan, they sometimes tell the local people, our citizens, that China treats us pretty well, even giving us the fitness equipment, to have you to do some exercise. So they argue that it's unlikely China would attack Taiwan unless they would not give us some sort of fitness equipment, right? And they ask people not to believe the government or not to demonize China. So, through various experiments, we also found out that certain demographics here in Taiwan were more susceptible, were vulnerable to Chinese conspiracy theories. Some of them are more than 65 years old, but lots of them are from age 20 to 29. So these findings guide us, our approach to counter such influence. So attempts to reduce the belief in conspiracy theories through various methods actually here in Taiwan have proven ineffective. So modern society and its pressures provide fertile ground for all these theories. So personally, I'm very pessimistic about resolving all these issues. So a lot of methods like exposing false information, like altering algorithms, or even show the true stories under all these fake news, have not successfully reduced the belief in conspiracy theories right now here in Taiwan. And as I talk to a younger generation, when I say, hey, this is the piece of disinformation coming from the PLA or coming from the United Front Work Department, the response I got is like, if I could watch Hollywood movie, if I could watch Japanese anime, why can't I read Chinese messages? You know? So sometimes this is not unique to Taiwan, but a global issue, as modern society provides a fertile ground for all these theories to thrive. So I would say that because I still work in the university, I still believe in media literacy, but the thing is that we need 50 years or even 100 years to have media literacy to be built upon, I mean, within our society. But maybe we only have 5 years, even 3 years, or even 3 days, right? Right now here in Taiwan. So emphasizing all this transparency with media literacy, the understanding our adversary is still paramount. And focusing on education media literacy to strengthen our societal resilience could be part of the broader strategy, but we need to do more. So the cognitive warfare, the information warfare, or any gray zone tactics present the formidable challenges to our democracy. In Taiwan's context, these challenges become even more pronounced. And understanding the nuances, differentiating between different elements, focusing on transparency, awareness are crucial. Collaborative efforts among governments, tech companies, and citizens, and civil society, of course, must be fortified to build a resilient defense. So the path ahead may be fraught with obstacles, but with concerted efforts, awareness, and strategic approach, I think we can still mitigate the impacts of these insidious tactics. But still, there are lots of things needs to be done, and I think that ends my short presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Professor Chen. I don't want to occupy too much time. Now we have only 20 minutes left for this panel, and I know there will be lots of questions on the topics. It's really relevant to our current topic, so if you have any question now, it is your chance to raise your hand, and the microphone will go to you. There will be 2 questions here, the 3rd one, 4th, and 5th, and 6th, okay.
Good afternoon. Yes. Good afternoon. I'm Shani Perez-Chen with the UK think tank, the Institute for Statecraft. I'm a Spanish-based analyst on China's propaganda and disinformation. And my question is for Professor Jakubiak. You talk on your presentation, you mainly talk about how disinformation campaigns, one of the main objectives is to provoke in the public reactive behaviors instead of proactive. But you mainly refer to the public, and I would like to ask you, what about those this propaganda and disinformation aimed at elites? At our political elites, our judicial elites, our academic elites. And if I may present an example of what happened in Spain where China's propaganda is deeply rooted because it's been running unchecked for decades. And back in 2017, Spain decided to extradite 300 Taiwanese to China, becoming the first Western country and only Western country to have done so. And when I was reading the rulings of the National Court on this matter, there was a paragraph there stated, it was stated that the majority of countries accept that the one China principle, meaning Taiwan is part of the People's Republic of China, with a government who legislates and decides its affairs in the name of the PRC government. Meaning that when Taiwan legislates to extend conscription, is doing so in the name of China, the same country, the same government who is attacking Taiwan.
Yeah.
And this is part of Spain jurisdiction, and it's ingrained in Spain's jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
And I think really troublesome. Yeah. So what can we do to fight against this institutionalized disinformation?
Thank you. Thank you for your sharing from the experience of Spain. Yeah, we haven't talked about the role of elite in different countries, how they are impacted by Chinese propaganda. So maybe some of the panelists want to have your answers to the question right now? Yeah.
So very briefly, I was just writing about the Spanish judiciary. So I think it's, as in many other countries, there is a lot of room for improvement. And of course, non-democratic countries, to be brief, they have one big advantage, especially for the people that don't have any higher moral values. They have a lot of wealth, financial wealth. So of course they can also influence politicians and elites. And this is what is happening in Europe with respect to Russia. You know, that's why we have war in Ukraine, because so much of wealth generated from stealing from Russian nation, from the peoples of Russia, it's been invested in European Union, and we've been blinded by the money we can make on this. So this is a very broad topic, and I'm very happy to answer, elaborate on email, and I think it's a great subject to make another event or a conference, because it's very broad. Thank you so much.
Do you have any other feedback or thoughts, sharings from other panelists on the role of elite? Not yet? Okay. Here we have 2 questions here.
Thank you for all the distinguished panelists here. And I have an open question for all of you, because there's a catchphrase in Taiwanese politics. It's called skepticism of U.S. commitment to Taiwan's defense. And basically means that this is a narrative saying that U.S. will not come to Taiwan's help when there's a war between Taiwan and the PRC. But I believe that this is not exclusive to Taiwan. I believe that there's a universal nature in this narrative, and because all the panelists are from U.S. allies, and I would love to hear from you what's the situation there. Is there any similar narratives in your country or any other countries, and what's the solution elsewhere? Thank you.
Maybe we'll collect one more question. Thank you.
This is Raymond Song from the Prospect Foundation. I have a general question for all the speakers. You mentioned the responses to the tactics employed to counter cognitive warfare and gray zone aggression, but the area seems to be more focused on civil society initiatives like education, building resilience, or improving media literacy. Is there any particular reasons that you put emphasis in this? And you seldom mention governmental responses. I'm just wondering why. And could you give a general assessment about the effectiveness of those civil society initiatives to counter those activities? But I still have specific question. It's really a plea for elaborations to each of you. Actually, I think Professor Ben Israel, you mentioned using technology to counter technology. Could you care to elaborate more? And because as we heard from Puma, that sometimes it's not about the truthfulness of the information, it's really about the conspiracies, exercise of distortion or creating bias. How do we, using technology, to detect those? And Vilius, you mentioned fake news detectors. Is that also using certain technology? And how do you counter conspiracy problem? And Veronica, you mentioned media, and of course speaking from the perspective of Taiwan, we envy you, because we face not only the outside exercise, and we face media and the serious problem of agents of the Chinese government within Taiwan. Would you care to speak more about how do Poland counter of the media problem? And Elizabeth, thank you for mentioning the Irish fishermen cases. Is that of a particular reasons that they kind of have this solidarity to do this exercise as a whole? Thank you.
So I guess we will start from this side, from the director, and then each of the panelists can share your thoughts on these questions. So the role of technology, the possibility, and maybe the skepticism.
I'll try to be very brief because we don't have much time. General remark, someone asked here about how much we can rely on the US, and judging from our history, America was always there when we needed it. But still, the policy of Israel from day one is to be as much as possible, independent. I mean, we lean very much on political influence of the U.S., on supply of weapons, arms, etc., but we never needed any American real operations, American army or American military forces intervening. And of course, we pay a lot for it because you need to build the force to be independent. But this is a very general remark. No matter how much conspiracy theories are running here and there, this is a general policy remark. Now, about the AI against AI, I'll give you a small example, okay? It was mentioned here also, Edward Snowden in 2013 exposed the fact that the National Security Agency of the US, in order to protect the security of the America, not just for fun, they tried to clean the communication networks by detecting malware running in the network. And the way to do it, this was 2013, the way to do it then was to take any series of messages and go decode it, go to the content, and then you, if you find there's some malware signature, you do something. If you not, you ignore it. But then, what do you mean you ignore it? I mean, this was after you read, actually, everything that was running in the communication lines, and we speak about American citizens, not the enemy citizens, bad guys, etc. American innocent citizens. So the tension between privacy on one hand and security on the other hand surfaced, as was mentioned here too. And I was appointed to lead a committee and with the question how to deal with it. We couldn't find something to eliminate it, but at least to balance the two values. And there were many things there. One of them was, this was, as far as I know, first time in which AI, machine learning, was applied in a large scale in order to do whatever I've just mentioned. We put a machine, a computer, that learned the normal behavior of the traffic of messages without decoding it, without going to the level of content. But malware behaves in a different way than normal messages. So the machine looked at the traffic, learned the normal behavior, filtered out abnormally behaving series of bits. And this is using technology, I mean, this was 10 years ago almost, in order to protect us against things like this. As an example, imagine yourself that whenever you open your Facebook or I don't know what social networks you use, you read something, there will be like traffic lights there. Red means the computer will tell you, I checked this story, found it suspicious, okay, red light. Or I checked this story, didn't find anything, green light. Or some orange in between. Or, this can be done. It will not eliminate the problem totally because the other side, I mean, this also happened in Israel. The other side learned that we use machine learning in order to detect the difference between this and that. So they started to use their machine learning, their AI, in order to detect how we distinguish between normal and abnormal, etc., and in order to deceive our machines. It's AI against AI, and it will go like this, I think, forever.
So it's a competition of technology.
With the respect to relying on Americans, as Poland, we also have very good experiences. Still, as a member of NATO, Article 3, building capabilities versus relying on others, Article 5. But this is another conference subject or very big book. And then when it comes to, and as opposed to European Union, although there is in a Lisbon Treaty, there is a possibility to get a backup. I personally, as a Pole specializing in security matters, I didn't feel we received sufficient support from European Union with respect to what was happening during the phases of the Ukraine war so far. We will see what the future will bring. Then when it comes to media, this is a very delicate and complex subject again. Let's do a big event on that. I think our government is doing their best. There are several initiatives focusing on state enterprises and their employees, and also the citizens in general, organized previously by the Chancellery of the Prime Minister and now by the Polish Ministry of Digital Affairs. So I can give you some examples later on. But for instance, the Demagog initiative, there is an expert kind of agency, non-government organization, but very closely cooperating with the government that is addressing this misinformation and disinformation cases. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions, and I myself told me every time, help yourself. It's for Lithuania the same. We have to build our capabilities. We increased our defense budget up to 2.4% of GDP. Next year will be 3% of GDP. And we have to work with our society. Everyone at home, every man can have a rifle at home and have to be ready to protect the country. And if we able to protect our country, we will get a help. But with border sharing with democratic countries, we have to show right now in Ukraine. And we have to ask all democratic countries, what kind of weapons we send to Ukraine? Look, the Ukraine right now can only get weapons to defend the country, but not to win this war. We need more and more weapons sent to Ukraine to win this war. That is very important, because China and other authoritarian regimes right now looking how we'll end this war. So I hope and I believe not only small countries, neighboring countries like Lithuania, the main country like United States will provide more weapons to Ukraine, but we are waiting from South Korea as well, from Taiwan as well. That's the right time to deliver the weapons to Ukraine, because we can be the next if they lose this war. So, and very short about fake news detector have installed in Lithuania all. That is agreement between the media, the private media as well, to check the first sources. That is important. Go deep as much as possible to check the first sources. And if we have false information, all media next day or on the same day have read articles that was a false news, and so the society can learn how to detect this fake news. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll answer your question then about why it is that there is such potential in civil society. I think it is because our armed forces are already working at capacity. They have their designated duties and they have things they are very good at, but they don't have lots of capacity to do additional things, which is why it's a little bit ridiculous when things happen, like during COVID. I remember vividly in the UK, there was an urgent need for all kinds of things, including stocking supermarket shelves, and various politicians said, well, you know, we should send in the army. Well, the army is good at many things, is specialized in many things, but if we assume that the army can step in and do resilience tasks, then it won't be available to do the tasks that only the armed forces can do in a crisis. And when it comes to Irish fishermen, I think it's such a good example because they were motivated. They wanted to keep fishing. And I think all of us are motivated to keep our societies free and open. We just have to be asked. And I also, on a slightly unrelated note, but atomization and fragmentation is a big problem in our societies. We need more ways in which citizens can interact. I sing in choirs, but it's not for everybody. So if there are opportunities to do things together, if it is, for example, bringing groceries to the elderly in case of a crisis, if it is keeping the elderly company if power goes out, whatever it is, these are opportunities to demonstrate resilience and for people to do things with their fellow citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least.
I'll be brief because I think we're
okay. Take your time.
Time is kind of up. But also back to the anti-US messages or the anti-US sentiment. So the thing is that I think to win, I mean, if our own narratives wants to like outweigh their propaganda or their narratives, we need like capitals and we need motivations. And the thing here in Taiwan is that for all these anti-US messages, there's no interest groups or like organization that had a strong interest to fight against this kind of narratives. So for example, I mean, most anti-US messages right now is all about Ukraine, saying that the US is having the biolabs over there, they're triggering the warfare, they're expanding the NATO. And all these messages has been translated into Chinese, or China is doing that. And these messages should be debunked, or should be like countered by certain groups or certain citizens here in Taiwan. But no one has that motivation, and we don't have that budget. So if no one is countering their narratives, that would be pervasive here in Taiwan. And that is how anti-US messages has been thriving here in Taiwan. And same thing for like AI technology. It's like whenever any kind, I mean, people worried about AI technology like ChatGPT to generating all these articles. But China has already using like AI technology to generating content from articles like 3 years ago. They're already doing that. Criminals are like always ahead of us. When they see ChatGPT, they're thinking about how to utilize it on scammers or in sex industry. And like us, when we use ChatGPT, we're always like, hey, who is Puma Shen? And help me like organize the 3-day trip to Hawaii. And that is how we use this kind of stuff. So it's like all this, we don't have this like motivation, or certain capital has not been invested in these studies or all these organizations. We might lose the warfare, I mean, in the long run. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you all for your sharing, and thank you all for your attention. We heard lots of concrete examples and also see lots of opportunities. And let's continue the conversation at a coffee break and maybe explore more possibility for collaboration in the future. Please join me, have a big round of applause to our wonderful panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to former advisor Liu for your moderating and all our wonderful panelists. Thank you very much. You may return to your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break. May I remind you, if you have already returned the interpretation device but haven't retrieved your personal ID card, please remember to proceed to the reception desk and ask a staff for assistance. Thank you very much. 各位现场来宾，提醒：如果您有归还口译设备，但还没有领回您的身份证件，请至我们的报到场外询问工作人员。感谢您的配合。Our next session, the panel discussion 3, will begin at 4 p.m. Please be advised by all guests to be back before 4 p.m. so we can promptly begin the next session. Again, we have prepared some refreshments and beverages out of this hall for you, and please be advised to bring your personal belongings with you at all times. Thank you very much. See you later. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin shortly. May I invite all of you to please return to your seats. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, our final panel discussion will begin shortly. May I invite all of you to please return to your seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome and please take a seat. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Ketagalan Forum, and now we will proceed to the panel discussion 3, titled International Supply Chain Restructuring and Taiwan's Role Concerning Economic Security. There are 5 panelists in this session, respectively from Canada, Belgium, the Netherlands, Korea, and the Republic of China, Taiwan. And now, please welcome the moderator of panel discussion 3, Professor Xia-Ru Shirley Lin, Chair of Center for Asia-Pacific Resilience and Innovation of Republic of China, Taiwan. Welcome.
Thank you, everybody. For those of you who have the resilience and endurance to stay until this panel, we welcome you, especially for so many of our guests who are here for the first time. Welcome to Taiwan. So I am now pleased to moderate this excellent panel on an important topic, following 2 other excellent panels today that you've heard focusing on security and also gray zone tactics against democracy. As a professor at the University of Virginia and also at the Chinese University of Hong Kong and non-resident senior fellow at Brookings, I shuttle between Washington, Hong Kong, and Taipei and welcome this amazing opportunity after so many years of virtual discussions between cities. Our speakers are diplomats, experts, scholars from Canada, Europe, South Korea, and Taiwan. While the earlier discussions focused primarily on security and geopolitics, we will now hone in on the economic dimension of security, and specifically global supply chain. Since the beginning of the US-China trade war, countries and corporations have been under great pressure to diversify their supply chain. And of course, the supply chain disruptions caused by COVID-19 further accelerated the restructuring of the supply chains. Taiwan's remarkable achievement in the semiconductor industry is a source of pride for the country and an envy to others. However, it has ironically become a double-edged sword, testing Taiwan's resolve to become a source of resilience for the world rather than a problem. I hope that we can draw inspiration from the panelists' insights to understand Taiwan's central role in order to better navigate the uncertainty of the global supply chain and enhance global and regional resilience. So I understand from the organizers that everyone is usually quite tired by now. And so in order to give all of our panelists an opportunity to not only provide insight, but to have a more dynamic exchange, we like to mix it up a bit, if you will. So this panel will consist of a series of questions that I like to ask them. And hopefully our panelists are also in agreement with this new format. So I have a couple of questions for all of them, and we will introduce each panelist as we ask the first question. So there will be an opportunity, very importantly, at the end for question and answers for 20 minutes. So please hold your questions until then, and we look forward to that exchange. My first questions to all of our panelists is, how would you describe recent trends in international supply chain restructuring? It sounds like a common question. In Taiwan, almost everyone I know can answer that question, even taxi drivers. And I think that it's a wonderful thing to have different perspectives on this question from different parts of the world, but more importantly, from different expertise. And what are the most important implications for your country or organization? I'd like to start by introducing the Vice Chair of the Canadian Committee on Pacific Economic Cooperation, which I've been involved with for the last 6 years from Hong Kong as well. And he is also the former Canadian representative in Taiwan and studied Chinese at my university, the Chinese University of Hong Kong. So, 欢迎, and can we start with you? 3 minutes for each of you, please.
Well, thank you, Dr. Lin. Fortunately, I talked to my taxi driver yesterday, so I have some ideas to be able to share. So trends and implications. Well, I guess obviously the first trend is the whole issue of vulnerability of supply chains, which was evident even before COVID, but became particularly apparent because of COVID. I think 3 dimensions, certainly from a Canadian perspective. The first was suddenly we found that supply chains were extremely vulnerable because of limited sources of supply. This initially related to PPE and medical equipment and so on. But that was one factor, that the materials were just not available. That was compounded by the experience of choke points. And I guess I'll talk specifically about China, the way China dealt in some ways successfully with COVID, but there was collateral damage. And so we know about the disruptions and interruptions in Chinese ports, and China has 8 of the 10 largest ports. So the supply chains were governed by whatever actions the Chinese government was taking. It impacted labor. But it wasn't just, the choke points weren't just in Chinese ports. From a Canadian perspective, there was the Canada-US border, across which travels more bilateral trade every day than any other trading relationship. And so you could just imagine the issues initially in the early stages of COVID, the interruptions, the ability for truckers to cross the border, the documentation and so forth. And the third element of disruption of supply chains coming out of COVID were various political responses. Some countries slapped on export controls to control exports of food. In the case of China, both before COVID, during and after, there's been weaponization of trade related to other external factors and then hitting supply chains because of that. And indeed, it's not just China. There have been technological embargoes, of course, by the US. So the whole US-China trade war in particular has increased these vulnerabilities. And these vulnerabilities have led to these new words that have been added to the English language, reshoring, nearshoring, friendshoring, whatever you want to call it. So I think that's one of the biggest trends. And of course, that's led to the whole desire to diversify, which in some cases means diversify away from China, one of the largest suppliers. But there's another trend that I want to talk about as well, which I think is equally interesting. And that's in fact, it's reflected in the fact that we are sitting here talking about supply chains right now. And that's the emergence from the shadows of supply chains as an issue in itself, or as a collective issue. So, of course, over the last couple of decades, we've talked a lot about multilateral and bilateral trade agreements, and there are elements in these agreements that deal with supply chains, but it's not dealt with holistically. So if you'll just tolerate me for another minute or two, I mean, of course, trade agreements deal with market access, and they do deal with trade facilitation, customs clearances, standards, and so forth, some of the elements of supply chains, labor, SMEs, and so forth. But they tend not to deal with the whole picture. They don't touch infrastructure. And now we are seeing emerging a holistic approach to supply chains through such things as the IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which has a supply chain pillar, which deals with critical response networks, early warnings for disruption, and so forth. The Australia, India, Japan Supply Chain Initiative, the fact that we're talking about it in this forum. So I think a really important trend is the emergence of this issue as a cross-cutting, coordinated issue that has to be dealt with, and perhaps will in future be dealt with through regional trade architecture, but is also being dealt with sui generis in discussions all around the region in various fora.
Thank you, Mr. Stephen Hughes. And we'll come back to you very soon. Next, I'd like to introduce Mr. Lee Makiyama, who's based in Brussels, and he's the Director of European Center for International Political Economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. You know, we economists say when taxi drivers give us stock tips, it's a sure sign that the market's about to crash. And when they have opinions on geoeconomics, it's a sure sign that China has already won. And maybe I should start by saying that in the past 5 years, I mean, whether you look at the pandemic or the war in Ukraine or various foreign policy or external policy of mainland China, I think we can all agree that they're all hard existential threats, especially for us here in Taiwan. But the events themselves are not necessarily, oh my God, okay, yeah, right. They are not necessarily actually economic threats. None of them are economic events. The truth is they only become economic issues because hard power can only be used for deterrence. And that means that we shift our focus to economic security, whether we are talking about trade sanctions or much more soft and passive aggressive forms like coercion, export controls. We have seen that the only effective means of limiting our adversaries' policy space is through economic means. And let's be honest, all powers define their interest in economic terms rather than values. If values really mattered, Taiwan would have more friends than mainland China at the moment. I want to be very, very clear on that. But we are to a new turning point. Europe, which actually lack a security component. We are not supposed to talk about security at all. Well, we have started to introduce new laws and that channel actually existing powers like data governance, foreign state-owned discipline, and disciplines and foreign state owned enterprises, export controls into a clear security objective. I think Japan has conducted its G7 presidency extremely well, in addition to enacting its Economic Security Promotions Act, which actually go extremely far into unprecedented areas on not just critical materials and critical infrastructure, but also limiting the access to patents in the public domain. And I think also if you look at the G7 countries, I think we can see very clear trends here, which is one is that the leaders have actually agreed to a unique standalone text, which we may come back to, but by and large, we have tried to respond to a crumbling multilateral system, and Europe, rightly, I think, is also worried about an excessive securitization of the trading system, which highly benefits United States and China, but not rule abiders like Taiwan and Europe, or Canada for that matter. And in addition, G7 is not a like-minded group. It is a like-minded group that is not like-minded at all. And most of all, it's mostly concerned about internal competition. And so far, de-risking has actually not amounted to a real result. What we are seeing here is largely a proliferation of industrial policy that stresses economic security objective that actually encourage, as you said, reshoring. But we need to be clear that reshoring is not diversification, it's concentration. You don't diversify risk. Every example that we have seen on friendshoring has failed. It's either failed to abide by MFN, the WTO rules, or it has actually just resulted in reshoring in a different name. So what we are seeing is actually not diversification and fragmentation. Or balkanization. What we are seeing clearly is renationalization of supply chain and deglobalization.
Thank you very much. And we'll come back to more on both a European perspective, as you said, of basically not talking about security and now securitizing every aspect. Next I'd like to introduce Deputy Director and co-founder of the Hague Center for Strategic Studies. Formerly, he was with the Royal Netherlands Army. May I introduce Mr. Michel Rademacher.
Thank you so much for being here and being invited. Yeah, I'll take another stance at the start, actually, and that is a couple of years back, the Paris Agreement was signed with a lot of countries in the world. And our institute, as well as others, did quite some research on what it would entail to make that climate change adaptation and mitigation succeed, actually. And for that, the EU, for example, came out with all kind of policy measures like the Green Deal and others. But if you look closely at what that means, it means two things, and actually that's so. I'll use short terms for that. One is that we need to go from drilling to digging, and what that implies also that we should not use the word NIMBY anymore, not in my backyard. That was a starting point in our thinking, I think, about how could we create this climate change. And for that you need material, critical raw materials. And the EU actually already for 10 years or so on a 3-year basis states what they think are critical raw materials. And you need them not only for climate change, but also for digital transition. And it never hit the local population so much until Russia started the war against Ukraine, because there it was shown that Europe was very heavily depending on gas. And that was the first time that everybody, even the taxi drivers, understood that something had to change. And so now, I think it is in May this year, the EU brought out the Critical Raw Materials Act, and it shows in the analysis that we are heavily depending on critical raw materials. And they, as you all know here in the room, most of them come from China. The first signs of being misusing critical raw materials actually was at the at the end of 2010, when there was a conflict at the Senkaku Islands, where the first time the Chinese blocked export to Japan on rare earth and other elements, where Japan was heavily depending on for their car industries, supermagnet industries, and nuclear industries. And for me, I was researching that point in time already, critical raw materials, was a clear sign that something was going to happen. And unfortunately, nowadays, we see this happen more and more. And I think the recent developments, and even, say, after, say, the export ban of ASML machines to China, the Chinese now are stopping, or at least limiting the exports of germanium and gallium to the rest of the world, which is another clear sign, in my view, of this is going to happen further, deeper, and stronger.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to introduce Professor Yongjia Bae, who's at the Department of Political Science, Konkuk University in Seoul, and she's also National Security Advisor for the Republic of Korea. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. First of all, thank you for inviting me and having a chance to talk economic security issue from Korean perspective. Over the past decade, Korea's economic growth has been driven mainly by export. And this has been possible within the framework of international economic order based upon the free movement of goods, capital, and human resources across the border. US-China rivalry and the return of geopolitics, the scope of export and investment regulation is expanding, and the liberal economic order is in decline. Scholars call it deglobalization, or reglobalization, or slowbalization, whatever it is called. All these pose a great challenge to Korea's continued economic growth. We all know that economic interdependence has deepened with globalization, and the low cost and high efficiency of liberal economic order cannot be easily given up. So we need to look for strategy to, balance out supply chain stability and also economic efficiency and low cost. So we are living in the age of so-called weaponized interdependence. And in this situation, economic security has emerged as one of the most important policy agenda. And I think the core of economic security strategy in many countries is, first of all, promotion, the strategic industry, and protection, their strategic asset, and building up cooperative network across the nation. So in the case of Korea, China has been the largest export market, and now export to China is decreasing very fast. So economic downturn continues, and the cost of doing business and living has been increasing. Korea, for a long time, has pursued a economic security cooperation with the United States on the one hand, and the economic cooperation with China on the other hand. But obviously, this strategy could no longer work. So Korea is facing with the great challenge of preparing a whole new national and economic strategy. So upgrading our innovation capability is one thing, and at the same time, we are trying to redefine and reset our relationship with the United States and China and the other countries. And we believe that even if export and investment regulation related to weapons and strategic items are unavoidable, more effort should be made to prevent those regulations from overexpanding to other non-strategic products? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bay. Next, Professor Jason Cao, who is a research fellow at Taiwan Institute of Economic Research.
Thank you. Well, I have only 3 minutes, so I want to use that 3 minutes to clarify one thing. So people always said Taiwan's economies are heavily dependent on China. That is because the exportation volume from Taiwan to China is account for 40% of total export of Taiwan. And this is a false claim because the claim was made like about 20 years ago between the politicians among Taiwan and China. According to my research, among those 40% of exportation from Taiwan to China, only roughly 4% was consumed inside of China. That means like 36% of exportation from Taiwan was to China, then reassemble, remake, then re-export to United States or to Europe. So this clarification is very important. So from now on, like our government should stop saying that our economy is heavily dependent on China because our economy is heavily dependent on global supply chain. Because those 30% of exportation was to supply for the Taiwanese manufacturing in China. So after they make those products, they export to elsewhere. Okay, so if this point is clear, then we move to the question, the trend of the restructuring of the manufacturing chain. For what I think is this global supply chain depending on the demand of global consumers. So if the consumers wish to buy product from China, then those manufacturing in the global supply chain, they won't move. They will stay in China indefinitely because they always have a profit. But if the global supply chain start to move, then the supply chain start to focus on human rights and labor rights and start to focus on the ESG of the global supply chain, then we start to make a new supply chain. We might, the global society might abandon the old supply chain. Utilizing this new technology, new methodology, even AI, okay? Or like we say Industrial 4.0, then we start to make a new supply chain. Maybe we say the reshoring, or we probably building the new production base elsewhere except China. Okay, that's my answer.
Well, Professor Cao, maybe it's completely fine for you to continue since I'm going to start with you for the next round of question. And from what you just said, you're starting to talk about made in China for China as separate from all the things that Taiwan exports. It's perfectly a good segue to my next question, which builds on what you were saying. So as geopolitical tension rises in the Taiwan Strait, why is Taiwan's economic security important to the world? And could you elaborate?
Okay, I think I'm going to skip the semiconductor issue because everybody knows. So I don't need to answer that. Well, semiconductor is very important, and roughly 60% of the most advanced semiconductor chips is being made in Taiwan by TSMC. But I think beside that, Taiwan is a situation, I think the geopolitical location is, we were situated in the world's most busiest shipping lane, okay? So according to data, roughly like 80% of the cargoes passing through the Taiwan Strait, okay? That makes the, Taiwan's and the world supply chain so sensitive. So let's move to next answer is why the increasing of the economic coercion from China That's because like China even made a policy statement. They want to make the Taiwan Strait as their internal ocean. That means like nobody else could pass through the Taiwan Strait with Chinese sanction, right? So that makes Taiwan important. And following that, as I said in the previous answer, 36% of Taiwan's export is for supplying the global supply chain. Means that Taiwan's fate is tied, Taiwan's economic fate, okay, is tied with global supply chain. So that's why Taiwan's economic security is so important as a global issue. That's my take.
Thank you, Professor Gao. And Professor Bai, maybe you could explain why is Taiwan's economic security important to South Korea?
I think Taiwan's economic security is important to the world and Korea for several reasons. First of all, Taiwan has been a significant player in global supply chain, particularly in electronics and semiconductor industry. So many transnational companies, including Korean company, rely on Taiwanese firm for their crucial components and manufacturing services. So disruption to Taiwan's economy could lead to shortages and impact production worldwide. And Taiwan is also a major trading partner for Korea. Taiwan ranks the 6th in terms of trade volume among all trading countries in Korea. So its economic stability and growth is crucial to the continuous development of Korean economy. Also, Taiwan's status is a very sensitive geopolitical issue, particularly with its relationship with China. So any instability in Taiwan's economy could impact regional, East Asian and international politics, potentially leading to tensions and conflict. So a stable and secure Taiwan could help maintain peaceful relations with neighboring companies, including Korea, and reduce the potential for geopolitical tensions. So Taiwan's economic prosperity fosters stability in the Asian-Pacific region. So I think in Taiwan, economic security serves a vital component of overall national security. So Taiwan's economic security is crucial for maintaining global and regional and Korean economic stability and technology advancement and regional peace. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, if I may, please.
Yes, I'm going to talk about semiconductors. If you look at, say, the next 20 or 15 or even 100 years into the future, one thing is for sure, that digitalization will progress anyway. And for that, we need calculation capacity, which chips are delivering, actually. And then on top of it, we see AI, we see quantum computing popping up. So for sure that semiconductors play an important role in this whole development. That's one. The other thing is that if you look at the global ecosystem, I would call it, that is necessary to provide semiconductors, it's so complex that it's not one country or even one region alone that can produce it at this point. And with regard to your question, what it means for the Netherlands, we are, as is known in this room as well, that we are producing a super efficient, I think, wafer stepper technology from ASML. And for us, it is important that this value chain, this ecosystem, is not disrupted too much, because it's, for us, profitable, but it's also a key element in this ecosystem where everybody needs to take care of that we don't disrupt it too much. So in that sense, I think it's important that the tensions in this trade are being managed, let's say it like that, and that we constantly think about hedging it in all kind of ways.
Thank you. And Jose?
Well, I think it's clear that these developments we all described from stage have put Taiwan at the center stage, and which has also gained Taiwan many new friends, for which I am very, very grateful. But also, I think by looking at Russia's aggression against Ukraine as a precursor of how the West might actually respond to a possible invasion from mainland China, comes with many, many negative aspects. For one, many DC think tankers have confused the global markets and exaggerated the macro-political risks towards Taiwan's economy, and thereby depreciating Taiwan's assets and investor attractiveness. And many have also been fooled by these theatrics, and markets have thereby grossly overstated China's ability to project force overseas. Taiwan is more resilient than we think. And this has led to many negative impact on Taiwan's trading and security partners trying to move the production, in particular chips, out of Taiwan. And we know this is an exercise in economic futility. And through the absence of commercial logic, such endeavor seemed to, at least to me, very similar to the forced technology transfer that Beijing applies to Western companies. And I think here G7 countries must really stop looking at Taiwan as a problem. It is a solution. Look, especially when it comes to the dominance in the semiconductor industry by Taiwan, rather than actually looking at this concentration as a problem, we must start to see that we actually share the same interdependency problem as Taiwan does. And thereby, Taiwan's economic security problems are also our problems. And Taiwan's economic security strategy that has been extremely successful, actually, provides many of the answers that the G7 economies are struggling with today. So thereby, Taiwan's problems is not just our problems. And let's face it, if we shift towards a different parity across the Taiwan Strait, we will unravel much costlier and deeper structural problems than taking some flack from Beijing about signing a few trade agreements with Taiwan. That's actually doing trade agreements and deeper supply chain integration in Taiwan is the less costlier way to go. And also, we are looking at coordinating our policies, especially on a multilateral level. We must provide a new framework after the WTO, post-MFN, that allows for economies like Taiwan to prosper despite the absence of MFN. And so far, I must say that the leading economies have been quite, let's say, disappointed. I'm quite disappointed. And in a world where economic security has de facto become national security, I think in a world where prohibitive physical confrontation is going to be too prohibitive, we must really look to Taiwan for answers. And that's where the real truth of G7 cooperation lies.
Well, thank you. I hope this panel will provide the answers that we're all looking for. Hugh?
Well, thank you. As you say, the panel has provided some good answers up until now, particularly on the semiconductor issue, so I don't have anything to add. Other than, of course, every economy has its own vulnerabilities. In the case of Canada, the largest manufacturing industries, of course, we're largely a resource-based economy, but automotive manufacturing, electronics, and aircraft are important. I think probably most people don't think of Canada as an automotive manufacturer, but the North American automotive industry is highly integrated. And of course, there's great vulnerabilities in that area, as we've seen with supply chain backups in that area. And so U.S. vulnerabilities are Canadian vulnerabilities, given the close integration of the two economies. But I want to move beyond semiconductor chips as an example of why tension in the Straits makes the global and national economies vulnerable. The President this morning talked about other areas of Taiwanese expertise: biotech, renewable energy, medical technology, and the whole innovation piece that comes with this economy, which is a powerful economy that certainly punches well above its weight for 23 million people. It's a very significant trader in terms of a bilateral relationship with Canada. It's our 5th largest trading partner in Asia, a potentially important source of investment in energy and critical minerals, where Canada can play a role with respect to supply chains as well. And so any disruption in this area will have a much broader impact. Because Taiwan is a dynamic economy in its own right, this will have any impact on it will have an impact on the whole region. And this is where we can talk about other areas where Taiwan can and should be brought into the international frameworks, and the CPTPP is probably the most likely candidate at the moment. There are obviously other potential channels, but the CPTPP would be an important step to demonstrate the importance of political stability in the immediate region, in the wider Indo-Pacific region, and for global trade. So I think that's an important factor as well.
Thank you, Hugh. As you note, our panel is really diverse in terms of background and expertise. So I think like to cap off with the last question, individual questions to each of the speakers. And if I could return to you, Hugh, to start. How does Canada's recently announced Indo-Pacific strategy deal with the issue of supply chain resilience? And how specifically will it affect the economic relations between Taiwan and Canada?
Yes, thank you. Well, everybody else seems to have an Indo-Pacific strategy, and various, success has many authors, and I think Japan probably was the author of Indo-Pacific, but it's had many iterations. So Canada finally has one as well. It was announced in November of last year. This particular strategy has 5 interlinked components: peace and security, trade and investment, people-to-people cooperation, sustainability, climate change, and finally, concrete measures to expand Canadian engagement and presence in the region. But an important element of the trade and investment pillar is supply chain resilience. I guess I could break this down into both a domestic and external components. So domestically, attention is focused on infrastructure. Obviously, infrastructure is an important physical part of supply chains, and so this will focus on West Coast ports, rail and road infrastructure, and overcoming the many geographical challenges that Canada faces. It's definitely a country, because of its size and geographical configuration, where there are these pinch points. Another domestic focus will be developing Canada as a reliable supplier of clean energy to the region. There are LNG terminals coming on stream on the West Coast in the next year or two, and this will be of interest to countries like Japan, Korea, and potentially Taiwan. Now, externally, with respect to supply chains, greater priority will be given to working with partners in the region, including greater Canadian involvement with regional initiatives such as APEC, and strengthening S&T and innovation cooperation with important partners, key economies. Again, Taiwan is in the forefront of this. Canada will, I mentioned already the CPTPP. Canada will continue to support CPTPP expansion for qualified economies. And now that the UK has been admitted, the question will be who's next and what the process will be. And I think the Canadian government has made statements that it will be based on qualification and readiness, and certainly Taiwan eminently qualifies in terms of meeting entry standards. We talked about diversification. Diversification is part of the strategy. You won't be surprised to understand that the diversification at the end of the day is perhaps diversification more away from China, but by diversifying away from somewhere, you diversify towards something. It's easy to say that governments can say you should diversify, but at the end of the day, it's businesses that do business. And so governments, through setting direction and putting in frameworks, can help diversification. It's easier said than done, but we do see that natural economic forces will lead to diversification. Part of the reason for diversifying away from China is frankly because of the vulnerabilities we talked about earlier, and also because of a decline in bilateral relations. This is something not just common to Canada, but was specifically driven by an event that some of you will be aware of, the detention of Meng Wanzhou, Huawei executive Meng Wanzhou in Canada on a US Department of Justice warrant, and Chinese retaliation by arresting 2 Canadian citizens who became known as the 2 Michaels. I mean, that was a precipitating event, a catalytic event, I guess, but that it was one amongst many that has led to a reevaluation of the relationship, and that in fact was part of the impetus towards reevaluating and reshaping the Canadian posture toward the region, which I think will have very positive, hopefully will have very positive impact on Canada-Taiwan relations.
Thank you, Hugh. And Hosu, I think you have written extensively about Europe, the United States, and Japan. So would you assess for us Taiwan's supply chain diversification strategy in relation to these other regions and countries?
Well, I have to give it top marks, otherwise I would insult the host, would I? No, but it goes without saying that Taiwan has a long experience in de-risking interdependencies, while, of course, pursuing legitimate commercial interests. And that's perfectly fair. And I think that Taiwan has done extraordinarily well within its own policy space regarding supply chain resilience or protection of critical infrastructure. You have not been naive. And the new southbound policy and other major market strategies, I think, is very evident and obvious strategies in order to end the infamous over-reliance on mainland China. But we need to also remember that Taiwan has a much larger interdependency on mainland than the United States, Japan, or Germany. And yet, the decision seems so easy for you than people who are much less dependent on mainland China. It's astonishing, especially if you consider some European countries like Germany. But I want to raise the attention on one thing, which is that Taiwan's economic dependency and on its over-reliance on mainland over-specialization in IT is not a result of active policy choices. These are the only areas where Taiwanese business enjoys sizable market access through ECFA and WTO agreement on IT. And these are the 2 agreements are actually quite problematic. And of course, Taiwan needs to diversify. But it's actually not Taiwan's fault. And if I look at a little bit of numbers here, 70% of all Taiwanese export go through these 2 agreements. And if I look compared to Germany, it's only 18%. So you understand how vulnerable Taiwan's export strategy is. And no country in the world has its fundamentals and economically depending on so few and arguably problematic agreements. So I welcome the US-Taiwan initiative for the 21st century, although its scope largely overlaps with IPEF. There is no market access for Taiwan in that text. And EU must at least try to keep even steps with the US-Taiwan initiative. And what I see here when it comes to Europe is it is effectively confined to a Finlandization of its trade policy, where it has actually signed off to mainland China, who it can do free trade agreements with in East Asia. And that's a very scary outcome. I think Taiwan's economic security, therefore, starts by strengthening supply chain integration with the larger economies, and which will require actual market access. We heard about investment treaties before. But the real truth is if we want to diversify and we are really talking about supply chains, we have a duty to provide open, free market access to Taiwanese business so it can prosper. And especially given that Taiwan lacks access to intergovernmental standards setting bodies like ECE or ITU and FAO, here I really call on my European friends to do something. Taiwan is also excluded from multilateral lending facilities like IMF, so Taiwan has considerable share of its domestic capital locked up in very unproductive savings with gross savings rate over 40%. And even by Asian standards, this is way, way too high. And here I believe that more efficient underwriting of Taiwanese public finances will allow Taiwan to spend that money on more efficient means, including defending its borders if it needs to, so that we don't have to do it for you one day. So just a hint, there are always second-order effects of everything we do.
Thank you. Now, that's a very provocative speech with many keywords that people in Taiwan talk about a lot: Finlandization, ECFA, and unusual. Although you're a trade law expert, you're probably surprised on this little island. I think everyone thinks they know a lot about trade law, unlike other places where they oppose it, but they don't really understand it. So I appreciate that. As we go to the next speaker, Michelle, I congratulate the Hague Center for coming out with really a wonderful study on the supply chain, the nuance of it, and I look forward to your sharing what kind of strategic planning and international collaboration are needed to address geopolitical risks.
Well, I think it starts with realistic ambitions, and those ambitions, of course, are shaped by, well, the US-Chinese competition, that's for one. The other one I already mentioned, it's climate change. We have to do something about it. It's not a business case. It's a value case in the end, because if we don't, then, for example, the Netherlands will drown. We're already living at 1.8 meters below sea level, so we have to do something against that. And the other one, that's the combination, is an ambition which is in digital transition. I already mentioned that. So giving these circumstances, the EU has formulated 3 ambitions, and from those you can derive your strategic plans. So one is climate change reduction, digitalization and transition towards new economies in that sense, and strategic autonomy, which is basically focusing on elements that are mentioned here already, like diversification, de-risking, strengthening supply chains, etc. And if we look at that picture already, you see that without even actively planning as governments, companies are already doing that. For example, if you see Intel already investing a lot in new plants in Israel, in the US, in Germany, and I would call it a form of hedging already. And what you will see by those kind of big investments, that supply chains will follow and be redirected through businesses, actually, following, well, business cases. And if you look from that perspective, I think it's important to, again, understand that these complex ecosystems, it's not just single lines of communication, but it's ecosystems. They depend on a lot of contributing countries. And that means that for the Netherlands, for Europe, but also for Taiwan, it is important to have a lot of different collaborations with all kind of like-minded countries as much as possible, because that diversification is the best way, I think, to boost resilience and to be adaptive to threats. And I would suggest that that is something to keep on developing. When we look at the EU, and I think it's already during the lunch being stated by the former Prime Minister of Estonia, is that the EU has brought out this Critical Raw Materials Act, where we have now a new ambition of having a 10% mining in Europe, 40% of processing capacity, and a 15% of recycling, which is first time, and I used in my first answer the word "not in my backyard," and that had to do with mining. And now I think the mental shift is taking place that in Europe we start mining again a bit, but only for these 10%. And that means that we are not there yet in getting less dependent on China alone. But so in general, collaboration with like-minded partners as much as possible through all the ecosystems is the best way to go ahead, I think.
Thank you, Michelle. Of course, we're reminded, are we like-minded? This is a good question. And I think for Taiwan, there's no closer private sector friend than ASML in the Netherlands. So now we move on to, of course, South Korea. There's no, on this economic journey of development, there's no closer companion and competitor than South Korea for us. So Professor Bai, how can Taiwan and South Korea cooperate on enhancing semiconductor or in general technology supply chain resilience?
In the mid-1990s, when I was studying in the United States, the subject of Asian Four Dragon, Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and Hong Kong, was very popular in the field of international political economy. Among them, Taiwan and Korea achieved economic development with different industry strategies and structures. Now, Korea and Taiwan has occupied a very important position in the semiconductor supply chains and are cooperating on semiconductor supply chain issues within the US-led so-called Chip 4. Now, countries are trying to promote and upgrade their own semiconductor industry while establishing a strategic cooperation network. So South Korea's Samsung and Taiwan's TSMC invested large-scale investment in United States, and TSMC investing in Japan, and Samsung planning to establish an R&D center in Japan. Korea also strengthening cooperation with IMEC in Europe, and Taiwan planning to build a semiconductor foundry in Europe. So in the midst of such mutual cross-investment, cooperation between Korea and Taiwan is not so active as so far as it is expected. So it's amazing. 60% of Korea's import from Taiwan are semiconductor, and semiconductors account for like 30% of Korea's export to Taiwan. So despite this economic and industrial partnership, in reality, Korea and Taiwan are perceived mainly as a competitor in the semiconductor industry. Samsung and TSMC are actually competing to secure state-of-art technology. Strictly speaking, I think Samsung and TSMC are different kind of companies, and both companies have their own strengths and weaknesses. I think it's very difficult for Samsung to surpass TSMC in the foundry business, even after securing the state-of-art foundry technology. Both Korea and Taiwan are major partners in the US-led semiconductor alliance and have economic structure dependent on China. And we have to get ahead before China catch up. So the challenges from China is one thing, and in addition, it is necessary to prepare for the risks posed by cooperation with United States. So South Korea and Taiwan face a common challenge, and we must make kind of desperate effort to maintain unrivaled edge in strategic industry. It is true that a competition between Taiwan and Korea is unavoidable. However, the two countries could find a space where they could cooperate. I have heard that the Samsung already assembling some flash memory modules in Taiwan, and the smartphone application processor is also using one designed by MediaTek, Taiwanese company, and driver IC is also being made by UMC, Taiwanese company. And we need to develop further the cooperation at the level of small and medium enterprises in Korea and Taiwan, making the semiconductor ecosystem of both countries more open and more solid. In the midst of the US-China rivalry, both countries must seek a way to lead the stable growth of semiconductor industry and continuous technology innovation through mutual cooperation as well as competition. We now see clearly some huge structural transformation in global political economic landscape. Korea and Taiwan is at a crossroad, I think. So both countries had better search a way to meet these challenges through cooperation and turn those challenges into an opportunity to leap forward once again. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bai. And Professor Cao, I would like to refine the question I was going to ask you by what I heard you just said. So I think you said that the supply chain is going to be restructured more based on values than price going forward. I hope that it's true, of course. Now, the question I like to ask is, so Taiwan, whether it's the private sector, the public sector, or civil society, are usually not seen as a leader, if you will, in global policy. And I like to ask you, what do you think Taiwan can do to enhance global resilience in this new, more value-driven supply chain, as you noted, and claim a leadership position?
Okay, it's a tough question. I couldn't speak for the industries as well, but I can share with you some reality that's happening in the among the restructuring of the supply chain. So you all know the weaponize of the trade by China. So they will be able to coerce targeting specific portion of the supply chain. Yeah, because CCPs, they know, like in the global society, the like-minded democracy are moving the supply chain away from China. And they move ahead of time. For example, most of the Taiwan's supply chain, I mean the labor-intensive supply chain are moving to Vietnam or Indonesia. But before they are moving, Chinese supply chains already got into Vietnam. So how can you avoid, the Chinese intervening the supply chain? It's very tough. So that especially the case for Taiwan. Like China always used the agricultural product as the weapon to coerce Taiwan's farmer. So they stop buying some fruit and they force the farmer to go against the government in Taiwan. Okay, so that's the common practice, and they are starting to, not starting, they have the long history of weaponize those power exercising trade against the policy that's doing the supply chain restructuring. So that's the reality, and that's the answer to like if we have consumer have to gear away from the low cost production rather than value. If we could consume those durable, not like plastic, like low cost manufacturing, maybe we have an opportunity to shift away from low cost manufacturing. Otherwise, those low cost manufacturing supply chain were always among those Chinese supply chain. That's one part. And to answer how can we stand against the coercion from China, the answer is lied to diversification of supply chain and collaboration among likely-minded countries. And I would say, like, Taiwan would like to have help from all the countries like-minded. But the other side, Taiwan can help. Remember, right in the beginning of COVID-19, the world is shortage of face masks. In Taiwan, we assemble the production chain of a face mask within 3 weeks. Not only to produce enough of the masks for Taiwan, we also give out those masks to the country that need it. So that significance size, Taiwan's ability to mobilize whatever supply chain is very powerful among the, I think, the whole supply chain. So I would say Taiwan should actively participate in the IPEF, although we are still not a member, but we should actively participate in IPEF, CTTPP, and international organization, and that call for help from all those like-minded countries. And I think the last point is education, because the restructuring of the supply chain gonna have a brain drain problem. So not only apply to Taiwan, but apply to all those like-minded countries. So how can we build a brand network? For example, like Taiwanese people can work in Korea or work in Japan or even work in Australia. And we should re-establish the global supply chain. So what I mean diversification is like Taiwan should heavily invested in like-minded country, not go again to underdeveloped countries. You know, there's a different differentiation of global supply chain.
Thank you. So Taiwan needs to be more value-based, not price-based. And appreciate that concluding remark from the panel. We have very limited time because we have a bonus question to the panelists at the end that I'm sure you'll like to hear. So if we could take a few questions from the floor, and I'll see if our panelists are interested in answering these questions. Do we have the mic? The runner? Yes. Are there any questions from the floor?
Okay, we have one over there. Please.
Could you identify yourself, please? Introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi, my name is Ben Sando. I'm with Doublethink Lab, which is Taiwanese NGO. I'm just asking a question because people didn't jump in before me. I'm not an economist. My focus is on security, so I hope you guys will bear with me for my questions. But we are at a security dialogue, so I think I'm allowed to ask a question. So I'm just curious about economic coercion from the PRC. Just want to ask you if you have done research to analyze what kinds of coercion by the PRC are actually successful. Some analysts believe that this question is overhyped, that it's not as dangerous as it sounds. I think the incident of the PRC sanctioning some of its critical raw materials exports to Japan was mentioned. There aren't so many cases of China holding back its exports to other countries. More often it seems to focus on its imports from other countries. So I just want to ask you if you've done any research to really dive more into this problem? Is it something that we need to worry about?
Thank you very much. Next. There's one here.
Thank you. This is Sui Huang from the Center for Asia-Pacific Resilience and Innovation. My question is, today the panel topic is talking about the global supply chain and security, but we do not have a panelist from the US. Yet the US is really like having a really important role to play in reshaping the global, not only about the semiconductor supply chain, like the global supply chain and the security framework. So my question is, what kind of agency does Taiwan or the Asia-Pacific countries besides the US have to work with the US and reshaping the US policy with like-minded countries and to shape the US policy in a desirable direction that can really benefit the resilience of the global supply chain that is not only makes sense in economic sense, but also like with shared value. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Well, since he's a colleague of mine, I'm going to modify his question. But basically, is there agency for any other country, the Netherlands, Japan, South Korea, in restructuring the supply chain? Since U.S. is, of course, is a price maker, if you will, in determining some of this diversification. Can I just ask each of the panelists to answer either of the two questions, whether you can point to specific economic success in Chinese coercion, and second is what Sue just asked, and 1 minute for each of you. Should we start with you?
Well, on the first question, the experience that I've had is that, in fact, Chinese weaponization has not been very successful. If I look at it from a bilateral perspective, the coercion tended to be to exert pressure on Canada through interruption of key exports. Now, Canada exports about 5% of its exports to China, but they're concentrated in a few sectors, mostly agricultural, and these are there are certain parts of Canada that are vulnerable to these interruptions. So during the downturn because of the Meng Wanzhou crisis, China put embargoes on some exports. One was canola seed grain, another was on pork. And it's interesting that on pork, that was very soon lifted. Why? Because COTI, or the foot and mouth disease, hit China. China suddenly needed pork. Another example was the embargo they put on Australian coal because they were annoyed with the Australian government persisting in pursuing the origins of COVID. And the result was power blackouts in parts of China. And so therefore, they had to back down very quickly on that. And so my experience is that it has not been terribly successful. It has perhaps a short-term impact. But China itself has some vulnerabilities, so I think that probably is one limiting factor that needs to be taken into account.
Thank you.
I'm going to play a little bit of devil's advocate here. Hillary Clinton said very famously 10 years ago that economics now is in the heart of foreign policy and economic objectives are now the goal of foreign policy. China is basically embracing that playbook with a vigor of a very angry teenager and with that bluntness that comes with puberty. And I really want to play the devil's advocate on here, because you mentioned, for example, Australia. It was, of course, as a reaction to Australia's demand for a WHO investigation, rather than anything else Australia had done, and which led to the restriction on coal and wine. But also Australia has 25 or 30 anti-dumping measures already in place for decades against China. I don't think mainland China sees any difference, to be honest. They are playing it out and trying to see whether they can exert their interest. And with that said, I believe we do need an anti-coercion instrument, whether it is successful or not. I mean, the success depends on what you deem as a final objective. If the objective is to win friends and persuade people to like them, no, then it's not very effective. But if the goal is to actually to show to your domestic stakeholders and constituents that the government is actually fighting for you, I must say that they are probably doing something, I'm not going to say right, but there's something they find necessary. In the same breath, I would say that anti-coercion is necessary because we don't have any other means to basically retaliate. Yes, we do have anti-dumping, we do have a number of trade remedies, but they are in a democracy like Taiwan or European Union, they are subject to checks and balances. In other words, we are coerced when we feel coerced. It's a purely subjective definition. And under those circumstances, extraordinary circumstances, we will need rather unique trade instruments that we didn't actually count on. On the redesign of the supply chain question, I mean, we do know exactly who we are talking about when it comes to countries of common concern. But I mentioned the internal competition amongst G7. We are like-minded, we are also commercial rivals. We compete in more products amongst G7 than actually with China, because we are at the same level of economic development and technology. United States and Europe would never dare to take a major detour to stab each other in the back if we can get away with it, as long as we remain elegant on the surface. In that breath, I would say IRA has become a much bigger headache than actually any of the trade distortions that mainland China has presented to the multilateral system, because mainland China is still a rule taker, whereas United States a rule maker. And another consequence of this is if United States engage in a massive subsidization on a preferential basis without national treatment, it poses a challenge because we can no longer fight Chinese trade distortions together. That's why one of the reasons I believe the multilateral system has definitely come to an end. There are two economies in the world that have basically acknowledged that the world of global value chain and MFN has come to an end. It's United States and China. Everyone else is trying to maintain a status quo that will never ever come back.
Thank you. We're fortunate not to have a US panelist to actually defend themselves, so we'll move on to the Netherlands.
Yeah, I'll stay back and look at critical raw materials at that level, and then I see that China actually had in the past and still has quite a powerful tool. So around 2012, they bought the London Metal Exchange. Before that, they bought concessions and mining. Then they established the Belt and Road Initiative, basically trying to control logistic lines. And at the same time, they start moving up in manufacturing as well. And the reason that I mention it and start with the mines is actually that because they are in control of those parts, they were also able to keep other miners outside of China out of business, because the business case for those kind of mines were too expensive compared to the material you could buy from China. So, and I think that position is not changed yet. And that means that we need to get to value chains and not business cases anymore. It means also that we have to pay more, but we need to get less dependent on these manipulating forces.
More than anything else, I would like to focus on the prospect of Korea and Taiwan cooperation and emphasize the need for cooperation between both countries, because that's why that's the reason why I'm here. So personally, I have been interested in Korea-Taiwan's relations for the past 20 years. There's up and downs in the cooperation between two countries. Now, US-China rivalry and supply chain restructuring is truly a global great challenge to both countries, but I feel that they are making us to, increase cooperation, strengthen our relationship, and meet the challenges together. In fact, within Korea, discussions on cooperation with Taiwan have become more and more active right now. And we Koreans are refinding the strategic asset and importance of Taiwan with Koreans' prosperity and security. So right now, Taiwan's export to Korea and import from Korea increasing. And the two countries have many things in common, we have a common Confucian culture and democracy and market economy and advanced science and technology and military threat from outside. So at a time when United States and China are competing for their supremacy, I believe the cooperation between two countries can create tremendous synergy. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I gradually feeling that we are going back to a planned economy. Taiwan is a market economy because we just, transfer ourselves from planned economy about 30 years ago. So that's why we embrace the global supply chain. And the question comes out that how can we work with United States? What's the agencies? When US come to Taiwan, they directly go to TSMC to talk about the arrangement, bypass the government. Because government has no power to exercise over private sectors. They can advise, okay? They can have loan leniencies. But there is no such a strong policy to restrict the private sector can go to China or not to go to China. I think the final verdict is about value, human rights, and which side we should stand together, okay? So when we talk about agencies, well, in the past, it's the Bureau of Industrial Development, but they no longer have the authority to manipulate the whole supply chain. Their sole responsibility is to encourage innovation among the supply chain, not giving the points, okay, or giving the authority. So that's partly answer your question. And about the coercion part, I have to agree with Lee Makiyama. We don't have enough of tool to retaliate or to fight back about the Chinese coercion. But the least we can do is to stand together. When Australia got sanctioned, Taiwan just have a Australian wine hike. Everybody buy Australian wine at that time. So when the Louisiana got hit by China's coercion, Louisiana beer was so popular among Taiwan, you couldn't get hold of it. It's all sold out. And that's significant this, like we can all stand together and we can buy from each other and minimize, the damage made by China. Okay, so that's my last take.
Thank you. Well, that reminds me, my think tank invited Malcolm Turnbull to speak here, and he reminded, in Taipei, and he reminded everybody that Huawei sanctions started in Australia. So to answer a little bit, Mr. Huang's question, not all price is set in the United States. And I think that it's very important for us to feel that we also, as Ho-Suk says, I think like Europe, Asia-Pacific has long considered itself an economic power, but does not want to focus too much on security for a variety of reasons, and now we're at the forefront of it. So I'd like to ask, starting from Dr. Cao, can you give everyone a bonus answer for this panel that can see the future better than the rest of us? Can you make one forecast about the global supply chain in the next 5 years that is inadequately anticipated, but needs to be understood, for which we must be prepared for? Just a quick answer, thank you.
You know, my expertise is foresight, but it's very difficult to project any event beyond 3 years. But 5 years later, I will see, I mean, from my perspective, I will see a much of differences, like different part of supply chain being moved to different countries. For example, automobile, electric cars may move back to US and maybe move back to Japan or Germany. And different part, maybe pharmaceutical supply chain will probably move to Canada, probably, or maybe Mexico. So we will see a lot of diversifications, and that will call for global shipping to upgrade, because you know the complexity of moving components, product, or even shortage of labor. How can we cope with that? You know, it's easier to see a global factory. So you know all those pollutions, human rights movement, social movement happen in China. But after the movement of or restructuring of the global supply chain, we have to deal with the problem that we don't want. And I think, you know, all the government have to you know, take a real stand that you really want this.
Thank you, Professor Bei.
Yeah, I would say the existence of a dual structure of decoupling of cutting-edge strategic supply chain and a high degree of economic interdependence in other non-strategic supply chains. For sure, the U.S.-China rivalry will continue for the next 5 years. In particular, competition will intensify in various strategic technology sectors like semiconductor, artificial intelligence, quantum, and space, and green technology. So in the high-tech strategic technology sector, decoupling will clearly proceed, and US-led supply chain will be formed, you know, across, including Canada, Mexico, while Chinese effort to localize a core technology will continue. So United States would continue to deter the rise of China even after the presidential election. But United States and China would carefully approach to each other and maintain communication channel in order to take care of their domestic economic difficulties and prevent the conflict from becoming full-scale. So many countries strive to diversify trade and supply chain, and economic interdependence among countries will proceed you know, at a distinct trend in non-strategic sector. I think the very important thing is we need to design a strategy to harmonize our national interest and the stability of international economic order. Okay, thank you.
I think that climate change actually will show a bigger force for transition than just diversifying away from China as such. You'll see that the whole world needs all kind of metals for this energy transition technologies. And you'll see that in combination with more focus on local for local and recycling. So I think that we will not ship less, but we will ship more raw materials than end products actually. That's my estimate.
Very interesting, thank you. Hosuk?
I don't like forecasts because they're always wrong. No, for two reasons. One is that forecasting usually leads to undervaluation of initiative. There's a reason why United States is in charge, because it has the initiative. It's the biggest asset in global governance. Number two, forecasting usually entail extrapolation. You think that the current trend just continues as it does. But if you look backwards, not least to Taiwan's own history, we see that history has moved in zigzags. One of my favorite songs is by David Byrne, which said, "God draws straight lines through crooked lines." And I think that's really true. And if you look at the essence of policy planning, it's a function of preemption, preparedness, and expanding your policy space. Three very important pieces. And I think, if I'm going to be very frank, I'm not so worried about future Taiwan, because I know that Taiwan is prepared. I also know other economies and global player emerging actors like Beijing is also very, very prepared. I'm more concerned actually about some of the European capitals in my own backyard. And also, actually I'm going to go a little bit off script here and say that there's another reason I'm not concerned about future of Taiwan, because I'm going to add another people. You have some of the best policy planners in the world. I'm very happy to see that many of them are also women. Unfortunately, Madam Grace Chang has left the room, which is a recent acquaintance, but also there are many young people like Judith in the back. And I'm and not to mention yourself, I mean, Cheryl, yourself is also a very important thought leader. And to embrace so many very important strategic women in these important places, I think is really important. And with that said, I'm not worried, because your national treasures is not in the National Palace Museum. They are working away on the Ketagalan Boulevard late at night, at all times of day. And they're also working away for planning for your future out in your embassies around the world. And I hope you as a nation will appreciate their hard work.
Well, forecasts are definitely risky, but I'm going to make one anyway. And then that is that I think we have to assume that in the next 5 years or the near future that there will be another COVID-like event that will disrupt global supply chains. And it could be a pandemic, it could be climate change-induced interruption, extreme weather, something like that, as we've already seen this year with all the wildfires and floods. Or even a regional conflict like it's happened with Ukraine that's disrupted grain supplies. So what does that mean? I think it makes the supply chain resilience initiatives that I talked a bit about, and the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework is one example. Taiwan's not a part of that, but I understand there's basically a back-to-back bilateral US-Taiwan initiative that will do much the same thing. That makes these kinds of initiatives even more important, because we are going to have to develop disciplines to deal with the export controls, hoarding, ways of increasing supply, trade facilitation, and so on. And as I mentioned earlier, many of these are not covered, or at least some of these are not covered in trade agreements. If they are, they're in trade agreement silos. Others are not there. The infrastructure piece is not there. So I think that the work that is just beginning now, looking at supply chain issues in a holistic way, is going to be extremely important to prepare for the next supply chain shock. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we're almost on time, so I'm very proud of that because we had a very, very rich discussion, and I want to thank all of the speakers here for the valuable insights. At the beginning of this panel, I invited all of them to present their observation on the global supply chain and discuss what they believe to be the most important impact, and to go further into discussing Taiwan in this trend, highlighting why Taiwan's economic security is important for not only the region, not only for semiconductor, but for the world on so many levels. And I think the perspectives from Ottawa, The Hague, Seoul, Taipei, and Brussels really have enriched our understanding of policy and the need for cooperation, I think, is one of the most important common themes that we just discussed. This panel has given me more questions than answers, I think, fortunately, maybe unfortunately, but also there are more optimists on this panel than myself. So I'm very pleased about that. I hear Ho-Suk said 3 times, I'm not worried, and I thought, wow, please tell the world, because everyone around me seems to be very worried in Seoul and in Taipei. And I am pleased to say the questions I have are bigger questions, such as whose playbook are we following? Are values going to be more important than price? Can cooperation really lead to leadership in global supply chain? And the importance of Taiwan in a few years from now, will it still just be chips? Will it be value? Will it be the ideas that we generate here today at the forum? And I am so pleased to say that the ideas you have discussed here will stay with me and with everybody here in the room and online. I think amidst the international discourse on reducing supply chain risk and enhancing resilience, the experiences of Taiwanese businesses stand out as a valuable lesson, of course, for the world. As we said at the beginning, it's a double-edged sword, and I think today's panel discussed that as well. Taiwan's experiences underscore that measures such as sanctions and export controls may actually undermine regional and global economic resilience. This is particularly true when the countries proposing those measures fail to engage in sufficient communication and coordination without more discussion with relevant stakeholders in the region. And for that, I think all of you have made a contribution to take a flight all the way come here to engage in this discussion that we hope will improve global resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please give it up to Professor Lin and all our wonderful panelists today. Thank you so much. You may return to your seat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for the wonderful panel discussion. The Ketagalan Forum aims at enhancing cooperation and dialogue among relevant parties so as to maintain and advance peace, security, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific. Following a 3-year hybrid format due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this year's forum has returned to a fully in-person format with prestigious foreign speakers engaging in discussions with Taiwanese officials, scholars, and experts. And after the wonderful speeches and discussions, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude our forum, I'd like to now invite Dr. Yi-Cheng Lai, the president of the Prospect Foundation of the Republic of China, Taiwan, to come up to the stage and deliver his closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Lai. Welcome.
Thank you. I know that probably I and the Vice Minister Tian Zhongguang are the two between you and your anticipated dinner. So I just like to make it short. I think today's Ketagalan Forum, and of course this is the first total in-person forum after the pandemic, which many of you probably will join with me about the rich discussion that we have about today. That the theme of this year's Ketagalan Forum, you could see that is centered about the 3 main topics. The first of all is about the security, especially about the Taiwan and global security order. And the second is about the cognitive warfare. How are we going to deal with it? And the third, of course, you just heard, it's about the economic security or economic paradigm shift in terms of the global supply chain and around the discussions. I think there are several takeaways I have from this and hope that you can share with me. The first one is that the first takeaway is that right now, today, in the whole discussion, especially regarding the security, I did not hear a single word about Taiwan problem or Taiwan as a troublemaker. In the past, Taiwan always there's something lurking in the dark. How to prevent Taiwan become a troublemaker? How Taiwan should behave itself that we will no longer to be seen as a burden of the world. But this year, at least from what I heard, the good thing is that no, Taiwan is an asset, and Taiwan's issue, the difficulty Taiwan is facing, will also become the global issue, globally that we need to tackle this all together. So this is the thing that I really like the most. But on the other hand, there are also the importance of the diplomacy, how we could do that for Taiwan now, and in order to enhance and encourage people's morale in continue the insistence on democracy and the resistance about the Chinese coercion. And the diplomacy, the value of it, started to become recognized today. That while in the past, it was always considered as this is something of the Taiwanese people's, their pride or dignity, they want to extend it at the expense of their global security. So I'm really glad that this year the discussions, the paradigm has shifted in different directions. And the cognitive warfare, it is as difficult in today's discussion as it was in the past, that it's difficult to really drive the conclusions. Many of us discussion really focus on fundamentals and how the civil society and the civilian initiative that we should tackle these issues. But I also believe that this also indicates too, in the digital era, what is the fundamental humans and the political rights and all the discussions that need to be adjusted and modernized in today's digital world. In the past, when when we still talk about the mass media, usually the individuals, persons, their speech right that contain the issues such as you could lie. Lying is not a problem. Lying, although it's unethical, but it's not the critical issues that you'll be punished for that. But now, in the digital era, it seems that the people's right to lie become a question. Although my last name is still Mr. Lai, so I'm not lying. So that's something that we all need to think about. Of course, the last session, that is also very important. And thanks for our great panelists and the moderator for pioneering these issues. We are not just talking about the global supply chain, but I think one of the another important issues about how are we going to see the differences in terms of the Chinese role in global economy. That the decline of China, how that's going to affect all the economic calculations. And another important issue is that we are also in the verge of the transformation of our global economic order. The order not just in terms of who is big and who is small, but also in terms of how we do business and how the economic model and the society will be changed associated with those, especially with the development of the 3D printing in the later, and also the AI. And just recently, there are two discussions. One of them is LK99. Should that the Korean friends intelligently so much progress about the development of the superconducting on the room temperature, that will fundamentally change everything, including what the development last year that people talk about the nuclear fusions. That will also shape the whole global energy issues, because probably we only need 5 nuclear power plants rather than all those. Many of them they are concentrated in a different world that we are looking at it. So that I think today's discussions basically sum in one word is that we are on the verge of transformation. The transformation in terms of the global economic order, transformation in terms of the global security order, and also transformation in terms of how we are going to see ourselves in the digital age. And of course, among those, the Taiwan stands in a very central in the vaccine, in those very vaccine issues. So thank you very much, and I'll just give the floor to our esteemed Vice Minister Chen Zhongguang, and which we are very proud to co-host for this Ketagalan Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Lai. Please return to your seats. And next, let us welcome Mr. Chong Kwang-Tian, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Republic of China, Taiwan, to give his closing remarks. Welcome.
I think one of the best benefits to speak last is you don't have to speak more because everything has already been spoken. Well, the chairman, Mark Chang of Prospect Foundation, Excellencies, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to speak at today's closing ceremony. And on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all the speakers, panelists, and participants for their invaluable contributions. The expertise and the dedication you brought to the crucial issues addressed in the discussion have made this event a resounding success. In particular, I extend a special gratitude to our keynote speakers, namely the Honorable Taro Aso, the former Prime Minister of Japan, and the Honorable Andrus Ansip, the former Prime Minister of Estonia. Your presence and your perspective speeches have conveyed a staunch support for Taiwan and underline that Taiwan is an indispensable democratic partner. And you have reminded us that we are not alone in pursuing such values of freedom, democracy, and human rights. And throughout this forum, we have delved into three critical topics that hold significant implications for global security, democracy, and economic stability. Firstly, discussion on the situation across Taiwan Strait and its impact on global security have shed light on this region's complexity and flashpoints. We have explored evolving dynamics, the importance of maintaining peace and stability, and the need for dialogue and constructive engagement to resolve differences. This has reinforced the understanding that a peaceful and prosperous Indo-Pacific region is vital for our common well-being and security. Secondly, we have examined the challenges that information warfare, cognitive warfare, and gray zone tactics pose to democracy. This has underscored the critical importance of defending democratic values, safeguarding free and independent media, and promoting digital literacy. Our discussion also highlighted the need for robust cybersecurity measures, effective legislations, and international cooperation to combat the disinformation and the cyber attacks that undermine democratic processes. Thirdly, our examination of international supply chain restructuring and Taiwan's role in ensuring economic security has highlighted the interdependencies and the vulnerabilities within the global system. We've heard about Taiwan's significant contribution to high-tech industries and its potential to play a crucial role in diversifying and securing supply chains. Discussion has emphasized the importance of resilience, collaborations, and innovation to address economic challenges and promote sustainable growth. And Taiwan plays a pivotal role in fighting against China's authoritarianism, standing resolute on the front line of defending democracy. China's malicious actions, specifically those directed at Taiwan, not only disrupt the stability across the Taiwan Strait, but also pose a grave threat to peace in the Indo-Pacific and global security and prosperity. And Taiwan's distinctive attribution, including its democracy, strategic location, and a robust technological and economic foundations, highlight its unparalleled strategic significance. Recent international events have emphasized the increasing significance of maintaining peace and security across Taiwan Strait and underscore the fact that regional security is a matter of profound global concern. As a responsible partner in the Indo-Pacific region, Taiwan is committed to fostering multilateral dialogue to pursue peaceful resolutions to contemporary security challenges. The Ketagalan Forum is a prominent example of this engagement. I'm convinced that during this forum, you have witnessed the profound impact and dialogue, knowledge sharing, and collaboration have our comprehensive of these complex matters. The invaluable insights of the panelists and active involvement of all the participants have truly enriched our perspectives. As this forum draws to a close, let us carry forward the valuable lesson learned and the idea generated here today. Let us remain vigilant in safeguarding global security, defending democratic values, and fostering economic resilience. It is through collective efforts both at national and international levels that we can address the challenges we face and build a more secure, prosperous, and inclusive future for all. I thank you all once again for your presence today. We look forward to seeing you again here next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister Tian. Please return to your seat. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we officially conclude the Ketagalan Forum 2023 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. In closing, I'd like to thank all of you for your participation today. I trust that your time here has left deep impression and you have gained new insights. Let us continue to advocate for closer exchanges and cooperation. Thank you all and see you next year in 2024. Thank you.